Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry about the slight delay in starting, which was a delay caused by various logistical things. This morning, we hope to hear evidence from 4 witnesses. First, the Commissioner of Police, Mark Collins, and in relation to some of the matters that he's raised in his position statement and about which he will hopefully answer some questions. There's an overlap with the position statements and evidence of Mr. Wade Smith and Mr. Penn, who are here, and thank you for coming this morning. We will have, I think, just a few questions for you later on this morning, but immediately after Mr. Collins, we propose to take the evidence of the Director of Public Prosecutions. And so if you could kindly stay during Mr. Collins' evidence, and then when that's finished, very happy for you to go and come back if you wish, or stay if you wish, and hopefully we'll give you a time when we'll take your evidence. But we are hoping that all of this evidence will be concluded this morning. Yes, Mr. Rawat.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can I ask, first of all, if Mr. Collins could be invited to either take the oath or
yes. I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins, thank you for coming to give evidence this morning. There are some formalities that we start with all witnesses. The first one is to ask you to give the Commissioner your full name, please.
Yeah, it's Mark Collins.
And your professional address?
It's Commissioner of Police.
And where are you based?
At the Royal British Virgin Islands Police Force.
I try, and I tell this to all witnesses, to keep the questions short and simple. Doesn't always work, but if at any time I ask you a question that you have any difficulty understanding, please do ask me to repeat it or rephrase it, and I'll try and do so.
Okay, thank you.
There are a couple of bundles.
Sorry, Mr. Rara, this is the reporter. Can you have the witness bring the microphone closer to him? Thank you very much.
Done. What I should say in relation to the microphone, Mr. Collins, is it doesn't amplify your voice, it merely records. And so it is important just to keep your voice up nice and loud and try to speak slowly, so that way your evidence can be recorded. As I was saying, you have a couple of bundles on the table in front of you. One is your position statement. I believe you probably brought a copy of that with you. So if you're more comfortable referring to your own copy, please do so. We may need to look at the other bundle, we may not. Can we start again, as I have done with many witnesses, and that is to ask you to give an outline of your professional background before you took up your current post?
Yes, certainly. I've been a police officer for 35 years. Started as a special constable in Sussex in 1985, and I've been really a career detective. I've headed up the counter-terrorism unit in Wales. I was Deputy National Coordinator for Preventing Violent Extremism in the UK, Borough Commander in North East London, the Assistant Chief Constable and Deputy Chief Constable in Bedfordshire Police, and more latterly the Chief Constable for the last 5 years in Dyfed-Powys Police in the UK.
And is it right you're a recipient of the Queen's Police Medal?
I'm also a recipient of the Queen's Police Medal, that's correct.
And on what date were you appointed as the Police Commissioner of the Royal British Virgin Islands Police Force?
I started on the 15th of April of this year and was sworn in formally on the 19th of April.
Thank you. I just want to, for the Commission, ask you just to sort of outline your role. And if you want me to take you to the Constitution, I can do so. But 57.4 of the Constitution says the Commissioner of Police shall, do you want, I'll take, if you look in that bundle to page 31, please. Yep. And if you look at subsection 4, Commissioner of Police shall provide regular briefings to the National Security Council on matters of internal security, including the police force, have responsibility for the day-to-day operation of the police force and shall report regularly on such operation to the Governor, and last, inform the Premier of any significant security developments in the Virgin Islands, including the occurrence of any significant criminal activity. Now, section, it relates to the National Security Council. So first of all, you sit on the council as an ex officio member, is that right?
I do. I've been sworn in and I've attended one meeting so far.
But would you say that section 57.4 encapsulates your role as police commissioner?
Yes.
And in that role, are you in effect the national security advisor for the Virgin Islands?
Yes.
And this is something I want to come back to. Yeah, you've set out I suppose, the governance structure relating to different entities of law enforcement in the Virgin Islands. But from your perspective as police commissioner, who do you report to?
The governor.
One of the points you make is that you try to work collaboratively with other agencies. Is that an unofficial collaboration, or is there a forum where different agencies with an interest in law enforcement and justice can come together?
Well, we have the Joint Task Force, and colleagues are here, Mr. Wade and Mr. Penn. We meet weekly to discuss the activities of the Joint Task Force. I alluded in my position statement that I wanted to review some of the structure and workings of the Joint Task Force. Since I've started in the role, I've put a chief inspector in charge of my marine unit, and I think the unit needs to be more intelligence driven and intelligence led.
Can I come back to that,
yes,
if I may?
Yes.
But just generally, you've got the Joint Task Force as a forum for agencies to come together. Are there any others? That's our main collaborative working. Right. One of the, I think one of the other groups that you refer to is the Criminal Advisory Justice Group.
Yeah, there's a governor. The governor chairs the Criminal Justice Board that I also sit on. Not really collaborative working, but it's a board that gives the opportunity to discuss the workings of justice on the islands. Yes.
Right. And who else sits on that board?
DPP and other colleagues as well. I've not got the full list in front of me. Again, I've only attended one of those meetings so far.
Thank you. Well, let's go to page 1 of your position statement. One of the questions you were asked, or the first question you were asked, was how are the agencies of law enforcement and justice organized in the BVI? And you then set out, if you like, the architecture of it all. The first one was that the police, for example, sit under the governor and deputy governor. You've explained that customs, immigration, and the DPP come under the British Virgin Islands government. Customs fall under the Ministry of Finance. Immigration sits jointly under both the deputy governor and the Premier's office. The Financial Investigations Authority sits as an executive agency under the Deputy Governor's Office and the Premier's Office. And there are some entities which are set out in the Constitution, such as yourself and the DPP and the Attorney. Others are the products of legislation. You conclude by saying there is a joint task force consisting of officers from Customs, the RVIPF, that's yourself, and immigration. And you say this: I would question the operational effectiveness and value for money the unit provides, and I have commissioned a review. Now, when you're referring to the value for money the unit provides, is that a reference to the joint task force?
Yes.
And who have you commissioned the review from?
Well, what I've started to do is to look at the operational effectiveness. As I've said, I've asked for weekly returns now from the Marine Unit and the Joint Task Force, and we'll continue to review that operational activity. And then I intend to speak with Mr. Penn and Mr. Wade about commissioning a proper review of the activities of the Joint Task Force.
I'm sorry to break in. The Marine Unit, that's the Police Marine Unit?
Yes.
And the Joint Task Force?
Yes. So the Police Marine Unit runs separately to the Joint Task Force, but my Marine Unit officers on a rota basis work on the Joint Task Force as well. So the concern for me is sometimes it does deplete my Marine Unit availability.
No, I understand. I understand that. Where you say to assess operational effectiveness, you've asked for weekly returns from the Marine Unit and the JTF. What were the reports that you were receiving before you asked for weekly returns?
I wasn't getting any reports at all.
No reports on effectiveness?
No.
Thank you.
The operation of the Joint Task Force was something that both Mr. Smith and Mr. Penn have already given evidence about to the Commissioner in early hearings, which were held in private, but the transcripts of which are now available on the COI's website. You sit as a member of the task force. You don't chair it, is that right?
No, Mr. Smith is the current chair.
Within the framework of the Joint Task Force, which seems to be the main body by which 3 agencies can come together, how effective have you found the liaison between the different agencies?
At our level, it's very good. I mean, I speak to Mr. Wade and Mr. Penn on a weekly basis, and we come together with the Governor's Office, as I say, weekly on a Thursday for a Joint Task Force meeting. At that level, it's very good. My concern is the operational level and the day-to-day running of the unit.
And that resources that are allocated to Joint Task Force effectively mean are lost to you and specifically to your Marine unit?
Yes.
Again, I'm sorry to go back to the weekly reports. You say you've asked for weekly returns from the JTF, and what data, what sort of data do those returns contain?
What we want to see is the general activity on the water. So intelligence-led taskings, interactions with vessels on the water, routes that they've taken, training activities. You know, I want to be fully confident that we are getting value for money and we're...
What's going on?
Yes,
really.
Exactly.
And I assume that the joint working is particularly important because of the nature of the territory, which is in the middle of an ocean, lots of islands, so the joint working is understandable.
Border security is the top priority.
Border security is the top priority, and it's border security in terms of the sea.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. No, thank you very much.
And picking it up from the Commissioner's last point, is part of that review going to look at not only whether border security is effective, but also operationally how it's working if somebody does get through the border. I mean, you're not going to be necessarily, with the best will in the world as 3 agencies working together, it's not necessarily guaranteed that you will stop everything and everyone coming through the border. But there are other points at which you can intersect.
Yes.
Including, for example, when something lands on the shore,
yes.
Something is dropped off on a beach or wherever, or in a deserted spot. And is your review going to pick up on that?
Yeah, I've not discussed it in great depth with Mr. Penn or Mr. Smith as yet. As I say, I've only 2 weeks ago appointed a chief inspector into the unit. He's carrying out a review for me. Will report back to me, and then we'll go and look at some wider reviews with other colleagues.
And again, this is probably a completely obvious point, but in terms of border security, you're concerned with people and contraband.
Yes.
Those are the 2 things. Yes. You're
yes.
concerned with. I mean, all concerned. All
yes. Concerned. Yes.
Thank you.
I summarised your position statement and your response under this question. It has been published on the inquiry's website, so others can read it. Mm-hmm. But you conclude in your answer to question 1 with this recommendation, and I quote, "Complete review of governance structures across all departments. As you can appreciate from the aforementioned précis, the lines are very blurred as regards accountability and reporting." Now, across all departments, when you were referring to departments, are you referring to all the sort of agencies that you've listed in your answer? Yeah, really. What I found quite frustrating coming into the role is the fact that we've got the Governor's Office, the Deputy Governor's Office, the Premier's Office, and we'll probably come on to it as I give my evidence, but, simple things like filling a vacancy
can take me months and months and months. Simple things like requiring funding to fix a broken boat or to buy a piece of kit or equipment can take months and months. And the system, I think, I respectfully suggest, does need to be reviewed.
Well, perhaps when we will get on to funding and recruitment, so perhaps when we do, you could perhaps work in some of the more of the detail on this in response to specific questions. But if the lines are very blurred regarding accountability and reporting, in your opinion, what risks does that carry?
Well, first of all, operationally, it's very difficult because I'm sometimes reporting to the governor's office, then having to re-report to the deputy governor's office, and then it's slightly disjointed. So, for instance, I report to the governor directly on a weekly basis. Some things that I discuss and agree with him then need to be reverted back through the deputy governor's office because they've got primacy over that side of the business, if you like. So it does become quite difficult. And operationally, it's time consuming, it's unnecessary, and it's overly bureaucratic.
I see. In relation to your function, I mean, you said earlier that you answer to the governor, and the governor has responsibility for security matters, doesn't he?
Yes.
Ultimately, or
Yes,
she?
yes.
So what functions specifically do you have to report to the deputy governor in relation to?
So that would be all basically funding.
Right.
So an example would be if I need to go away on business, I need to submit a report. Although the governor would agree it, I need to submit a report through the deputy governor's office for it to be rubber stamped and agreed. If I want to recruit, all that will go through the deputy governor's office. And then, of course, I also allude to the police commission as well, which is another function. And that needs to be joined up then with my own HR department, with the police commission, with the deputy governor's office. And it does become quite difficult to get business done.
In terms of funding, you say you go to the deputy governor's office.
Yeah.
For approval.
Yes.
But then presumably it goes to the Treasurer or the Ministry of Finance.
Exactly. So
it's the Ministry of Finance who hold the purse string.
Yes. So every vacancy that I've got would need to be a request through the Deputy Governor's office, and then on to the Ministry of Finance then for approval.
Yes.
And that's even with the vacancy that I've got as what I would call a full-time equivalent.
So you've got the budget funding. You've got the grant.
I've got the agreement that that's my full-time equivalent makeup.
Yes.
But yet I need to still. So if a police officer retires or transfers somewhere else, I need to get authority to recruit into that post, and that can take months. And I make the point that I'm running on 67 vacancies, which effectively is a fifth of my workforce.
What is your force? What is your total force, approximately?
270 officers. Is my understanding. It's 270.
So, and I'm sorry, Mr. Rowett, and you're 60. I think this is in your position, say.
Yeah, and that's the 67 vacancies are not all police officer vacancies. Some are civilian staff as well.
I understand. Yes.
But I mean, so what is your total staff complement if you were fully staffed? What would you have? You'd have 270 officers.
Yeah,
and then in terms of support staff, what would you have?
I think it's about 75, 80. I've not got that in front of me. Sorry.
And so, I mean, that's we're talking probably around 350 employees for if fully staffed, and within that you've got 67 current vacancies.
Yeah.
In terms of officers, where would you be recruiting from? Where can you recruit from?
Well, we recruit locally, obviously from the BVI. We recruit from other overseas jurisdictions, and we also receive transferees from other forces as well in the overseas territories. A number of posts come from the UK. My head of intelligence is a UK post. The Detective Chief Inspector in charge of some of the covert work and intelligence work is a UK post. And then we receive other officers to assist as well.
And is that on? You can bring in? Can you bring in officers on a case-by-case basis?
Following an application process that we've just referred to.
Right. So
I would need to justify it and give the reasoning.
So there are specific posts that are UK posts that require perhaps a specific expertise.
Yes.
And then you can recruit more widely, generally. And then if you wanted an officer or officers for a particular task,
Yeah.
you'd have to go through well, all those roads lead you to the same
Avenue
of recruitment
funding, yes.
and process, which in your experience and from your understanding of speaking to others can take an awfully long time.
Yeah, and I think what I would be suggesting is I need to have an operational budget that I can manage and be held accountable for, of course. But by the very nature of managing that budget with the Director of Finance, I can buy the kit and equipment that I need, and I can recruit to the posts that I need to recruit to. Because the other big issue I've got is I've got some very, very good local officers here, very good, but they lack training and development. So some of the UK officers that are coming out here are mentoring and assisting and developing, but I need to provide them with the specialist courses that they need to do to fulfill the roles. And sometimes that funding is just not there.
In terms of UK officers or officers from outside the territory, but particularly UK officers, UK support, you've mentioned recruiting UK officers into the force as officers to do various things. But does that include, as it were, systemic support? That you refer in your position statement to a review of professional standards, and you're seeking assistance from the UK, that sort of broader assistance than an officer coming in and taking.
Yeah, so I think what I'm saying is that the officers that are coming in are specific to roles and functions within the organisation. Yes. But when I talk about review of professional standards, I need to bring somebody in with good professional standards knowledge of the code of conduct, of the code of ethics, and really to set me up a professional standards department that's going to be fit for purpose going forward.
And that, almost by definition, that expertise needs to come from outside the territory.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
And is there any difficulty in your doing that?
No, I've already had conversations with colleagues. Certainly discussed it with the governor. I've discussed it with FCDO. Great support there, and we'll be looking to bring someone in as soon as I possibly can to carry out that function.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
You mentioned, and this is moving on to your question 2, where you address the work of the Police Service Commission, and your understanding of what its purpose is essentially to be a community voice.
Well, that's possibly what I think it should be more of. I have great respect for the Police Commission. They appointed me after all, and I've already had one meeting with them and due to have another one next week. And my relationship with them going forward is really important. I allude in my statement to the fact that I see them as what I would call in the UK the old police authority, but they lack some of the functions of that police authority. So they don't hold me to account for finance, for any of the operational activity. But they have a very strong role in the recruitment and retention of officers of the RVIPF. So all appointments above the rank of Chief Inspector are made by the Police Commission they are selected by the Police Commission and then finally sanctioned by the Governor for an appointment. So as the Chief of Police, effectively appointing some of the senior ranks, I don't have a role to play in that. And I think that does need to be reviewed.
So if I can try and summarize it, the way the Police Service Commission currently works is, as you understand it, is that it has a major role in making recommendations for in terms of recruitment. Yeah. But there is no input from you as Commissioner in terms of their selection.
That's right. Everything above the rank of Chief Inspector is carried out by the Police Commission.
And would you still see a role for the Commission going forward in doing that, or would you rather a state of affairs where you were able as Commissioner to make recommendations?
I think going forward, a promotion process above the rank of Chief Inspector should be chaired by myself or the deputy, along with someone from the Police Commission, someone from the Police Welfare Association, and probably someone from an external agency to sit on the board as well.
Right. But where you do think a police service commission can bring added value is firstly by being, if you like, the voice of the community, having a direct access to a police commissioner.
Without a doubt.
But also, and it's not the present state of affairs, being the body that holds you to account on a quarterly basis for the way you spend an operational budget. No,
I don't think they hold me to account at all. I think, I say that, but of course I would want to work collaboratively with them. So I would want to be telling them about what we're doing. And, you know, so initially my first meeting with them was to talk about the reintroducing of community policing. Some of the work we're doing around CCTV cameras, some of the work we're doing with Roads Policing Unit around some of the unlicensed scooter riders and cyclists and things like that. So it's important that they get a flavour of what I'm seeking to achieve, what my priorities are, so they can share that, of course, back out in the community. But, you know, again, we talk about bureaucracy. So when I recently went away on business to the US for 4 or 5 days, the police commission had to sign off the deputy post for me. And then, you know, that needed to go to National Security Council. And so that whole process is quite bureaucratic again.
I see, but they don't, and correct me, my understanding of your evidence is that they don't have a role in reviewing your budget or testing whether you are, or holding you to account against that budget.
No, I'm held to account by the governor.
And do you think that there is value in the Police Service Commission having such a role?
Well, I think that goes back to the bit about what I said at the outset, which is about a review of the whole governance structure. And I think actually to make their role more meaningful, you know, that would be a better way.
See. And in terms of your responsibilities as Commissioner of Police within the overall system of law enforcement and justice in the BVI, is this right that it falls to you to investigate allegations that a crime has occurred?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I delegate a lot of that responsibility, but, you know,
that's what the police force is there for.
Will come to me and people will regularly make contact with me directly if they're dissatisfied with the service that they've got, or they want to report something directly to me.
Does the police force retain any prosecutorial function? So
we have our own prosecutions department, but those files of evidence then go to the DPP.
I see. So is that the police prosecution unit?
Yes.
And
yeah.
What's the remit of the police prosecution unit?
File and case preparation.
See.
And providing advice and guidance to officers in file preparation and meeting the evidence threshold.
Are there any, taking you back many years, I suppose, if you were in England and Wales, sort of the old police courts, but are there any cases which the police still take to court?
I don't think we do now, but I think we can take traffic matters. And I think there is still the Commissioner's right to charge without direct recourse to the DPP. Of course, that would be a very strange thing to do, perhaps. Again, we work very collaboratively with the DPP's office. We've had discussions about my police prosecutions department actually becoming part and working alongside the DPP's office. File quality is very poor here. So there's the whole training agenda as well. But we could still prosecute traffic matters as I understand it, and I still have the right to authorize a charge if necessary.
You say you could still prosecute, but is it?
My understanding is we don't do it. Yeah.
Follow. But in terms of the work of the police prosecution unit, its job is to, so if there's it prepares the file and prepares the case yep. to then submit. From the inquiries you've made since taking up your post and from your own direct experience, have you found that there are any difficulties or flaws in the way that work is being done? So
I think what I've alluded to in my statement again is that a lot of our investigations are DPP office led. And the reason for that is, again, a lack of experience and an over-reliance on putting a skeleton file perhaps into the DPP and letting them come back and say where the evidence gaps are and what we need to fill in. We need to be much more robust at the very outset in presenting our files to the DPP's office and making them as fully complete as we possibly can and not over-relying on that that office's support, if you like.
That the DPP will fill in the gaps for you.
Exactly. Come back with a list of where the evidence should be. And you mentioned my experience in the UK. That would never happen there, because the Police Prosecutions Department, there would be many occasions where you'd want an early dialogue with the Crown Prosecution Service. Of course, they would, to make sure, in some of the complex cases, that you're getting your evidence right from the very outset. But actually, on some of the more minor cases, criminal damage, perhaps some of the low-level assaults, officers should be able to put a file of evidence in through the Police Prosecutions Department and get the advice and guidance from them before it goes to the DPP.
I see. And I mean, leaving aside that you can still, in law, prosecute, but would you agree that with the principle that the police shouldn't be prosecuting because of the potential for conflict of interest?
Definitely.
So you should be the investigative arm.
Yeah, exactly.
The DPP will be the
decider. Yeah.
The ultimate decision as to whether or not to charge should sit with the DPP.
Yeah.
Does the difficulties that you've identified in relation to police prosecution unit, which is, it seems perhaps a consequence of a lack of training, and does that cause delays in taking matters to court and to trial?
Oh, undoubtedly it will. It will.
And is there a risk, therefore, that some cases which ought to be taken to trial it don't, because they're just not prepared properly, and they fall through the cracks, or a case isn't properly put together, and therefore a trial can't be run? Or
time limits have run out and things like that. I mean, the DPP would be better to answer that than me, but certainly from my discussions and conversations with her, I mean, that is a factor for sure.
Yeah, and from those discussions, you don't disagree with the DPP in terms of the concerns she has about?
No, and we've discussed, better training and working more collaboratively together on training and things like that.
If we go just to help you in helping you to navigate your position statement, I just wanted to kind of take you through to your question 5. Question 5 asked you what processes and systems are in place to detect and investigate matters relating to corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty that may have taken place in public office, including within the police force in recent years. It's a question that's directed, I suppose, both to internal mechanisms within the police force and then external processes, which would be the police force acting as an investigative agency. So let's take the internal first. The position is that you have a very small professional services department at the moment.
Professional standards department.
Professional standards, yes.
Yeah, 1 inspector and 1 sergeant.
Right. And that's something that you are keen to change.
I am.
And it takes us back to a question that the Commissioner raised with you. The way that change is going to be affected is by you bringing in external support to train your officers and build up a proper department.
Yeah, without a doubt. And actually, I think what I've been very keen to do since I arrived in office is to set out my stall in terms of standards and my expectations. And without going into the detail, I think I've started to do that over the last few weeks in office. Because I have got some concerns about some officers.
And what sort of concerns do you have?
Dishonesty. And I need to be very careful with my language here, because, it's a small police force, but, on any given day, 80% of my officers will come to work and do a very good job and support and protect the communities. But I have got concerns about a number of officers in terms of their honesty, the way that they carry out business interests, the way that they interact with the public. And when I say the public, I mean with some criminal fraternity as well. So I've got some concerns, and that is why I want to review the professional standards and be very clear about what my standards and expectations are.
And as well as standards, what about the systems? What systems are in place? Or is it, I just wondered, as well as standards, is that sufficient? Or are the systems that are in place adequate? When
you say systems,
well, at the moment, you've at least got concerns about particular officers.
Well, I've got 9 officers that are suspended from the force, Commissioner.
And those are referred to in the position
Yeah.
statement.
9 officers that are suspended at the moment, interdicted. Nearly all of those, if not all of them, will be facing court cases. There'll be more to come. There are other investigations ongoing at the moment. So the system I have is, depending on the degree of the level of criminality, it can either go to the Professional Standards Department, my Deputy Chief Constable or Deputy Commissioner, who actually, you know, I give the authority to be the appropriate authority under my discretion. Or depending on the level of the matter, I would need to go outside of the territory, but potentially to the National Crime Agency or another overseas territory to assist me in an investigation.
So your plan is to upgrade your Professional Standards Department.
Yes.
To address your concerns.
Yes.
And so that the Standards Department will probably increase in numbers, I guess.
Without a doubt.
But what else will change other than pure numbers?
Well, it's about the culture of the organisation as well, and you know, as I said, it's about holding people to account. You know, one of the things that I've found quite difficult coming here was looking at the different business interests that people have got outside of their working as a police officer. So you know, you've got people working in security, have their own security businesses. I certainly, as a Chief Constable in the UK, wouldn't be signing those off as a business interest that was compatible with being a police officer.
And that as I understand it, it's because of the risk.
Yeah.
I mean, we know
there's a conflict between being a police officer and a private security officer.
Yes. So it's the risk that something untoward, in fact, will happen.
Yes.
Yes. So that the systems in place at the moment do not adequately address that risk.
And I think to go further on that, about systems, what we've got in place, vetting. I don't think we vet and do enough background checks on officers either transferring into the organisation or new recruits. You know, so one of the things I've put in my position statement is the desire to recruit a recruitment officer, stroke vetting officer, so we can be very clear about who we're recruiting, and making sure that they are, you know, a suitable individual to be a serving police officer.
Yes, thank you very much.
Because if you can, I mean, focusing on the internal challenges to your organisation, your point is that if you can enhance your Professional Standards Department, they will then better be able to investigate complaints, internal complaints.
Yeah, and deal with things more robustly and in a timely fashion, because depending on the allegation that I get against someone, you know, I would want to do a severity assessment and look at suspending that individual, taking them out of frontline duties.
In terms of suspending an individual, is that a straightforward process? Is that just down to you to make a judgment? Or?
Yes. Yes, that's straightforward.
The other side of the point, which goes back to your reference to a culture, is there at present within the police force a written code of conduct or a written code of ethics?
There is a code of conduct, yeah, and they have actually embraced the UK code of ethics as well.
I see. As it
So it's
applies
here.
to the police force.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
It's here. If it's here, then and tell us if you don't know when it was introduced, but can you say when it was introduced?
I think within the last 2 years. I think my predecessor brought the code of conduct and the code of ethics in.
And 2 years sometimes is a short period of time, but what's your perception of how well that has been embraced?
I think some get it, some understand it. You know, as I said, I need to be very careful how I phrase this. I've got a lot of very good officers that are out there working, you know, over and above every day, doing some fantastic work. I've also got some other officers that I don't think pay attention to any code of ethics, any code of conduct at all. And those are the people that I need to root out of the organisation.
Given that concern, my understanding of your evidence, including your position statement, is that you propose to address that in 3 ways, but there may be others, which is why I'm putting this to you, Commissioner. Firstly, vetting. So
Yep.
to ensure as far as you can that people who come into the police force are going to make good
Right
officers
caliber.
of the right caliber and have the right characteristics and so on. Secondly, and this is something in your position statement, that you are putting into place, as I understand it, mechanisms which make reporting of officers easier, better.
Yes.
And thirdly, and this goes back to the what we've been discussing, you're going to have a department which is capable of investigating those reported.
Yes.
Are those the three main
Yeah, and
strands?
I think you mentioned one thing that I've also put in my position statement, and certainly within all UK police forces, you would have a hotline available
Yes.
to serving officers and serving staff members, you know, to report what we used to call the bad apple reporting line, if you like. I'd like to introduce that in the force. I've got a number of officers that have come to speak to me with concerns. I've got many members of the public that stop me in the street to speak about concerns of confidentiality. And, you know, the way that a complaint that they might make will be dealt with by the RVIPF. You may have seen that I also launched a hotline number in my first press conference. I've had a number of calls on that number with people wanting to speak to me directly. There is a big concern around confidence and satisfaction within the public on the British Virgin Islands. And that is going to be a huge task for me during my tenure to turn around.
But the
things I've put into place.
Yes, the three planks are vetting, access, and
investigations, and also that holding to account and the whole appraisal system of officers going through as well, because we lack that.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? I mean, is this as they go through their career, holding them to account for the quality of the work they produce, appraising their performance?
So here, different to the UK, an officer joins the organisation and is subject to a 3-year probationary period. So I would want to make sure that during that 3-year probationary period, we are absolutely confident that that individual has got the right to the next 30 years service with the RVIPF. If they're not coming up to a standard, then we need to, you know, let them go actually within that first 3 years. Then after that, on an annual basis, the appraisal that's done by the sergeant and the inspector needs to be accurate, timely, and honest. You know, that's something that I need to ensure is happening as I go forward.
There are 2 points, obviously associated points, that you've made. Firstly, the importance of having good officers and a good police force. In fact, a police force which does its job, in fact, well.
Yeah.
There's a second issue, though, isn't there? Not unrelated to the first, and that is public confidence in the police force. Obviously, if the public see that the police are doing a good job, then they're more likely to have confidence in it. But they're 2 separate points, aren't they, that need to be addressed?
They are 2 separate points, but they go hand in glove.
I understand that.
You know, you're going to get increased reporting. I mean, again, I've mentioned in my statement the number of high-profile investigations that the force is running at the moment, the number of murders that we've had, the number of robberies, burglaries of business premises. You know, not many people come forward and want to speak to the police and give them any information or intelligence, and that's a huge issue. Why? Because they've got no trust and confidence and faith in what's going to happen with that information. Secondly, is the officer they reported to going to tell everyone else that they're giving that information? It's a huge issue. It's an island of 28,000 people, roughly. And yet, you know, we get some of these big investigations and high-profile cases, but the support from the public is underwhelming. And you know, I was certainly not used to that in the UK. You know, the tragic murder, and I'm sure I can say it, the tragic murder of Catherine Pickering, a robbery victim, and then the shooting thereafter, provoked no response from the community at all in terms of wanting to come forward and give information and intelligence.
So you need both. You need a properly functioning police force, and you need confidence in that force from the public.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Before we move on, Ms. Collins, if you look at page your question 5, two questions. One is that you've said the RVIPF proactive team have the capability to investigate as well. I just wanted you to clarify what is the proactive team?
It's the major investigations team.
And they would be involved when an allegation against a police officer moved from being a professional standards point to a possible criminal prosecution. Is that right?
Depending on what the crime was and the investigation was, yes.
What you say, though, is clearly the mechanisms in place at present are not fit for purpose. You've, I think, given some answers to the Commissioner and to me already, but aside from those matters that you've already discussed in which the Commissioner has summarised, are there any other mechanisms that you would want to draw to the Commissioner's attention that are not fit for purpose?
I think I've probably mentioned what I need to mention. I think, you know, the bit that's not fit for purpose is probably the training and development and opportunity to actually get those officers match fit for the investigations that they need to carry out. That is an issue for us. You probably just to look at my statement there, of course, Commissioner, just going back to what you were saying about trust and confidence, we're also looking to reintroduce Crime Stoppers here as well.
Yes.
Which is a really important step forward, I think. You know, my putting my contact number out by putting the Crime Stoppers number back out again, you know, people can anonymously make contact with the police and give information and intelligence. And I see that as an important step forward.
Yes.
I mean, I want to move on to the second aspect of it, because I think we focused about sort of the internal difficulties of your own organisation, but the second aspect is their ability to then, your ability as an organisation to investigate crime.
Yeah.
Now you've spoken of the lack of trust, and you've said there is no trust and confidence in the police force, and part of that seems to be that there's a reluctance to come forward because there is a fear that if you do, your name you will be named to others. That the police can give you no guarantee of anonymity, basically.
Well, I don't think I'm saying there is no guarantee of that. I think the perception in the public, or with many members of the public, is that is the position. I mean, let me be very clear. You know, coming into the role, I had a briefing from my major incident team on every live investigation that they've got going at the moment, and I've got complete trust and confidence in that team and their ability to bring to justice some very dangerous offenders and some very high-profile cases, without a doubt on that. I think what they need is the development and opportunities to have some of the courses that my colleagues in the UK would have. I mentioned at the start, I'm a career detective. So the SIO courses, Senior Investigating Officers courses, you know, the evidence gathering courses, the interview skill courses, you know, these are really important. The sexual offence courses that you have, these are really important courses to get to, you know, to enable our officers to get the very best evidence and information from people, from victims and witnesses. So we don't always have that available to us, but I've got a very dedicated team there. The resource numbers are low. You know, if I was in the UK and I was running 7 or 8 murders, you know, I would have probably 100 detectives working on those 7 or 8 murders. Over here, I've probably got a team of about 8 or 9 people.
How big is your major investigations unit?
I've got an inspector. I've got a major investigation team of about 8 or 9 people.
So, wherein for the level of serious crime that you're now currently presented with, you would have a team of 100 in the UK.
I would think you'd have 5 or 6 different teams working on those murder investigations, yes. And you'd have a full office there of, you know, of what we would call a Holmes incident room, you know, Home Office large inquiry system, where you'd have, you know, readers, receivers, action allocators. You'd have a proper team of people investigating those type of crimes.
But you're investigating 7 murders with a team of 8 or 9 people.
Yeah, that's the dedicated resource, Commissioner.
Yes.
Of course, we will bring extra officers and staff in to
yes.
help with that. But, you know, it goes back to my point earlier. You know, if you've got an organisation that's got 67 vacancies, you know, I need extra staff on the Marine unit. I need extra staff on the major incident team. I need more ARV officers. You know, they've all got to come from somewhere. Where do they come from? They come from the front line. So you're depleting your front line, you know, availability to actually fill some of these gaps.
Which undermines your desire to introduce and your plan to introduce community or
well, we've done that. I've gone ahead and done that. 16 dedicated officers. You know, we launched that quite successfully, and my commitment is they will stay there and do that role. But it does mean your response function is you know,
Stretched.
very extremely stretched.
And you know, to return to lack of trust, trust is sometimes more a consequence of perception than it is of reality. I accept your point that you have dedicated and committed officers who want to do the very best job they can for their community. But would it be right to put it that way, that you and they battle against a perception of the police force, that people do not trust the police force?
That's a very fair assessment.
And would also be fairly describe that is a mountain that you have to climb.
A huge mountain.
And you've outlined to the commissioner the steps that you're thinking of taking to try and build a relationship of trust with those that you serve. But can you assist with how long do you think this lack of trust, this atmosphere of a lack of trust, has been in place?
Well, I've been here for 10 weeks.
Yes.
I think this is probably something that's been growing and building for some time. You don't just suddenly have a small population like this that comes out and says it's got no trust and confidence in the police service. I think it's probably been brewing for some time. You know, and that's why it's really important that we are very open and transparent with the media. You know, I do regular press conferences, and we need to tell people what's going on. You know, as a police service, there's always a good news story to say, and it's a mountain to climb, but it is climbable with the kit and equipment to do it.
Well, can we turn to kit and equipment? You've explained that you are understaffed, and that there is recruitment is slow because it's a bureaucratic process to recruit. In terms of funding, what is the level of funding that the police force has?
It's around $18.5 to $19 million annually.
And for you, how is that budget allocated to you? How do you get your budget?
Well, I have a small team of people that manage that for us. Much of it is on a bid basis, so it's not actually the money that's given to us. It's allocated as the overall budget. But we, as I've said earlier, we still need to put business cases in, you know, for kit equipment. We were talking earlier about, you know, one of my boats was off the water for some time because it needed, you know, some parts and some equipment at the cost of $12,000. You know, that took about 4 or 5 months to actually overcome.
And that money, essentially, as I understand it, is sort of in the budget.
It's an allocated budget. Yeah.
No, so yes. you go and presumably each year you go and justify your budget to whoever it is.
We're in the stage of now budget planning for next year.
Yes. But you have to justify that to the executive, which is fine. And you're allocated $18.5 million or whatever it is.
Yes.
But then when you get, for example, a requirement, whether it's in terms of equipment or I guess training, but personnel as well, you then have to, as it were, draw down actual money. And to do that, you go through the route that you've identified through the Deputy Governor's Office to the Treasury.
Yeah.
And that that at least takes time. But you don't actually get the cash until that's been done.
No, and very often it'll be turned down.
Right.
I mean, certainly in terms of personnel and filling vacancies, you know, very often. Hence the reason we've got the heavy vacancy factor that we've got.
Right. So again, let me make sure I've got this absolutely clear. So you've got the allocated budget. Yes. But that's for however many people.
Yeah.
300 people, whatever it is. So you've got that. But if you get a vacancy for which you've got the allocated budget, you send a request in respect of the vacancy through the Deputy Governor's Office to the Ministry of Finance, and the response may still come back, no. The money's not the actual funds are not available.
Yes.
So the allocated budget, no doubt, very important, but it's not the be all and end all.
No.
Thank you very much.
And who allocates the budget? Is it the Ministry of Finance?
My understanding is it is.
Yes. So effectively, each year, for the fiscal year, you will make a bid for
Yes.
sums. You will then be notified of your allocated budget.
Yes.
And then you have to then seek funds against that budget,
Yeah.
be it for recruitment, be it for boat repair, be it for any kind of kit,
vehicles,
everything.
guns, everything. Yes.
And it goes through the process the Commissioner outlined.
Yeah.
Now, can the Deputy Governor's Office reject it at that point, or are they just processing it through to the Ministry of Finance?
My understanding is they're a processing unit.
So,
and let me be very clear, they have been nothing but helpful. I mean, I've had a number of meetings with the Permanent Secretary there and the team there. They are very, very supportive and very understanding of our issues. And in fact, I've got a meeting diarised this week with that office in terms of, with my HR manager and business manager, again, to discuss some of the vacancies that we've got. Very, very supportive, very, very helpful. But of course, they are a processing unit working with us, and the money needs to come from somewhere. And that's what the Ministry of Finance.
And the Ministry of Finance either say yes or no.
Yes, their office says yes or no.
And your experience is that often when you have made the case for a vacancy to be filled, the answer will still come back, no, there isn't any money for it.
Yeah, so this year, for instance, we've been allowed to recruit 17 vacancies. So we're in the process of doing that now. But of course, we're constantly playing catch up, because that 67 will go down to 50. And then what will happen then is, I know that I've got a number of retirements, people that are finishing. So as soon as it comes back up to 67 again, so I've got no ability to succession plan and manage. And the other big thing, of course, is I could have somebody, well, there are two things. One is annual leave. I've got people within this organization that have got 300 days annual leave to take, an allocated holiday to take. So that person effectively could say tomorrow, I want to leave the organization and I'm going to take my 300 days pre-retirement leave now. I cannot fill that vacancy until those 300 days are up and that person's gone. I won't be allowed to do it. I understand that. But of course, I've inherited something here now, which is, hundreds and hundreds of days, thousands of days of leave for people to take. And they get stacked up and stored up, and they go, and when they leave, then it creates a huge backlash, and in terms of being able to fill that vacancy.
When in the case of an officer taking that leave before retirement, you're also losing experience.
So you lose the experience, and you lose someone from the front line, because we need to have an acting up again or a moving into position there. Yes.
So if you can, or if you can't tell me, but measuring allocated budget against actual spend, what does your actual spend come down to?
I don't, without having that in front of me, Mr. Rowett, I wouldn't.
But would it be fair to say that it's going to be less than the 18 to 19 million that you are allocated?
Well, with the vacancy factor that we've got, and yes.
You mentioned it took 4 to 5 months to fix one of your marine unit boats. Could you just give the Commissioner the timeline on that? Well, I mean, when did you, roughly, I don't need specific dates, but when did you actually put in the request for when this year did you put in the request for
it was done repair? Probably before I got here, obviously before I got here. So I think that's just one example. And what I should say here is that we have had some great support from the FCDO and also the Governor's Office in terms of some kit and equipment and some funding that's been made available for the Marine unit for us, and some training as well, which has been really well received. But for instance, my understanding is that would have gone in. It was only just been fixed actually, so probably April time. I'm just waiting for that to be signed off, just to get the funds released to pay for it.
And this is what, an interceptor or something?
Yeah, it's one of our Marine unit boats, yeah. Midnight Justice, yeah.
Yes.
Can I pick up a couple of points then? Firstly, you've discussed vetting of candidates, but does the Virgin Islands Police Force also get asked to vet candidates in other agencies?
I'm not sure. Well, we haven't got a vetting unit.
Right.
We've got an intelligence team. There have been some requests to provide some assistance around that.
Are you, given that you don't feel that your own organisation vets itself properly, do you think you have the capacity to provide a proper vetting service to other agencies?
No. Not without some increased numbers, no.
And you've talked about appraising and a probationary constable during their 3-year period, but would you be in favour of regular vetting checks throughout an officer's career?
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, and I think certainly as people move within the organisation into different roles, so if you move, for instance, from being a beat officer perhaps into one of the specialist departments, then I think you should go through another vetting process then, and perhaps more enhanced vetting as well, very similar to what the UK does. I think that's really important.
You've mentioned the problem of second jobs, which does not appear to be something that you're in favour of because of the potential for conflict of interest. Would you like to see that phased out as a practice?
I think I'd like to certainly introduce a business interest register and set some parameters and some reviewing timescales in there. And I see this very much as a function for the professional standards unit going forward. And that's one of the things I'll be asking them to do. So I will be seeking people to register a business interest through my office, making a comment on it. And this is going to be quite difficult because I've got people that have got their own businesses, of course, external to being a police officer, up and running and functioning. But I do think there will be some conflict. I mean, training is another, people that are training within the organisation and then do private training, people that are in security business, anything which has got a conflict, I think, again, leads to that trust and confidence issue as well. So this is something that needs to be looked at, but it needs to be looked at, I think, with the professional standards, experience and ability from overseas.
A key theme that we've explored with you and that emerges from your evidence is the need for better training of your officers.
Yeah.
And you've given some examples of the courses that you would like your officers to go on. You've spoken of sort of obviously the money for that could come from your budget, and under present situation, you'd have to make an application for that money, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You've alluded to some other sources, but are there other sources of financial sources and also in terms of sort of training sources that you could go to support your officers?
Yeah. So part of our annual bid will include some training. So. But you are right. So I've just mentioned the Marine unit training. Some of that has been supported by the UK. And certainly we've got some firearms training ongoing at the moment. That's been supported by the UK. We could look at some of the overseas territories to assist us with training as well. And they do, but it will come at a cost. So the course may be free, but then the flights and the accommodation need to be paid for. And again, that would be a bid in to get that paid for, which will be a struggle. Mr. I wanted to mention one other thing, because if you don't mind, because it comes under the sort of arena of second jobs. Coming out here and speaking to people, of course, the level of pay and remuneration is very different to the UK. So the salary scales are very different. But I'm also acutely aware that officers have waited for increments on their salary and pay scales for some time. And I'm also aware, of course, that all government, my understanding is, because it's what's reported to me, is that all government working staff have not had a pay rise for the last 3 years or an incremental rise for a 3-year period. So whilst I'm acutely aware of the business interest conflict, I'm also acutely aware of the cost of living and, being able to maintain a standard of living with a family as well.
Yes.
And that all needs to be borne out and taken into consideration.
Just finishing off that point about support, though, you said that there's been some support from the UK for firearms training. You've given examples of firearms training and the Marine unit. Just be a bit more specific. Firstly, which arms of the UK did that support come from?
Yeah, so that would be from the FCDO.
And was it financial support, or was it providing a trainer? What was the nature of the support?
Bit of both. So the trainers have been provided to us, certainly around the Marine unit stuff, and some of the financial costs as well.
I see. So were you able to, did you have in those instances to facilitate that training by a combination of using money from the FCDO and money that you bid for?
Yeah, so we put in an extra bid, certainly for the firearms training. We put in an extra bid and we got that. we got that signed off by the Ministry of Finance, and that was paid for. But certainly the marine training, we're working with colleagues in the UK on that, and that's been very, very supportive mechanism for us.
Can I move on to your question 7, please, which is you begin your answer to question 7 that saying there's a lack of joint working and trust across all law enforcement agencies. Could you just expand on that, please? What did you have in mind when you
So
wrote
I don't
that?
believe that we maximise the opportunities around prison intelligence. We've discussed, certainly myself, Mr. Penn and Mr. Wade, about a joint intelligence unit for the joint task force. We need to further that and make that happen. But there is a reluctance, I think, to share some intelligence for reasons of that intelligence being divulged and information being divulged, and it's a concern.
So it's not just a lack of trust between the public and the police force. There's a lack of trust between different agencies,
Potentially, yes.
About the confidentiality of information sharing.
Yes, and the levels. And again, I think that comes back to an earlier point about our vetting position, not just within the RVIPF, but within other agencies as well. If we are going to operate at that level and trust people, we need to be assured that they are vetted to those levels, and we've got trust and confidence in them as an individual to function in those roles.
One of the other issues that you've discussed is the difficulties with the jury system. And I totally appreciate you've been here for 10 weeks. And obviously some of the information you've gleaned comes
Yes.
from speaking to fellow officers.
Yeah.
But from what you've learned and from what you've seen, what are the particular difficulties that you've identified in relation to the jury system?
Well, I think this is a very small group of islands, as we've said. I think there are a number of things. We have a number of very high-profile cases going before the court. My understanding is that the jury system here is that unless you are a belonger, you are not selected for a jury position. I think the definition of that equates to around 4,000 people possibly being on a jury list. However, my understanding also is that legislation allows people that have lived on the islands for more than 10 years to be selected for jury, for jury service. My understanding is that doesn't happen and hasn't happened. And furthermore, I don't believe jurors are selected from other islands either. So I don't believe, and I can be standardly corrected on this, and the DPP and other colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what, as you said, I've been here for 10 weeks and this is what's been presented to me, and that fundamentally is a huge issue for the justice and judicial system of the islands. Of course it is. A very small pool of people to call from for jury service, and not maximising the opportunities of expanding that and extending it.
So could I just have one moment,
Certainly.
please? Commissioner, those are my questions. Can I conclude by thanking Mr. Collins for coming to give his evidence today, and also for the way in which he has given that evidence?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for your time and also for your evidence, which has been very, very clear, very helpful, and very interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Now, Mr. Rowett.
Could I ask you just to rise for 5 minutes? Our next witness is the Director of Public Prosecutions, but we just need to reset the room.
Now, in terms of Mr. Penn and Mr. Wade Smith, I think it has been helpful for you to hear the Commissioner's evidence. But if they would like to go away, they can probably go away until 12:15.
Yes, or yes, I think that's a sensible interim time for them.
So obviously stay if you wish, but if you'd like to go and have a break, we'll not take any of your evidence until 12:15. It may be after that, but it will not be before. Yes, thank you both very much. Thank you all very much. Yes, Mr. Rowett, I think we're ready to continue. Thank you.
We are, Commissioner. Our next witness is Tiffany R. Scatliffe Esprit, the current Director of Public Prosecutions. And can I ask that she be sworn or take the affirmation?
I will take the affirmation, Commissioner.
If you could turn that piece of paper on the other side.
No, the sheet in front of you, Director, that's it.
Yeah.
Do you need me to stand or?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
I swear by Almighty God.
If you could turn it over, that's the oath.
I'm so sorry.
That's it.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director, thank you for coming to give evidence to the Commission today. I need to start with two formalities. The first is to ask you to give the Commissioner your full name, please.
My name is Tiffany Rochelle Scatliffe Esprit.
And your professional address?
My professional address is the second floor of the TTT building, Wickham's Key, Road Town, Tortola.
There are a number of things I have been explaining to all those who have come to give evidence to the Commissioner. And that is firstly that I try to keep my questions short and simple, but it doesn't always work. So if you have any difficulty understanding a question, please don't hesitate to stop me and I will try and repeat it or rephrase it. The second is that you will see that there are two bundles on the desk in front of you. The first contains your position statement. You may have brought a copy along with you, so if you prefer to refer to your own copy, please do so. And the second is what we've called our Constitution and Legislation bundle, and we may need to look at that. It may not be necessary. The final point is that the microphone that's in front of you does not amplify, it records. This will, I'm sure, be an easy thing for you to do, but can you remember just to keep your voice up and speak slowly so we can record your answers on the transcript?
Noted, thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you to begin? And this is a question I've put to, I think, every witness that has come before the Commissioner, and that is to give an outline of your professional background before you assumed the position of Director of Public Prosecutions.
Okay. I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science and Public Administration from the University of Cincinnati in the United States. My Bachelor of Laws degree was awarded to me by the University of Cardiff in Wales, United Kingdom. I completed my bar vocational course, now called the Bar Practitioner Training Course, from what was formerly called the Inns of Court School of Law, now the City Law School, which is located in London. I completed my Master's of Laws degree in the University of Liverpool, banking law with an emphasis in money laundering. I became qualified in the United Kingdom as a barrister for the Honorable Society of Gray's Inn, and I was called to the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Bar, the territory of the Virgin Islands. Before I was DPP, I worked at the BVI Financial Services Commission as a regulator in the Investment Business Division, which was formerly referred to as the Mutual Funds Division. I then went on to the Legal Counsel Division. While I was doing my law degree, I would return and assist the Commission in the legal department. Then I became a legal counsel with them. And in 2006, I transferred to the government of the Virgin Islands, to the criminal division of the Attorney General's Chambers, which then became the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions on the 15th of June, 2007. And then I have been Crown Counsel, Senior Crown Counsel. I was Principal Crown Counsel for 10 years and 6 months before I was promoted to the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Thank you. And when were you appointed as Director of Public Prosecutions?
I was formally appointed on the 5th of May, 2020, but I was holding the post in an acting capacity from the 17th of December, 2019.
You have very helpfully put in a position statement to the Commission, and that was in response to specific questions that the Commissioner asked of you. That statement has been published on the website for all to see. What I would like to do today with your assistance is to develop some of the points that you made and ask you further questions about the position statement. I'm not going to ask you to read it all out, and nor am I hopefully going to read it all out to you. I appreciate that quite properly you will not wish to speak about specific investigations.
Yes.
What I will try to do is direct my questions towards the system in which you exercise your function as Director of Public Prosecutions, and particularly focusing on what you have identified as the strengths and weaknesses of that system.
Yes.
If, as we go through, you feel able to illustrate your evidence with specific examples that you consider appropriate to do so, then that will, of course, be helpful. But if at any time a question that I ask you, in your view, crosses the line into requiring of you to give details that you cannot and cannot properly do so as Director of Public Prosecutions, then please do indicate that to the Commissioner and to me, and I will put the question in a different way.
Okay, thank you.
Now, if we start off with the constitutional position, you are a public officer, and your office is one of those that is set out in the Constitution, is it not?
Yes.
And it identifies the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions as the sole prosecution authority in the Virgin Islands.
That's correct.
And it is down to you to decide whether a criminal prosecution should be initiated or indeed whether it should be discontinued. Is that right?
Yes, and I also take over private prosecutions or other criminal proceedings.
Can you help the Commissioner just in relation to the other criminal proceedings that you take over? Where would those emanate from?
They normally will emanate from private prosecutions. Private prosecutions do not frequently happen in the BVI, but they have happened in past. And what would happen, depending on the nature and the circumstances, if the DPP feels fit, they will take over those proceedings and then continue prosecuting them. In my tenure, we have not had any reason to take over a private prosecution. The other situation is with police prosecution. Before 2007, there was the procedure where the police prosecution unit would commence minor prosecutions of minor matters, traffic offenses, indecent language, very minor offenses. What would normally happen if we see something is going on with a matter that's been instigated or instituted by the police prosecution unit, we will take that over. I will give the director to take that over as well. But that does not happen as frequently because one of the things that has happened, I have made the ruling that the police prosecution unit have to pass matters through me. I do review and check them. They're only permitted to prosecute now the breach of curfew offenses and minor traffic offenses. If another offense is coupled with a traffic offense or a breach of curfew offense, it automatically comes to me, and then I will assign a counsel to deal with it.
And do cases come to you and to your office from agencies other than the police?
Yes, if I could explain. When I answered my position statement, I took it from the point of view of criminal prosecutions and criminal offenses. I receive files from Her Majesty's Customs, the Department of Immigration. I receive files from the International Tax Authority. I also receive files from the FIA, but they would normally take their matters through the financial crime unit of the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force. And of course, the police are the main, I would call them my main customers. Most of my files come from them.
The Attorney General gave evidence to the Commission yesterday. One of the areas I explored with her was cases involving extradition, what I described to her as quasi-criminal work. And she explained those are areas that she did not see as strictly criminal cases, and therefore they fell within her remit as attorney and not yours as Director of Public Prosecutions. I mean, are there areas which might be described as criminal or quasi-criminal which fall outside your remit as DPP?
As far as I'm concerned, no. Once it's criminal, it's under my remit. The point with extradition is a very ticklish little subject that we're trying to work out. What used to happen is before the constitutional split in 2007, extraditions and MLATs were done by the criminal division of the Attorney General's chambers. When we broke off, there was supposed to be an arrangement between the then DPP, which would have been Mr. Williams, Terrence Williams, and the then Attorney General, which I believe was Ms. Quatty. I do not know what happened, but one of the things that were being negotiated is who does what, because you have the international cooperation legislation, which speaks about criminal matters. And what happened is that the AG continued doing them. But what happens is that when you, under previous attorney generals, what would happen is we get an extradition. Next thing, the DPP's office is being called to go deal with bail. They're being called to sometimes deal with the significant parts of the extradition. A matter of example, there was an extradition from the United States that occurred between, I would say, 2012 and 2015. In that particular matter, external counsel was hired by the government to deal with it on the basis that the then AG felt that his office did not have the proper expertise in criminal law to deal with it. What ended up happening was that when that counsel could not travel to the territory, could not appear, it was the DPP's office that was holding, whether it was bail, significant submissions, even the decision, the then director, Ms. Hollis Queen's counsel, actually went to take the decision for a matter that should be rightfully under the AG. My position in extraditions is this. It is, the AG is what is referred to as the central authority. The central authority is the person responsible, but of course, criminal law is not their remit. What would happen is that we are consultants per se, for lack of better phrasing. In the last few extradition requests we received, I have taken on the role of giving assistance by providing a prosecutorial certificate, which will say why the matter could not be heard in the BVI, because jurisdiction is always an issue that comes up in extraditions. Another thing we'll do a schedule of offenses. So let's say it's coming from the United States, as an example. The United States will send their legislation. I will then go through it and see what it is in our country and make sure that we have enough evidence that if it was to happen here, we could have prosecuted it, because that's what you need to be able to prove to the magistrate in order to justify the extradition. So that's where we go with it. It's supposed to be consulted. It's a consultative. It's not a matter of AG DPP. It cannot be seen that way because it will never work that way. But it has to be a joint function. And there's also function with the governor's office. The governor's office plays a very pivotal role in extraditions as well. So I consider extradition to be a quasi-criminal matter, but it's not something that I'm completely ruled out of. I'm not aware of any other matter that would be considered quasi-criminal, such as an extradition. But once it involves criminal litigation, criminal procedure, criminal law, the office of the DPP is the appropriate authority to deal with it.
Thank you. And in terms of the size of your office, splitting it between lawyers and non-lawyers, how big is your complement of staff?
Oh, my complement is very tiny compared to other ODPPs in the region. I want to make sure I get you accurate. I have a larger lawyer complement than administrative complement. Just so you could understand the background. When the office was formed in 2007, there was no proper strategic plan in place. It was like an afterthought. The Constitution, because the Constitution passed at the dissolving of that government at that time. And it happened very quickly. So we went into work on the 14th of June, we were AG. On the 15th of June, we were the DPP's office. So things did not get properly set up as they should have. So therefore, as time went along, it was just that core staff who was the criminal division and the 1 or 2 secretarial staff that we had, that became the office of the DPP. Over time, they joined on persons, but a proper restructuring of the office is required for us to function properly. I can say on record that we have complement for 1 director, 1 principal crown counsel, 4 senior crown counsel, 1 senior crown counsel financial as a specialist post, 6 crown counsels, 1 paralegal, and that is the legal complement. For the administrative complement, 1 senior administrative officer, 1 executive officer, a personal assistant to the DPP, a case file manager, which is equivalent to an administrative officer, an accountant or accounts officer, and 2 office generalists. 1 is an office generalist 3, and the other office generalist 2. Office generalist 3 will work in the case file management unit, and the office generalist 2 is the receptionist / messenger and also secretarial support. We only recently, within the past year, received 2 legal executive officer posts, which will be secretarial assistants for counsel, and they have yet to be filled. As regards to what we have outstanding, we have 4 open positions for senior crown counsel that are currently in recruitment. My 2 LEO posts remain vacant and waiting on human resources to advertise. The office generalist 2 is still vacant. The administrative officer is on rotation, but we need to rotate someone else in within the government. Rotation is when you have someone that's working in government and they want to try something else, or you want to give them another opportunity, different reasons, and they will rotate for a 6-month period to another government department, and then you allow someone from another government department to rotate into you. You will still be paid by your main or your original department. However, if the person wants to stay, then we'll probably make arrangements for them to stay if they work out well. But it's a way of people being able to do different things within government without having to resign from their post to just go and get another post, and then they realize, I don't like this job, I want to go back to my old one. So that's why you have the rotation process. But that is where we are with complements at the moment. I do have all my crowns council staff are filled, all 6 positions, and my principal crown position is filled, as well as the senior crown financial.
Just, I'm trying to work out the maths, which is not
I'm sorry.
a strength. No, not at all. By my calculation, your complement of lawyers should be 14, including yourself, Director.
Yes.
And of those, you've got 10. Is that right?
Yes, I have 10.
Yes.
I've actually requested, because ideally, my complement should be 25 lawyers, including myself.
When you say should be,
well,
by what measure?
By what measure? The best way to explain what the site or the future site of the office is, it is intended by within the next 10 years to have that complement, because of course, you just can't ask for all the posts at once. You have to ask gradually and get them filled. Ideally, it should be 1 director of public prosecutions, 2 principal crown counsels, 7 senior crowns, 8 crowns, and then you would have about 3 paralegals and what we call junior crown counsel. So those are persons who are doing their pupillage stage. They will come in. We call them legal cadets at the moment in the government service, but we would call them, designate them as junior crown counsels. And the hope is that once you get in those posts, that then you will be able to properly remove any prosecutorial authority or role from the police, because the idea of police prosecution is antiquated. And in most Caribbean countries, it has been removed because it is a conflict of interest for the police to investigate and then turn around and prosecute matters. Even if it's a traffic matter, it's a problem in my view. So ideally, if we have the proper complement of counsel, we'll be able to remedy or take that responsibility away from the commissioner. And then we will deal with our prosecutions, and then his officers can serve a summons, investigate matters, and be able to do their role without any form of disruption or distraction.
So the 14 is what your budget incorporates at the moment.
The 14 is what I have.
And 25 is an aspiration
It's an aspiration.
over the next few years.
Because the thing with aspiration, one of the major problems when I get to weaknesses is the poor salary rate that we have.
Yes.
Out of the OTs, I think the BVI is the lowest paid when it comes to prosecutors. And the problem is persons do not appreciate the work that goes into prosecution.
And also looking at your vacancies, you have no senior counsel out of 4.
Yes.
So it's not as though your vacancies were spread across the board.
No. The problem is what you will recruit persons, they will interview. Well, the process is we recruit them, they submit. I will do a preliminary interview to shortlist persons. The persons that I shortlist will then go to the Judicial Legal Services Commission for further interview. And then the problem starts when they are successful and it goes to human resources and we start negotiating salaries. Based on the 2021 budget, the range for senior crown counsels are between 50 and 60,000 US base. That is unconscionable, because when you match it against other jurisdictions, senior crowns are starting at least 75, 80,000. So if I have a very good candidate and they want to work in the BVI and then they get an offer from another jurisdiction, I cannot compete because I'm limited by my budget in giving them the salary they deserve. The other also problem with recruitment is it is public knowledge that the prosecution staff do not have adequate security. Prosecution is an extremely dangerous job, and I do not think people realize that. People of the public who do not understand the criminal justice system look at prosecutors as the ones attacking them, attacking their family members. We're just doing our job to protect the community as a whole. It's not a personal thing. We receive a case file, we have to take it forward to court once those 2 tests, the evidential tests and the public interest tests have been met. So it's not a personal thing. My prosecutors, past and present, have reported instances of receiving threats, people interfering with their vehicles, and these different things. And I think security needs to be a priority. It's not a priority. Even at our offices, I do not think the security is sufficient. So you're asking people to do a very dangerous job. It is not a 9-to-5 job. It is what I call a 26-hour day job because we're always at it. So you're asking people to give all their time to this, and you're not giving them proper financial remuneration to match it. And it's not just the senior crowns, it's also with the principal crown, the crown counsel. And it is my goal to recruit or eventually have an office where everyone is a Virgin Islander. We have enforcers from senior crowns and principal crowns who can teach and train and give expertise. But when young people come from the university and they want to work for the DPP's office and they see the salary, and then the private sector is offering about $30,000 more, entry level for Crown is about 43 to 45,000. When I have the private sector giving a range of 60 to 75, they will look and say, sorry, Madam DPP, I really want to prosecute, but I have my school loan to pay. I want to build a house. I want to have a life. I can't do that working for government. So the low salaries is something that needs to be done, and not just for my office alone. The judicial assistants in the high court, the legal staff within the magistracy also need to have their salaries reviewed. The salaries for all the legal offices, with my respectfully, are grossly too low.
Thank you very much.
Director, you've mentioned security. Is that also a deterrent to recruitment?
Yes, it's one of the biggest deterrents I find, but second to the salary. People do not understand, as I stated before, how prosecutors are to operate. It's not personal. We don't have a dog in the fight. We're ministers of justice. But when you're in the public element and you have the media taking pictures of your vehicle at court, or taking pictures of you as you're going from court, or because the criminals know what you look like, but you don't know what they look like. So someone could approach you in the supermarket or anywhere and you do not know who they are. And it is a reality that we face. It's a concern that my counsel have faced. Even when you share accommodation with other offices, you have a certain level of security, but they don't share that same concern for security. So they think you're being a nag when you're just trying to make sure that every person that works in your office is safe. But security is a big problem.
And stepping back from that, I mean, is it your view that your office, the Office of Director of Public Prosecutions, is not valued by others within government?
I don't think we are properly valued because people do not properly understand what we do. And it's not just government, it is the public. The public do not understand what we do. When a crime occurs, I do not show up with a magic wand and say, poof, you're in court. It does not work that way. You will not believe how many people believe it works that way. Just because you think it's a crime, you just don't simply write me an email or a letter and say, DPP, a crime has happened, prosecute it. It does not work that way. We're a prosecutorial agency. We're not an investigative body. We act on files submitted to us by the law enforcement agencies, being the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, Her Majesty's Customs, the Department of Immigration, the Financial Investigation Agency. And while they're not a traditional law enforcement agency, the ITA, which deals with corporate matters and tax matters. Once a file has been submitted to us, there's a process of vetting it to make sure that the two-tier test, and this is a test that is applied in most Commonwealth jurisdictions, and it's actually based on the Crown Prosecution Service test, where you have the evidential burden, which is there sufficient evidence that will more than likely lead to a conviction? And then the second test was, is it in the public interest to do so? Once those two tiers are met, then you can commence by the laying of complaint in the magistrate's court. People do not understand that the importance of the DPP's office. And this was evident in the post-hurricane period and also in the pandemic period. After the hurricanes passed in 2017, after Irma passed on the 6th of September 2017, the government put in curfews and other things to stop looting. But there's one little problem. You didn't consult the people that have to take it to court. And there you have people who were looting and who were breaking curfew, but because they have not allowed the ODPP to open. And at that time, I was principal Crown Counsel. The head of office was Ms. Kim Hollis, Queen's Counsel, who actually got stuck outside the territory during the hurricane. So she was not able to get back in. And we're aware of matters that happen, criminal offenses that happen. And we were able to take them to court because the police investigate, they're arrested. There's no one to bring the file to because you haven't allowed us to open our office there or given us facilities. Actually, I can say this with confidence. 2 weeks after the hurricane, my office was the back of my vehicle because my house was destroyed. And even though police were still coming to us and asking us to give advice and those things. So it's a very important thing. Also in the pandemic period, when COVID started to shut us down around March 2020, it was the then AG, Mr. Aziz, when upon looking listing of who was exempt and who will be allowed to come out, the DPP's office was not originally on that list. It was Mr. Aziz that said the DPP has to be able to move because she's the one that has to vet the file. She has to take it to court. So she has to be one of those persons exempted. And of course, when it goes to funding, the police get funding, the courts get funding, and you forget the middleman. The police cannot take anything to court. It has to come for the DPP. And in order for the DPP to do our job, we need proper funding. We need equipment, we need staff, we need administrative support. And those things are lacking. And even with different matters, it is evident when you go to standing finance, when you go to House of Assembly, when you present your annual reports, that it is clear that there's not a proper appreciation and respect for the DPP's office and appreciation of our role.
In terms of the budget that you are you the accounting officer for your department?
Yes, I am.
You may have heard some of the Police Commissioner Mark Collins' evidence. He says the police have an allocated budget, and then they have to, through the years, to make bids for funding against that budget, some of which are sometimes turned down. The office of the DPP, do you get a budget over which you have operational control?
No, well, no one really gets a budget. They have full operational control. You're given an allocation of a budget. For example, my 2021 budget is estimated at 1.569 approximately million. What happens is that you have the money to do as you please, or to do what you're supposed to do with it. And normally, if it's a business that the government's accustomed to dealing with, you would do a purchase order and it will go. And then of course you have to put in your vote book to show how you've spent the money. Now, I think what Mr. Collins may be referring to is when you need funds outside of that. For example, I'm not going into it, but when I've had to have certain prosecutions done and we have to engage exterior counsel or Queen's Counsel, what would happen is that you would have to submit a paper to the National Security Council and then to Cabinet to get approval for additional funding in addition to your budget that you've been allocated to be able to pay for it. I've never had the experience of being turned down, but then again, we don't normally ask too often.
But if you have someone within your allocated budget, so a Crown Counsel,
Yes.
if you're a Crown Counsel down and they're in your budget, how do you actually get the money for that? Because you don't hold the money, as I understand it.
Well, what would happen when you are, for example, if you're recruiting a Crown Counsel, you have the monies there. Once a person has been hired, you will fill out a form it goes to the Ministry of Finance that will then release that money for you to be able to pay that person.
And have you had any difficulties in getting that release of money?
No, I've not had any, when it comes to getting salaries paid, I've never had any issue with that. I've never had any issue with the Ministry of Finance. What the problem we would have is at the recruitment stage. Within the past 2 years, there, at least for, as I've become aware of it, taking over in 2019, when you're going to recruit someone, you have to do a recruitment requisition form that would go through Human Resources and then to the Ministry of Finance for approval before you can even advertise that post. The problems I've faced is the length of time it takes to get back to us from Human Resources and the Ministry of Finance. But as regards to actually getting the funding, I have not experienced any difficulty.
And in terms of requisition, delay, you say, on requisition, but not refusal, just delay?
The delay.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things you have to sometimes explain to the Ministry of Finance, it goes back to them not understanding. They like to treat the DPP's office as a regular government department, but we are a law firm within the government service. We have a different role. For example, I would have an administrative post open and they will send people to me to select someone from it. The problem I have is everybody that works in the DPP's office, I subject them to police screening. That means I send your name and your information to the commissioner who takes it to his intelligence department, and we're going to find out everything we can about you because this is a small territory and we need to make sure that we know who is working for us. The problem is, unfortunately, many people that come to us, they may be qualified, they may be a great fit personality-wise, but then we find that something that they're not successful for the screening period. And one of the problems we have is right now, currently, there is a restriction on bringing in people from the outside of the government service. They usually prefer you to recruit from within the service. But the problem is people from within the service who have applied they either do not have the skill set necessary because the work we do is very detailed. It is a legal post per se, even if you're not a lawyer. You still have to have certain skills and knowledge to do it, certain training. And then of course, when it comes to the police screening, sometimes they just don't pass or they don't have an appreciation of confidentiality. Confidentiality is a very big thing for any legal department, especially the DPP's office. So these are things we need, and this is something they have to understand. Yes, I know you may have restrictions on hiring for whatever budgetary concerns there may be, but you have to appreciate that I'm not a regular government department. I need to be able to recruit the persons with the skill set that I require and who could pass police screening to become a part of my office or to join my office so we can get it done. So that's been another big problem, not so much with the legal recruitment, but the recruitment of administrative staff.
Thank you very much.
And leaving aside obviously in your office, you could be dealing with a case where, for example, as you've given the example, you need to get external counsel, and that's a different process. But other than that, your budget your current budget is 1.569 million.
Mm-hmm.
And out of that budget, do you have to pay the salaries of your staff, the running costs of your office, and the costs of bringing prosecutions?
Yes.
So everything. I mean,
it's everything. It's difficult. We get it to work the best way we can, but as principal Crown Counsel and assisting former directors, I have seen the budget for the DPP's office slowly get every year a little more takes off. I understand there are budgetary things that you have to deal with. I'm not a finance person, but I think in order for the office to run effectively, we need quite a bit more money than that. Even though with forfeitures and cash seizures, we do bring in money towards the government purse. We're not a traditional revenue generating body, but we do, through forfeitures under the Procedure Criminal Conduct Act, we do bring in money into the government. So we think that's something that should be taken into consideration when it comes to dealing with our budget. In past years, I can actually find it for you if I can, we have successfully forfeited back our budget.
And I think you said that the budget, rather than rising over the time that you've been in the office, it's either plateaued or gone down.
Plateaued or gone down. I've never seen an increase. And I'm talking from the time I became principal counsel.
And as DPP, when you can obviously submit a budget request, you've always asked for more than you've got?
Yes, always. And that's for every government department. You always ask for more, don't get as much as you want.
When do you then have to, are you required as DPP to go in front of the Standing Finance Committee?
Yes.
So that's an annual appearance on.
Yes.
And as we understand it, the Standing Finance Committee is a committee of the entire House.
Yes, that is correct.
So have you, as DPP, been able to communicate some of the difficulties that you've seen with your ability to fulfill your constitutional role to the House of Assembly?
Okay, let me answer it this way. I have gone before Standing Finance. I started going before Standing Finance from 2017 with former directors and sometimes on my own. And I have communicated the needs of the office, what we need, that we need bigger salaries. We need to be able to get security. We need a more secure accommodation for the offices. And I've always told, yes, we will do it, but then nothing.
And so keeping to the example of external counsel, you've brought in external counsel on particular cases, and there may be cases where you need specialist services that you need to use in order to bring a prosecution. There are all sorts of possibilities when one is prosecuting a case. But presumably external counsel do not charge the same hourly rate as a member of your office. Would that be a fair point to make?
That is an accurate statement. That's very accurate.
And one can never shut the door on the need for external services.
Yes, you cannot, because it is a small territory. Everyone knows everybody. If it is a case where everyone on the staff knows the person, out of an abundance of caution, we will bring in someone so it appears and it is a fair prosecution, because justice has to be seen to be done as well as be done. And one of the things that I make sure, even though I have no qualm prosecuting whoever it is, I always have to look at how is this going to look to the public? How is the public going to view how the office is dealing with the matter? And sometimes we will have to bring in external counsel. But of course, as correctly suggested, they do not charge the same rate as what we have in-house.
But your vision for your office is to have a sustainable team
Yes.
of lawyers with the required expertise who are Virgin Islanders. That's what you.
That is my hope, and that is one of the things that I would like to see. But of course, we have to be able to train them. Another big problem that I have, or difficulty, is that we do not get sufficient money for training. The one part of the budget that is normally cut is the training budget.
Are there other sources that you can go to get funds to train your staff?
Yes, before the pandemic, the Crown Prosecution Service and the Federal Commonwealth Office used to do trainings in Miami and in other OTs. And of course, you will send counsel to those trainings, but since the pandemic, they haven't hosted any for obvious reasons. We do online trainings now. We had a cybercrimes conference where counsel, once they were free from court, were able to log in, and that was of minimal charge. It wasn't very expensive. And of course, the Financial Services Commission has been very supportive and in assisting us in getting training to prepare us for the mutual evaluation in the areas of confiscation, forfeitures, general money laundering, those type of topics. So they give us assistance. They're normally on online training. And what we would do is they would invite us, and then we will send counsel or whoever's available from office to do that. And then that person that has to come and teach the rest of us that training. But it's always more prudent to have proper in-house training. I do most of the in-house training for the crowns, myself and the principal crown. We take turns doing that. But of course, when things get very busy, and especially the fact that we do not have any senior crown counsel, we are usually, senior crowns will be the persons to take matters in the High Court. And go ahead.
I'm sorry, finish your answer.
I was going to say, because we don't have that senior crown complement that we require. It requires both myself and Madam Principal Crown to be in the High Court continuously. And therefore we can't be in office, excuse me, we can't be in office as much as we need to facilitate training as we would like because of that. But once we get those posts filled, we will be able to then concentrate more on in-house training.
And are there, looking at the challenges that your office faces, particular types of category of cases, are there particular areas where you see an urgent need to bring in training?
I want urgent need for, and not just for my office, but for all the law enforcement agencies, specifically in confiscation, forfeiture, seizure of assets, not just cash, other items, dealing with items such as covert evidence, because that's something new that we're dealing with now. And just basically updating, because if you're in the United Kingdom, you would have, your inn will give you sessions to update you on updates and procedures. We don't have that facility here. Even in the majority of the office are UK trained and still are connected with their inn. You know, to have that actual constant renewed training to show you what's new in the law and how the law is developed to keep people fresh. I think that's something that we need.
And is that something that you could go either to the governor's office or to the FCDO for support for?
Yes, I actually have had some discussion, not in as much detail, but I have had discussion with His Excellency on that point. Also, I've actually sent proposals to the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee that is preparing us for the mutual evaluation, asking them for funding for training sessions with not only my office, but all the law enforcement agencies, and including the Port Authority and Airport Authority as part of the preparation for the mutual evaluation.
Could I ask you just to turn to page 3? And I just want to look at some of the recommendations you've made for change in your position statement.
Yes.
Some of those that you've discussed already, but I'd like to play some of the others. You set out in the preceding paragraphs of your statement, particularly at 4, you set out what you see are the strengths of the system, which are 3, and then the weaknesses, which are considerably more than 3.
Yes.
But taking the recommendations you made, that the first one is that the criminal procedure rules should be passed as actual legislation.
Yes.
What is the present state of the criminal procedure rules in the Virgin Islands?
Okay. Currently, we do not have a criminal procedures rules like you will see in St. Lucia or the United Kingdom. what we have is the Criminal Procedure Ordinance, which is Cap 18, which is extremely antiquated. In 2018, 2019, Her Ladyship, Madam Chief Justice, instigated a committee to start working on criminal procedure rules to be implemented in the BVI like they are in St. Lucia. The committee was headed by started chairmanship by Her Ladyship Justice Smith, who was the former resident criminal court judge. And then His Lordship Justice Morley, who is resident in Antigua, helped and is now chaired by His Lordship Justice Floyd. It consisted of the magistrates, the then director, Ms. Kim Hollis, members of the defense bar, the police, the prison, and the registrar of the High Court. That a finalized document or a final draft was presented in 2019 that was reviewed by Justice Morley and was submitted back to this jurisdiction. Now, in most Caribbean countries, it is a statutory instrument. St. Lucia, I believe, is a statutory instrument. However, the problem we have is that our magistrates are creatures of statute. So you have the Magistrates Code of Procedure, which they operate from. And if you really want these rules to work, it needs to be a formal piece of legislation that repeals and replaces Cap 18, the Criminal Procedure Act.
And which would then govern
It will
procedure
govern
in all levels of the
procedure.
criminal court.
Exactly.
So where is that now? You said that it's come back from.
Well, it's before the Bench and Bar Committee. There was a meeting on it. Certain action, I understand, was to be taken, but have not had a Bench and Bar Committee in recent times to deal with that. The last meeting we had was, I would believe, in early, I would say late March.
And once the Bench and Bar Committee has signed off on it, if there is the will to make it a piece of legislation, it would then presumably have to go through the legislative process.
Yes, correct.
Which would be going to cabinet.
Cabinet, exactly, and then for drafting instructions, and then to be taken before the House of Assembly.
Thank you. Now, the other recommendation you made is a proper review and revamp of the 1997 Criminal Code as amended.
Yes.
And other criminal legislation ensure they're current with developing trends in criminality. Mm-hmm. Where changes are made to the criminal code, or an act is brought in that criminalizes activity, it may not be directed to criminal offences as you may understand them, but it introduces a sanction that is a criminal sanction and involves a conviction. Is your office consulted on that process?
Not as much as we should be, and I'll explain. When it is necessary to get our support, we are informed this is a bill and we want you to look at it. But when it comes to what I refer to as the piecemeal amendments to the criminal code, especially to make things right, for lack of better phrasing, for the mutual evaluation or CFTF recommendations, we are not consulted. I am aware of other legislation in the past, firearms amendment and other things where amendments were made, and we find out, like with the rest of the members of the public, we're not told that we are the ones that have to go out there. The most recent one was Explosives Act. That was actually a joint venture between my office, the Deputy Governor's office, and the Ministry of Transport, which that explosives and firearms will fall under their remit as the minister responsible. But most times we're not properly consulted, or after the first reading, we'll get something, hey, we have this piece of legislation, what you think of it? And then sometimes we will literally say it can't work, or it needs to be redone, and that that stalemates the process. I have been consulted in certain legislation, the terrorism bill. I was a part of that committee and worked to getting that done. But most times, especially with the criminal code and those things, the DPP's office has been left out of the equation.
The Attorney General, during her evidence yesterday, set out, and it's in her position statement, that one of her goals is to have a consolidation of the laws of the Virgin Islands. She pointed out that the last one is, I think, 1991 when it was done, and that she considers that it hinders accessibility to the law because, put simply, you don't know where it all is, and whether some of it is enforced and some of it has been repealed. And that's obviously something that I'm sure, Director, you would not disagree with as an aim.
No, I welcome it. I welcome Madam AG's desire not only to make them accessible, but to make them electronically accessible to all members of the public. The problem is one of her predecessors tried to consolidate, and they tried to consolidate the Immigration Act and the Criminal Code, and they literally made a mess of it. So if you look at the 2013 consolidation of the Criminal Code, and you match it to what is passed, the sections don't add up. They change penalties when there's no need to change penalties, or there's nothing to show that they were changed. And we don't particularly use that one. We just go through it. There are a lot of unofficial consolidations that are either done by the private sector or different government departments for their own aid. But I do support that initiative, and I hope that is something that she's able to get done expeditiously.
What would you like to happen to the 1997 Criminal Code?
It needs to be revamped, probably trashed, and bring in something completely brand new. It's outdated as it relates to sexual offenses, especially. For example, sections 117 to 125, which deal with sexual offenses, they're all gender-based. That's not how it is now with sexual offenses. Sexual offenses someone should be able to be charged for sexual offenses regardless if they're a man or a woman, or whether that victim is a girl child or a boy child. It should not be gender specific. Also, it's very limited. For example, rape is vaginal rape. Rape has become something universal now that expands that. There's nothing for sodomy. There's nothing for buggery. If there's a buggery charge, we actually have to go to the Offenses Against the Persons Act, which was repealed except for the section on buggery. The sentences are outdated for most offenses. Some of the offenses, I'm not sure where the 1997 was based on. I know you use different legislation of other jurisdictions to do it, but some of the things that are in there, I don't think ever happened in the BVI and may never will. Some of the offenses need to be simplified. For example, kidnapping needs to be a simplified offense. The way it is written and is drafted, it's very difficult to prove as it is. Things like common assault, we need to just revamp how those are sentences. Common assault is a regular occurring, unfortunately, offense, but sometimes it has a jailable offense. We need to be able to work on that. And then, of course, consolidate that with the Criminal Justice Alternative Sentencing Act, where you have lots of different sentencing powers, but because of funding, they're not used. So that's what I would like to see, that the 1997 Act is 24 years old. And it has lots of these little teeny tiny amendments all over the place. We need to do a proper revamp and make it come into common and modern times to match what's going on in the world. For example, you have this, when they brought in the Computer and Misuse Cybercrime Act, that should have been a part of the Criminal Code, instead of being a legislation on its own. It should have been that. We're looking at the Police Act now. The Police Act is something that should have been redone many years ago to combat trends in criminality and so that the police will be on par with criminal enterprise, so that they will be up to date and have the tools that they need in order to get their investigations done.
Bearing in mind the two code tests that you would apply in deciding whether to take a prosecution forward, does the difficulties that you have identified in the 1997 criminal code hamper your work?
I do not think it hampers our work. What we would like to see, though, because when you look at how the common law has defined certain offenses and what is required in law to prove them, we need to make sure that what we have mirrors that as close as possible. But I would not say that the lapses in the legislation prevent us from doing what we have to do in fulfilling those two tests.
But taking your example of rape being gender-based, does it mean that there are some offences
Yes.
that in other jurisdictions might be prosecuted as rape, but in this jurisdiction simply
You have
cannot
to charge
be,
it as something else.
which might obviously receive a different type of sentence altogether?
Exactly.
Your reference to the Criminal Justice Alternative Sentences Act, did that bring in community penalties or?
Not to the extent that they are in the UK, but there are some. But the thing is, you have to have the proper structure in place for some of those community sentences, for parole, and those different types of things. I don't think it was properly ever funded. I think there's only one parole officer in the Social Development Department. And if you're going to have people on parole, I think you need more than one to properly manage them, to make sure there's effective management of those persons, just as an example.
So from your perspective, there isn't actually the machinery in place to give effect to that act?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, if we go back to page 3 of your position statement, you've dealt with the need for security. If there's anything you wish to say on that point, please do so at this point.
The security, when I mention security, I just don't want to limit it to my office. The magistrates need security. The magistrates need orderlies. They don't have any orderlies at the moment. They need orderlies. We need proper security, especially at the courtroom at Johns Hole. There needs more security, especially when you have dangerous prisoners coming in or being used. They need to be there. So if anything happens, the magistrate is safe. Those of us that are using the court are safe and feel safe. This is something that I've raised in different venues. The High Court also needs proper security. They usually have police officers to guard the jury, but sometimes you need more manpower, especially if you have a high-profile prisoner or a dangerous accused. You need more manpower to man the courts and to make sure that everyone is properly checked when they come in, to make sure no one has anything, not like anyone that's ever happened, but you need to make sure you have enough policing staff to make sure all those concerns are cared for.
The next point you make is a reference to a backlog of cases, and which can only be filled, as you say, you seem to say, is that by outstanding posts in the High Court Registry and the Magistrates Court being filled. And this is a backlog of criminal cases. What is the state of the current backlog?
The backlog was created as a result of the hurricanes, because when the 2 hurricanes hit, we were not unable to have court until May, June in 2018. So you had a significant backlog in the Magistrates Court especially. And in the High Court, it was caused by more than one problem. First, the hurricanes, and then there was an issue with the jury array, which had to be resolved by then Justice Smith. And then we were not able to have trials between July 2019 and I would say January 2020, when we started having trials. Then we went into lockdown. the progress with that. With the magistrates court, my office has been working with the court manager of the magistracy in trying to get the backlog down. I think there has been progress. I do not have the numbers in front of me, but I can obtain same. One of the things that I've done to assist in the backlog is a review of cases. So if a matter is what I would consider old, more than 3 years old, I will look into it. I will see whether that VC wants to proceed, where is the accused, because a lot of persons moved out of the territory after the hurricanes, including accused people. So if it's a case that the VC doesn't want to go ahead anymore, or we cannot find witnesses, then I will make a decision as to whether to enter a notice of discontinuance. Notice of discontinuances have been issued in some matters. Some persons have pled guilty. We have been trying to deal, while we do not have a traditional sense like in the United States of plea bargaining, we do try to work with the defense bar. So if a defendant counsel comes to us and says, I would like to plead my client to this offense, what would you do with this complaint? We will then negotiate and see if we can get, just to get the matter resolved. Speak to the VC, make sure they're comfortable with this position. What are their thoughts on that position? And then we'll proceed. So work is being done with the magistracy in getting that backlog reduced. As with the High Court, we are working on that. Many people have been asking for what they refer to as Goodyear hearings. So that's been shortening proceedings for certain matters. And of course, the trials. When we started having trials, now that our courtroom has now been COVID ready, we have actually moved back into that courtroom, actually Monday passed, and we are having trials as much as possible.
The next point you raised is witness anonymity.
Yes.
And you touched a little on this, but you refer to making a presentation in 2020 and drafting instructions being submitted to the Attorney General's chambers. And is that's for a bill allowing for witness anonymity
Yes,
provisions?
that is correct.
And you say no word has been received on this. So your office hasn't been asked to input into the drafting process?
No, I have not seen a drafting bill. It went through the Deputy Governor's office, and the last time I checked with them was a few weeks ago. They hadn't heard anything about it either. But it's something that we're pushing for, because while we have a justice protection legislation which facilitates a witness protection program, you really can't have witness protection without witness anonymity. It goes in hand into hand. And with on the unfortunate precedent of murders, of certain murders taking place within the past 6 to 7 months, and people want to give information, but they're terrified. It is a small community. It's easy to find out who said what, and people know this, and therefore they're reluctant. And I think that's something that's affected not only the progress in these current murders, but some of the cold cases as well. People know things, but they're just scared to tell. And I know that the officers that I work with closely, especially in major crimes and criminal investigations department, they've always asked me, when are we going to get witness anonymity? Because it will help out in some of our cases being solved.
I mean, the point that the Police Commissioner Mark Collins made earlier was that he candidly told the Commissioner that he felt that there was a lack of trust in the police, a lack of public trust in the police.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave us one reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that people did not feel that confidentiality would be respected, that if they gave information to the police about a crime, any crime, it would be known, and that concern over confidentiality also hampered information sharing between different agencies.
Exactly.
Are those two concerns that you would also share?
Yes, I have those concerns as well. It is concerning to know that I've actually have persons come to me and say, I'm aware of certain things, but I don't want to tell the police because I don't want my name out on the street or thing. And this is one of the aspects of the witness anonymity program that when we get that legislation we're going to have, that there will be a special unit set up, and these will be officers, trusted officers, who have to go through rigorous training in this area to understand how to deal with these people. And that when these people come and they deal with them, and then subsequently we have to go into based on a safety assessment into witness protection, that information will remain confidential. As it relates to the sharing of information between the law enforcement agencies, that is something that we as law enforcement agencies need to sit down and work on. The fact of the matter is, it is a problem. It does exist, and it's something that needs to be eradicated. Unfortunately, it's just a matter that some people just do not appreciate confidentiality. The government service, for example, there is an oath of confidentiality, but what is the penalty for breaching it? I think when you're in a law enforcement agency, that you need to make sure that there are certain things in place in your organization to make sure if there's any breach of confidentiality that puts a potential witness in jeopardy, or puts an operation in jeopardy, or puts your fellow officers in jeopardy, that there should be some form of swift reprimand or swift injunction or punishment so that you understand the seriousness of it. And I think that's something that would have to be done to the respective legislations that govern these organizations, so that when officers come to work for them, they know if I do this, this is the penalty. I can be fired, I can be criminally charged, or something of that nature. That's the only way it's going to stop.
And in terms of witness anonymity, a bill that provides for, or that becomes an act that provides for the establishment of a unit of trained officers to deal with those particular circumstances, ultimately, does the efficiency and efficacy of such a unit depend in part on adequate funding?
It will have to be funding, and the government will have to make sure that funding is put into it. Funding for the law enforcement agencies is required. You just can't give some a lot and some nothing. Everybody needs sufficient funding. And in the first part of my my position statement, I should say, I explained how the different law enforcement agencies and where they are. And I am of the view, and I've always held the view, that as the governor is the person for security, that all law enforcement agencies and the prison should be, and the court system should be under the governor. This is for more than one reason. First of all, when you have, because the governor's role is security, they have the expertise in assessing and guiding these departments and making sure these departments have the funding that they require, the human resources that they require. And it should be set up in a way that in order to prevent them from being hindered financially, well, I wouldn't say hindered financially, but to prevent any hindrance of them getting access to the funds they need. That unit or those offices are all under this one particular arm of the governor, which would include AG, DPP, all the law enforcement agencies I listed before, the courts, they will call it a Ministry of Justice in other jurisdictions. I know that some people are not comfortable with that phrase, but what I think needs to happen is all of them are under that umbrella. So one, there's no political influence or apparent political influence. There's a way to make sure everyone gets the necessary funding that they need without hindrance. It will also prevent the issues of sharing information, because they're under one head, then everyone should be able to share information without any form of apprehension or hindrance.
That's obviously not the situation that pertains at the moment.
No, it's not.
But
I can wait for it.
from what you're saying, I think I want to put this to you, and that is that under the Constitution, the governor does have responsibility for security.
Yes, he does.
What should also be said, of course, is that the governor doesn't have a separate budget to deal with security matters.
Exactly.
But a criticism could be made of a governor that, given that role for security, that responsibility for security, then governors should be more proactive in seeking and obtaining support for officers like yours from the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office. Is that, firstly, would you say that that was a fair criticism?
No, it's not a fair criticism, because I cannot speak for the other law enforcement agencies, but for the DPP's office, we have gotten great support from the governors of past in getting funding for us. In 2013, the then governor, Boyd McCleary, through the Jubilee Fund, was able to get us criminal justice advisors to help us develop frameworks and policies within the office. And that happened between 2013 and 2015. Under Governor Duncan, we received funding for training from the FCO. Under Governor Jasper, we've gotten funding from the FCO to help us with certain investigations, funding, and training. And I will say the same for the current governor, Governor Rankin.
You obviously can't speak for other law.
I can't speak for the other. I can only speak for what has happened with my office.
And developing your proposal that one brings all the law enforcement agencies under one ministry, if you like. Mm-hmm. You titled it the Ministry of Justice. Are there, aside from sort of dealing with the information sharing and confidentiality aspects, are there any other benefits that you would see from taking that step?
Well, one of the benefits would be that there'd be equal training of all law enforcement officers, because the reality is the police have except training for them. I cannot speak. I know Customs has training for their officers. I'm not sure the detail of training the Department of Immigration have for theirs. I know some immigration officers are former police officers, so they have that basic training. But the thing is, if you have everybody under that one umbrella, everyone will get the equal opportunity to be trained as a law enforcement officer. So like in the other jurisdictions, when you go to other jurisdictions, the police, customs, immigration, prison officers all have the same basic training. They know how to deal with certain situations. I don't think that's across the board here. Yes, customs may have that training, the police may have that training, but I'm not sure if the other law enforcement agencies have access or that opportunity to do so.
Can I turn, please, Director, to the point you make about the Jury Act, and you've described it as antiquated and needing to be updated.
Yes.
Just can you explain to the Commissioner, how, as currently, how are juries selected in the Virgin Islands?
Okay. Under the current legislation, Cap 36, persons under Section 4, it speaks to the qualification of jurors. Persons between the ages of 21 and 60, provided that they've lived in the territory for 10 years, they are a belanger or a citizen, they're not a member of the House of Assembly, says Legislative Council in the Legislative House of Assembly now, and they do not have a conviction, should be eligible to sit on the jury. One of the problems we've had in the past, which led to the judgment by Her Ladyship Justice Smith regarding this on the 4th of October 2019, was based on an application made by the then Director of Public Prosecutions, Ms. Kim Hollis, Queen's Counsel, because it was discovered that the juries were being selected based on the voters list. which means that you were leaving out a significant basis of the population, because the voters list has a different criteria to what is required under the Act for a juror. Now, that problem has been remedied, but the problems with juries, as I see it, this is a very small community. It is very difficult when you are dealing or selecting a jury and you have persons, and then you find out that jurors are related to witnesses, related to the accused, related to the victim, related to counsel. I always make a joke of this with my juniors, and I've told them one term I had to stand by about 15 people on the list because they were all Scatliffes. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but I said, even if I did not know them, their appearances, you have the person prosecuting is a Scatliffe, and person on the jury with the survey in Scatliffe, it gives the appearance that something is not right. So I think one of the things is we need to, once you are resident in this territory, you should be able to serve on the jury. Once you do not have a conviction or have any political affiliations as being a member of the House of Assembly, you should be able to sit on the jury array. And of course, one of the concerns we had, because when the jury was a jury bill introduced in 2009, and that did not go very far. It was brought back in 2015. And in 2020, the deputy governor raised it again to try and see if we can get that done. And I made comments to him. And some of the solutions I've asked for is that the age for jurors should be from 18 and up. I don't believe in discriminating on age. The residents, once you have been a resident of the BVI for 5 years as opposed to 10. And that you source information for juror registrar from the supervisor of elections, the registrar general, which would hold persons who are citizens and belongers, the Social Security Board, the Labor Commissioner, and from the Chief Immigration Officer. So those things will all be cross-referenced. So you have a full and effective list to pull a jury array from.
Going back to the point you made about witness anonymity, are there any difficulties in the way jury trials are conducted that could put jurors at risk?
The problem with the current jury system is, unlike other jurisdictions, we cannot sequester our jurors. So even though the learned trial judge will give certain directions, don't speak to anyone, don't entertain this, don't look at this, and different warnings, there's no way to ensure that they are doing so. Of course, you have the trust system. You have to trust your jurors. You have to trust that they will listen to the judge. But sometimes we need to sequester them. There have been examples or instances in the past of allegations, and I say allegations because none of them have been proved, of jurors being approached, jurors being offered certain things. And that all goes to why you need to be able to sequester your jury, to keep them safe, to keep their families safe as well, and to prevent any form of jury tampering. But it's not existence on the face of the current legislation.
What you've also set out in your remedies section, if you like, is that you say there is need for a constitutional amendment to allow an election for a judge-only trial in cases of murder, gang cases, sexual offences, especially with children. And then you say other matters will still be conducted by way of trial by jury. Now, first question is, why those categories?
From my experience, when you're dealing with serious murder trials, trials involving purported gang affiliation, there's always reluctance. Jurors will find excuses just not to sit on because they don't want to be exposed, or they think something will happen to them, etc. And these are things that I've been told by former jurors of concerns they have had. Whether it relates to children, in my experience of dealing with sexual offenses, especially with children, even though there are special measures, the fact of the matter is, for some strange reason, when a child knows that there are going to be 9 pairs of eyes focused on them, as it strikes fear into them. They're reluctant, and in many cases, persons do not wish to proceed because they just can't. The thought of going before a jury is either very humiliating or it's very scary for them, and they just rather just not proceed. That has been my experience with persons or victims of sexual offenses. They're reluctant to go before a jury.
So in terms of election, to whom would the right to elect a judge-only trial fall?
Well, when I made a suggestion, I was doing it based off of the proposed plan in Jamaica, where the election could be either raised by the prosecution or the accused. So if the Crown has certain information where they think that it may be prudent to have a judge-only trial, they will make an application. And then, of course, if the other side does not agree, it will be challenged, and of course, there will be submissions made, and the trial judge will make the final determination.
So it wouldn't be a true election. It would be an exercise of discretion by the
Exercise
court.
of justice,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. No, I understand.
It wouldn't be an election in the traditional sense of the word.
Exactly. Yes.
But it is nonetheless a significant departure from what may be said to be a cornerstone of the constitutional protections that are afforded to citizens of the BVI.
I don't think so, because in other jurisdictions, especially in the light of COVID, the debate for judge-only trials has taken up quite a lot of steam. Some accused prefer a judge to deal with it because it can get done expeditiously. Or some of them even think that they have a better chance in front of a judge. They're being judged by people who may have a preconceived notion of them. So they're always the to and fro for the argument. I don't think it undermines a right to a fair trial, but I think that's why I think that the way of doing it in a discretionary way described will still give that accused or even the Crown the right to say, okay, this is a situation where we better heard by a judge alone, and then let the judge decide whether he thinks it is the proper way to go.
Doesn't it risk sort of ancillary litigation? Because if you lose in an application, then you would appeal it, and that introduces delay in the system.
Well, you put certain procedures in the criminal procedure rules to combat against that. So if they want to appeal it, they have to wait to the end of the matter, and then everything goes before the Court of Appeal. It's the same. When I look at it, judge-only trials are similar to magistrate court trials. So if you're saying going before the magistrate defers a man's right to a fair trial because it's a summary matter and he doesn't have a jury at the summary matter, the same thing will go ahead. How would the proposal work? Of course, these are things that will all have to be ironed out. But as I understand it from other jurisdictions who are trying this discretionary election thing, that there are things in place that if the trial judge makes a certain determination and proceeds with the trial, then it could be a ground of appeal at that stage. There's nothing to discuss, as Mr. Wyatt has suggested, that it could be after. It could probably cause a delay, but certain things will have to be considered before we do that. But remember, this is an idea. This is nothing that's in stone. It's just a suggestion of how to make things better.
But as a suggestion, it involves, I suppose, all the various points that you made,
Of course.
beginning to interconnect. A new jury act, a revamp of the code, and criminal procedure rules.
Well, the criminal procedure rules and the jury act will probably come in before that suggestion even takes root, because remember, we are having a constitutional review around this time. And even if you suggest something of that nature. It's something that everybody has to be on board with. So that's why I say it's a suggestion. The Jury Act and the Criminal Procedure Rules will probably come into play long before that's something that's even considered.
You mentioned that this was being considered in Jamaica, and you've obviously made inquiries and considered this question. Are there any other Caribbean jurisdictions where this is being considered, or indeed any other jurisdictions that you've?
I understand Trinidad is considering it. I know there were debates about it in Antigua. The position in Antigua is a little bit different than me, because while the judges are for it, I believe it is my understanding that some of the bar are not for it. They prefer to have jury trials.
Can I move on to the next point that you made, which is a need for media legislation on how to properly report criminal crimes. And you then say the right to freedom of expression must be balanced with the accused's right to a fair trial and the right to privacy as it relates to witnesses. So in terms of media reporting, what restrictions are there currently, if any?
There are none. My office actually, through the Government Information Service, released a booklet earlier this year on the proper way of reporting a criminal trial. For example, I will use this as an example. A few years ago, there was an incident involving a minor, a sexual offense, including a minor. The VC was a minor, and the accused was a minor. And it was a high court matter. And certain publication decided it was a good idea to print the names of those persons, those minors, a few days before the high court trial. And of course, being the small territory it is, you figure out who is who and who is related to who, and different things happened as a result. And the then trial judge called for the media and said, you cannot do this. This is not, it's reckless to do so. But the main point with the media is not so much the media themselves, is the allowance of blogs. In the blogs, they try the case without any evidence or knowledge of what has really happened. And they determine the guilt of the accused, they criticize victims and witnesses, police officers, and it raises something called pretrial publicity. It has been a ground of appeal that I have fought on more than one occasion, where the accused has been convicted and they say, well, all the pretrial publicity, the jury saw this, they read this, and they made a judgment against me based on what they've read in this online news publication. While I understand with political topics, people have the right to blog, but they should do so responsibly. And the media houses have a responsibility to ensure that it's not defamatory, because that is a crime under the 2019 amendment to the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act. The fact of the matter is, you have to remember, this is a small jurisdiction. You have a small jury pool. There's a great danger of poisoning your jury array with these comments. And that's why I say you have to balance it. How can you get up and have loud blogs to say a man is guilty when he's supposed to be presumed innocent? That is the contention or the problem that I have with it. It is for the tribunal of fact, being the jury in the case of the High Court, or the magistrate in the case of summary matter, to determine where the truth lies and who is telling the truth and who is lying and who is guilty and who is innocent. That's not for public opinion. It's one thing for the media to report, and once they report accurately, I have no problem with that. What I am concerned with is publication of names of minors, especially in sexual offenses, and names of victims, names of persons who may have given information, because sometimes you're in court, you have to tell the magistrate or the trial judge certain information. You can't say, my lord, I can't say that. Let me write his name on a piece of paper and hand it up to you. You can't do that. But at the same time, yes, the magistrates are very helpful in this. They will say, look, the Crown has said this, but we would ask you to use your discretion and not disclose certain things that have been said before. Because especially with arrest matter, when bail is being determined, the court has to have a proper outline of what has happened in the matter. And while you might not say names, there may be information that if published, people can figure out who said what and who's giving information to police and those type of things. And it all goes back to witness anonymity, because then you're putting people in danger. So one of the things, I wouldn't say to put legislation or restrict, we're not trying to restrict the right to a free press or freedom of expression, but it has to be balanced against the Section 16 right to a fair trial and due process. It has to be balanced with the witnesses who have volunteered to come and assist their right to privacy. The right to a free press is not an absolute right. It's a balanced right. It has to be balanced against other things. So that's the point I was making there.
But in your experience, has a ground of appeal based on pretrial publicity succeeded?
No, it has not. It's been, I will be very straightforward. It's been very hard to fight because of, in the one time I did prosecute it, or let's say in the appeal, in that particular case, they reported on the deceased, one of the deceased, it was a murder case. The deceased family member was on the stand and they were very emotional and made certain comments. And they did a blow-by-blow account of what happened in court. And then the blogs mounted it on. And of course, the problem is, as I said before, jurors are not sequestered in our legislation. So we don't know who went home and read that article, read those blogs. And it was very hard we succeeded at the appeal in preventing that ground of appeal from being successful. But at the same time, it was very difficult because you're trying to convince the Court of Appeal that that type of level of emotion and sympathy being eroded or into the news article could not have prejudiced a juror. So that's the concern we have.
And that's something which, in your view, can only be remedied by legislation.
Not only legislation, I've been thinking about it, self-regulation. In other jurisdictions, the media do self-regulate. It is something I've raised with GIS. Is there a possibility of there being an association of those persons in the media to come together and regulate themselves? Legislation, I think, is a draconian step and probably will be a last resort. But if they understand and get guidance and understand this is why we should do this, I have brought out guidance to the media and to the general public on the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act, especially with electronic defamation, general defamation under the criminal code, as to what constitutes it and how your electronic documents, being online media, Facebook posts, can be construed to be an offense. I have published those things, and that was published in early 2020, right after the lockdown. And they have these materials before them to give them guidance.
Can I move on to the last
Yes, of course.
one that you've mentioned, which you have already spoken to, so hopefully we'll deal with it quickly. It's your recommendations, the police prosecution unit should be transferred to the ODPP. Mm-hmm. Commissioner Collins, when he gave evidence earlier, agreed that it is an outdated position for the police to have any prosecutorial function. And he said that his evidence included that one of his concerns was that areas he saw for improvement was that too often what he described as skeleton files were given to the DPP, and so that it's left to your office to fill in the gaps. Whereas what he would like to achieve is a position where the investigating authority, the police, hand to you a file that actually has all of the evidence in it on which you deem necessary to make a charging decision. Do you agree that that's the way it should work?
It should, but the only way that's going to happen is if you have consultations with the DPP's office in the investigative stages of the trial. Now, there are certain divisions within the police that, I guess because of the nature of the offenses they deal with, they will actually have consultations with us before the file is complete. So when the arrest happens, we have a complete case file. As it relates to little minor offenses, like for example, if you go down the road and you see a police officer, they see A assaulting B, and they arrest him, and then they put together a file quickly because they have to do that. Then, of course, we have what is called the vetting process, where we review the file that's given to us, and then we say, okay, this is what you need to complete this file. It's something that's been in place since 2012. It does work for the most part, but of course it goes back to the police doing what they have to do. I agree with the commissioner in part that is a goal or an achievement that we should all strive for. But the reality is, an investigator will investigate, but then there's always something else that he may not have put his mind to, that when the prosecutor reads it, they will ask for more information or ask for additional information. But as far as possible, once they understand, and one of the things I am working with the commissioner is training of the officers, so they understand when you put together a case file, this is what should be in that case file to help eliminate skeleton files, to use the commissioner's phrase.
Thank you. Can I deal with one other matter, and that is, you've spoken a number of times, Director, about the fact that this is a small jurisdiction, it's a small community, and you've alluded to and given examples of how that can arise in the context of a jury trial. Within your own organisation internally, how do you deal with potential conflicts of interest?
In our office, if there's a conflict of interest, you're supposed to acknowledge it immediately and normally inform me. In the rare times that I have had a conflict, that is why I have a principal Crown Counsel. My principal Crown Counsel is not from this jurisdiction. So if it's something that I cannot deal with, she will then deal with it. But with the counsel, if counsel cannot deal with a matter because of conflict of interest, they will not see that file. I will not have them anywhere near that file, not even to hold papers if another counsel is sick or in another court. I will always make sure that they do not have any involvement in that file for their own safety and for the safety of the office and the integrity of the office. As it relates to it, of course, being a Virgin Islander, I can't call conflict on every person I know. However, I do make sure that if it's something that is someone that I know very well or someone I'm related to, I make sure that that conflict is noted. I make my staff aware of that conflict. I will make the commissioner aware of the conflict so to make sure that they don't ask my guidance on the matter. And I always will make the commissioner aware or the investigating officer aware of any potential conflict with their cases within the chambers so that they will know who they can ask and who they cannot ask if they need guidance or advice. So that's how I would normally deal with conflict of interest in my chambers.
Commissioner, may I have a moment?
Certainly.
Commissioner, those are my questions. Can I conclude by thanking the Director for the time that she has given the Commission today and for the detail with which she has given her evidence.
And can I echo that, please, Director? Both your time and the helpful way in which you've answered all of the questions. It's been very interesting and helpful. So thank you.
Most grateful, glad I could be of assistance.
Thank you. Commissioner, if you could rise briefly. I don't know whether we want to have a break for lunch, but before we determine that, perhaps if I could just check on the current stage of witnesses.
Yes, can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Rowett.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our next witness will be the Chief Immigration Officer, Mr. Ian Penn. Commissioner, Mr. Penn has previously given evidence, so there's no need for him to either take the oath or affirm. So if I could just go straight to my questions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Penn.
Mr. Penn, do you have a copy with you of the position statement that you've submitted to the Commission?
Yes, I do.
Can I ask you, as we're going through, just to remember to keep your voice up, please. The microphone in front of you, unfortunately, won't amplify, it just records. But if you speak close to it and keep your voice up, hopefully we'll get an accurate record of your evidence. Thank you, first of all, for making that position statement and also for the patience you've shown today in waiting to give your evidence. Everyone here will have had an opportunity to read the position statement. It has been published on the inquiry's website. What I'd like to do is just ask you some ancillary questions on various points within the statement. Could I take you, please, to your answer to the first question, which was to ask about the system of immigration, how it's organized in the BVI. And you explained that there are two pieces of legislation that govern the Immigration Department. The first is the Immigration and Passport Act, that's CAP 130. And the second is the Immigration and Passport Regulations of 2014. You conclude by saying the Chief Immigration Officer is the advisor to government on matters relative to immigration. Is that position limited to a particular arm of government, or are you the advisor to the whole of government on issues of immigration?
I'm an advisor to the whole of government on issues of immigration.
So that includes the legislature, the executive, the cabinet, and the governor?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. If you go to the next question, you were asked about the processes and systems in place to monitor the effectiveness of the immigration system in the BVI. And as part of your answer, you explained that that is monitored through the legislative arm of government. So members of the House of Assembly can question any policy, process, and procedure being undertaken by the department. Can you give the Commissioner some additional detail as to how that works? Are you summoned in front of a committee of the House of Assembly, or is it done in a different way?
Well, normally what happens, Commissioner, is that every year we have our budget submissions, and we have to go before the House of Assembly to make representation.
That's the Finance Standing Committee.
Yes. Yes, make representation as to our budgets. And at that particular point in time, that is used as an avenue for the legislatures to ask questions about immigration, the procedures, and a number of questions that they would have concerning immigration, that I would answer from time to time.
So the questions go beyond finances, but they can go. Can you be asked at that point questions about the operation of your department?
Yes.
You also mention in the same answer the Immigration Board. You say that it has no executive or administrative function in respect of the day-to-day operations of the department, but it can give advice on matters within the control of immigration. Firstly, how is the Immigration Board constituted?
Yeah, the Immigration Board is constituted by the Minister of Immigration, and they are appointed and given a rate of appointment where it would set out how long they would be appointed for in office, and then they would sit on matters relating to residency or belonging status in the territory.
Let's see. What's the kind of advice that the board would give to you as Chief Immigration Officer?
The board can give advice to me as Chief Immigration Officer as it relates to persons entering the territory, persons who are here in the territory, who are not belongers, who are here on work permits, and from time to time, give, advice as to, any immigration matters relating to those areas.
And does it, amongst its number, include any specialists in immigration? Is there on the board, is there someone who sits who has specialist expertise in immigration?
No.
And are they giving you advice about policy or general policy, or are they referring to specific cases?
It could be both. It could be both, but even if they give advice, it doesn't necessarily mean that I would have to take that advice wholeheartedly and act upon it. I still reserve the right to take whatever advice and act upon it if I see fit. If I don't, then I use my own discretion on the matter.
Does it fall to you to bring things to the immigration board, or are there regular meetings of the board at which you have to appear?
Yes, there's regular meetings to the board, and I am expected to make a presentation at every meeting concerning immigration matters, within the territory that is pertinent to the board for discussion and also for advice on certain matters as well.
So could there be a straightforward matter? And let's take a hypothetical example. Somebody has overstayed their work permit.
Right.
And from your perspective as Chief Immigration Officer, that's a straightforward matter.
Right.
You're clear in your mind what your powers are. You're clear in your mind what the decision should be. In those circumstances, could that be one of the things that you wouldn't take that to the board?
No, I wouldn't take something that's simple to the board. It would have to be, something more complex, that I am wrestling with a decision, as to, what decision I should make. And then I would, take it to the board and, get their views, their advice, as I said. And then after that, depending on what advice I get, then it can help me, to make my decision, or I just make it, on my own as I see fit.
So would you tend, therefore, to say more complex cases, so cases that could have impact on other cases, have wider consequences? Are those the sort that you would take to the board?
Yes. And
separate from getting advice from the board, if you needed legal advice, if you wanted somebody to tell you about something in the Immigration Act or something in the regulations that perhaps was ambiguous, where would you go for such advice?
The Attorney General chambers.
If I could take you now to your paragraph 4, which I think is on the second page. You're asked about the responsibilities that you have as Chief Immigration Officer in respect of detecting and investigating corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty that may have taken place in public office within the immigration system in recent years. Now, your answer is directed really to the internal situation within your department. And if you could just remind, and I apologize for having to ask this, but just remind the Commissioner, how long have you been Chief Immigration Officer?
I've been appointed to the post in September, in the 3rd of September, 2020.
Were you acting up before then?
Yes, I was acting.
And you've been, I think you've been an experienced officer in the Immigration Department for a substantial number of years, haven't you?
Yes.
Now, looking at it internally, what you've said is that your responsibility includes the investigation of any suspected corruption, abuse of office, or dishonesty, and there would be an internal investigation. And then you would be expected under the general orders, which is the Commissioner is aware of those. It's the general orders revised in 1982 that govern terms and conditions relating to civil service or the public service. You're expected to report to your parent ministry by way of the Human Resources Department. And that's whether it then needs to go to the Public Service Commission. Is that right?
Yes.
In terms of and once that referral is made, further action may follow.
Yes.
But in terms of your internal investigations, taking, for example, the last 3 years, how many such investigations have been undertaken?
There probably could have been probably two to my recollection, at this point.
Is that something that you could confirm for the commissioner if necessary?
Yes.
And do you have in terms of the internal investigation part, who within your department would conduct such an investigation?
Well, as I outlined here in my position statement, to that there, I believe in a chain of command, and if it's an officer who's at a port of entry, each port has a supervisor, and it starts with the supervisor, and then the supervisor would report upwards the chain until it reaches to myself. And
are you the ultimate person who makes the decision as to what happens next?
Yes, to move it along further out of the department, as we describe, to the parent ministry, to the HR department, and to any other agency if needs be.
Now, from your recollection, in the last 3 years there've been 2, and I appreciate it. It wasn't something we asked you to confirm before giving evidence, but did those 2 investigations that you can recall, did they lead to any action being taken against individuals?
No, the outcome of the investigations did not in any way incriminate in anyone, and therefore they were inconclusive, and therefore they were concluded in that manner.
If you look now at before we leave 4, and it's not something you really deal with in your position statement, but in terms of sort of external investigations, if there is corruption or abuse of office or other serious dishonesty, would the immigration department and yourself as chief immigration officer ever get involved in an external investigation, or would that be a matter that would just immediately be under the purview of the police force?
Right. So if there is an investigation that warrants external investigation, then that's where I would write to the police commissioner and ask assistance in investigating a matter, depending on what it is.
What you say at 5, and you're asked about the processes and systems in place to detect and investigate matters relating to corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty. And you've set out there your point about chain of command. So an officer reports to a supervisor, who then reports up further to the chain of command, with you sitting at the top of it. What you say is these layers allow for checks and balances to take place at each level, thus resulting in the detection and investigation of any suspected wrongdoing. The phrase checks and balances, what did you have specifically in mind? What are these checks and balances?
No, what I had in mind when I mentioned that is that, as I said, again, it starts with the supervisor. So when it comes up, that chain, all those layers through the chain, it means that, every person in that chain, would be able to check the supervisor below and make sure that, everything was in place, all the right questions was asked, all stones were overturned, and make sure that, everything was done by the book, and make sure that we have a solid case if, to go forward if needs be.
So it goes from officer to supervisor. If the supervisor were to say, I don't see anything here worth investigating, that would still be checked by the unit head.
Yes.
I see. And it carries on like that.
Yes.
All the way up.
Yes.
Nice. So it's not the case in the immigration department that a supervisor could sort of brush something under the carpet without a unit head knowing.
No.
Fully. Thank you. Go to now to paragraph 7, please. You were asked about the strengths and weaknesses of the immigration system in the BVI. What you said as a strength is the ability to properly detect and manage migration in the territory, having a highly skilled and trained officer complement, allowing for efficient execution of tasks, and benefits of working jointly, locally and regionally. And you say the most evident weaknesses faced are technological limitations and limited staffing. Taking that last one first, what is the cause of limited staffing in the immigration department?
Well, this can come from budgetary constraints, meaning that from time to time, budgets are submitted every year, and more staffing is put in there, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you get you get the staff that you allocate or you budget for. So it's been a continuous matter for years. Because of, as I said again, budgetary constraints in terms of, financing, more staff to the department. However, I would say that, that the department is a very big department because we have a number of ports of entries and, and other administrative duties, and staffing is very important. To have, make sure that all those areas are properly covered. But as I said, from time to time, we would make submission for more staff, but it is not always that we get, the staffing that we need.
What is your current staffing level in terms of, you will obviously have immigration officers, right, and then support staff. Taking your immigration officers first, how many do you have?
Well, my immigration complement stands right now at 57.
And in terms of support
and
staff?
that includes the deputy and assistant chiefs and all the other officers.
Yes.
And my support staff is very small as well, which is 6 administrative support staff.
And how many points of entry does the immigration department have to cover? You've obviously got the airport, but where else would you have your...
Well, I can name them. I can name them out for you. The airport, Rotown, Weston, Jos van Dyke, Virgin Gorda. There's 3 areas in Virgin Gorda: the airport and 2 seaports, and we also have the airport in Anegada.
57 officers. How many should you have?
How many?
How many are you understaffed in terms of your? Sorry, I'll start that all over again. What the commissioner's heard evidence from the Attorney General, who says that she is understaffed. He's heard evidence from the Commissioner of Police, who says he also has vacancies that remain unfilled. It's the same position with the Director of Public Prosecutions. She's understaffed as well. Is that the same position in the Immigration Department?
Yes, it is.
And you say you have 57 officers. How many vacancies do you have for immigration officers?
Well, I don't have a lot of vacancy because this number have been at standstill for quite a number of years, and the department is growing, the country is growing, and therefore we need, we would need more manpower to, to make sure that things are get done efficiently, and that we have more persons to do that.
And what is your 2021 budget?
2,899,000.
And over the last few years, has that budget roughly stayed the same, or has it decreased, or has it increased?
Well, in some instances, it has decreased because, as I said, budgetary constraints. We had Category 5 hurricane in 2017. We're dealing with COVID. So from time to time, we had to make budget cuts. And so therefore our budget number would go down, but not necessarily staffing. I mean, we would maintain the staffing that we have, but in terms of being able to acquire new staff, that has been the challenge.
And one point that both the Attorney General and the Director of Public Prosecutions made was that certainly for lawyers, pay rates are lower in public service than they would be in the private sector. Is low pay a deterrent for you as Chief Immigration Officer in terms of recruiting? Does it stop you getting people?
Not entirely, but it is a factor. It is a factor, and it is something that is in one of my plans going forward to put forward a review, for increase of salaries for officers, and even to make it attractive, for persons who coming on to immigration for the first time.
Have you found it difficult to retain staff? Or do you find that staff will once in the department, they will stick at the job, or do you see people come and go often?
Well, we don't have come and go often. We have persons who have been there for a career length of time, but from time to time, based on how things are economically, as I said, and salary-wise, and not being able to get a number of things because of budgetary constraints, it can be frustrating, to the officers and persons who work in the department.
In terms of forgive me if I canvassed you with this when you last gave evidence, Mr. Penn, but the police commissioner mentioned the fact that within the police, people can do second jobs. His evidence was that it's not something he necessarily likes, but he understands why people sometimes have to do that and why they have other businesses. Does that happen within the immigration department, that you will have people who work in the immigration department may also have an outside business?
Yes, we have that, and I make sure that those persons fill out their private interest forms, and make sure that they are submitted to the parent ministry, and and it's been dealt with, and make sure that that they are checked and upgraded every year, to make sure that they are either doing the same thing, they have stopped, or whether they have added to it.
And is it the parent ministry that can say, yes, you can have a second job, or is it you as Chief Immigration Officer that makes that decision? No,
it goes through a process. Because of the parent ministry, most thing administratively would go to the parent ministry first, and then on to HR, and then that's where the decision would be made. From HR, and then the decision would then be sent back to the parent ministry and back to the department.
When HR is making that decision, do they consult you at all?
If they need to, then they would.
Two more matters, please. One of the points that Commissioner Collins made was that he felt that, well, firstly, that the police need a designated vetting officer, and that the police themselves their own internal vetting wasn't up to scratch. Now, this was something that which I asked you questions about when you last gave evidence, and that was about vetting of your own officers. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection was that your evidence was that where you need to vet officers, you would use the police, for example, as a service. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure you'll tell me if I've misremembered your evidence. But in terms of vetting within the Immigration Department, what is the current process?
Okay, I think what I told you the last time is that persons who apply to be immigration officers, they would have to submit a police report. So they would have to go to the police station and get that. So we use that as one point. Then within the department, we have and somewhat the parent ministry as well. All applications are vetted and looked at in a number of ways, and then what we do is we shortlist, based on our vetting process, and then we schedule interviews, for those persons who we have shortlisted.
And once someone is an immigration officer and has started work, do you periodically vet officers as they go through the organization?
We do not have such a system in place, but what I can say is that persons are hired mostly on a temporary basis, and then they have to go through an appraisal process, the performance, and once they've passed, their performance, well, not only at one time, but from time to time, then we can say, that this officer, is a good officer, and the officer, knows what he's about, and so forth. But the vetting process is done through the performance appraisal process, which is done twice a year, and where the officer will sit down with their supervisor and go through the appraisal process, as to their performance on the job. And if they're underperforming, then action will be taken.
But part of vetting is about asking about someone whether they may have outside interests that could affect how they do their job. Now, I think what you've said to the Commissioner is that you'll vet them in that way when they apply to be an immigration officer. My question is that once they're in and they carry on in the job, do you actually ever periodically go back and check someone's background, check if they have any associations? Even if they're 10 years into the job, do you go back and go, let's just see whether this person has any associations that could affect their ability to be an immigration officer?
No, we don't have such system in place.
And in terms of your budget, you've given the figure to the Commissioner. Is that budget sort of allocated to you? Is that given to you to spend in the way that you see fit through the year? Or do you have to, is it a sort of paper budget that you have to apply for funds for?
Well, how the department is structured at, right now, we have to apply for, whatever spending that we need to our parent ministry. And that's the structure as it is right now.
So if for example, you wanted to recruit another immigration officer or buy a piece of equipment that you considered was important to the functioning of the department, you would make an application to your parent ministry?
Yes.
And is that where it stops? Do they say yes or no, or does it involve the Ministry of Finance at all? Do you know?
No, well, if there's no money, or if there's not enough money, then the parent ministry will then petition the finance department to see if they could assist or help, get the monies to do so. The parent ministry as well, if we send forward a requisition, they have the right to say, whether it is too expensive or whether that we should go and check another supplier and try to find something at a cheaper rate. They have the right to do so.
Final matter from me. You will remember the evidence that Mr. Collins gave about the joint task force. And in summary, he questions its operational effectiveness and value for money. And what he explained to the Commissioner he's done is to have an internal review of the police element of the joint task force, which he then plans to bring to you and Mr. Smith, so that you can then have a further review of the overall joint task force. Now, obviously, that process is not yet concluded, but from your perspective, do you have any concerns about the operational effectiveness of the joint task force at the moment?
Well, at the moment, the joint task force is operating very well. I listened to the Commissioner remarks this morning. So what I can assume that he's probably getting at is to probably have things more structured, have more reporting mechanism, have more information on hand, and have more recording of information, that actually happened between the joint task force.
What information do you currently have then? How do you say that as a strength of the immigration system, the ability to properly detect and manage migration, but what information do you have in respect of the success in doing that?
Well, we have just put into place a new border management system on the Immigration Department, and we are also hoping to have the APIS system put in place, where we would be able to have information on persons coming to the territory even before they arrive. So that information would be very important to us. Persons coming to the territory would also go through some law enforcement agency systems where it can detect undesirable persons coming into the territory. So that information will be vital for the Joint Task Force, Police and Customs as well.
Those management systems for individuals who come into the territory in legitimate, conventional ways. The Joint Task Force, of course, is designed to stop people coming into the territory unlawfully through non-conventional ways.
Yes.
How is that measured? You say that the Joint Task Force is working well, and I think the Commissioner of Police said that it works well at, as it were, at your level, at the strategic level. But what about at the operational level? What performance indicators do you use at operational level?
Well, at the operation level, police, customs, immigration, whatever matters is encountered and dealt with is properly recorded. It's properly recorded, and
but what is recorded?
Well, what has happened are the incidents, that has happened, and what action was taken, and what was done. So, in our respective annual reports, information is put in there as to operations, that were taking place. Obviously, we wouldn't go into specifics, but we can give numbers and certain information as to what happened.
And you mentioned the annual report. Is that information collected annually?
Yes. As we go and we do operations, whether the operation was successful or not, that information is recorded, and therefore the information is put into our annual report, which is redacted from the actual information that is that is there.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner, I don't have any further questions.
Could I just raise one further question? That's to do with training, and you've put in here in your position statement that again, as a strength of the immigration system, that you have a highly skilled and trained officer complement. So do you have no issues with training? Other areas of the public service say that you may have heard some of this evidence, but they say they find it challenging to find the money to be able to train their staff properly.
Well, there's always room for training. When I alluded to training there, I am talking about trained officers that perform their jobs as they are right now in their normal duties. But there's always room for training in a number of areas that officers would need. I know that that police has a training academy that is done here in the territory. I feel that immigration can benefit from a comprehensive training program where they would be trained in a number of areas other than what they are actually doing right now.
So
to enhance
more specialist areas.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. Rowett?
Nothing from me, Commissioner. Save to thank Mr. Penn for returning to us, and also for the way in which he's given his evidence again.
Yes, can I echo that? Thank you very much, Mr. Penn, for coming and answering our questions. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I'm not going to ask you to rise. What I was going to suggest is if Mr. Smith could sit at the other desk there, then he will appear on camera and I can still put my questions to him.
Yes.
Mr. Penn is, of course, at liberty to leave. He needs to leave, so
yes.
Of course he can leave. So if Mr. Smith could sit at this one. Thank you.
Do leave, Mr. Penn, if you wish to leave. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Mr. Rowett.
Commissioner, for the transcript, our next witness is the Commissioner of Customs, Mr. Wade Smith, who has, like Mr. Penn, previously given evidence, so there's no need for him to affirm or take the oath again. Mr. Smith, if I explain again, it is for those following or who want to read the transcript. You have also provided a position statement to the Commissioner, which answers a number of questions that were put to you. And that was obviously from your perspective as Commissioner of Customs. That has been published on the Commission's website. What I would like to do in the same way that we've done with Mr. Penn is just to ask you some additional questions arising from it, if I may. Do you have a copy of your position statement with you, sir?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner. Yes, I do.
Good, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, could we have the witness get the microphone closer to him?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Can we just go straight to, let's go to your paragraph 1.5, please. You have explained, and this starts at 1.4, that the Customs Department is made up of a number of individual units that are tasked with specific functions. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct, Commissioner.
The first is the Accounts Department, which you say is responsible for budget preparations, refunds, and accounts payable. If we could start off, you could just explain how does Customs get its budget? Your parent ministry is the Ministry of Finance, isn't it? So how do you get your budget allocation each year?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. annually, we go through an exercise called budget preparations. Through the budgetary preparation process, it's a strategic plan outlining what is needed for the department to effectively function for say a 3 to 5 year plan, and our items that are required, staffing, training, equipment, those things are itemized, costed, and then we proceed to what is called standing finance, which is usually held at the ending of every year, usually in December, and you make your case to the members of the House of Assembly who sits at standing finance, which the meeting is chaired by the Speaker of the House, the chairman, and you make your case, you present your budget, and you make your case for funding.
And so, like other departments, you may not get all that you want. Would that be the outcome? Or by the time you get to standing finance, are you fairly confident about what sum the House of Assembly might approve for the Customs Department?
Commissioner, I believe, Commissioner, that I put forward a pretty comprehensive plan, and I'm usually satisfied with what is appropriated to the Customs Department. And if there are any shortfalls during the year, if there's any, then we can we normally make a strong case, recommendations, put it forward, and usually we're pretty much okay.
And do you make that application for additional funds to the Ministry of Finance directly?
Yes, if there's a need for additional funding, we have to build a case, submit your requirement, your request, and sometimes it's approved, sometimes it's denied. But for the most part, I think funding is made available, and we're pretty well satisfied with the funding.
And is the funding drawn down, as we've heard, it's drawn down by other agencies?
That's correct, Commissioner. The funding is not within the departments. It's like was said earlier, it's a paper budget, for lack of a better term, and you would make a request, and if it's approved, then the funding is received.
Yes, thank you.
And I mean, obviously, you are given a figure to spend against. Now you've explained what could happen if you need to overspend, that you have to make a request. If you underspend, if that ever happens, does that have a negative consequence for you for the next year? I mean, does that reduce the level that you will get the next year, or do you get the benefit of prudent management of funds by being allowed to keep that sum that you saved?
That's correct, Commissioner. We're recognized as being financially responsible, and that doesn't affect us going forward the following year.
Can you roll over any shortfall?
No, Commissioner, it doesn't roll over. You lose it. However,
but you're not punished.
You're not punished
for prudence.
No, you're not punished.
Yes.
And that's your entire budget. That covers your staffing levels, that covers any training costs, that will cover the equipment that you might need as a Customs Department. It's everything, isn't it? That's
correct, Commissioner. And if you make a request, like I mentioned, Commissioner, for additional funding, that's something that's unforeseen. For example, if you have a piece of IT equipment, a server or something that goes down, then you will make a request, and sometimes what is done by the ministry is they will have to make what they call a SAP, supplemental appropriation, and that's the process that's usually taken. But it's not that every year you run into that predicament. It's something that's it's usually a major piece of equipment or something that's unforeseen.
For 2021, what's the budget for the Customs Department?
The budget for the Customs Department 2021 is in the vicinity of $5.26 million.
And from that, what's your complement of staff? You obviously have administrative staff, and then you have customs officers proper. How many sort of operational customs officers do you have?
We have budgeted for approximately 82 customs officers. That does not include administrative staff, Commissioner. Administrative may be another 15 or 20. So we're looking at probably a staff complement of pretty close to 100 persons.
The evidence that the Commissioner has heard is that in some departments, they are understaffed. There are vacancies that are unfilled. That's been the position of the police force, the AG's department, and the DPP. I think Mr. Penn's evidence perhaps more points to that in the immigration department, it's just stayed static, and he hasn't been able to add staff and expand. What's the position in customs? Do you have vacancies that remain unfilled?
Yes, Commissioner. We have approximately 18 vacancies that are unfilled, which is a combination of a number of factors. Employees or officers relocated shortly after Irma and Maria. We've some due to retirement, and some currently maybe on disciplinary leave.
So if you had a full complement, you've got 82 now, you've got 18 vacancies. So with a full complement, you would be wanting to operate with 100 officers.
Commissioner, full complement would give us approximately 100 officers at this time. However, we've made recommendations within the past 4 to 5 months to increase the staff complement because of the growing demands of the customs department in terms of a growing population, a tremendous number of increased imports, the opening of the various stations that's coming on stream. So a number of reasons why we've outlined for increasing staff. We're expected to also implement what is called a courier distribution center. So that will be needed to be fully staffed as well. So yes, and also the joint task force, including the Marine unit. So we're expecting to make a proposal going forward to Standing Finance in the next few months to have an increased staff complement.
And what would you increase it to, please, Mr. Smith?
Yes, I would like to see an increase over the next 3 years to an additional 10 to 15 officers annually.
Now, if I take you to sticking with your paragraph 1.5, but number 2, where you refer to the enforcement unit, which you explain serves as a liaison between with various other government agencies, including the AG's chambers, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Financial Investigative Agency, the Police Force, and Immigration. You also say other private stakeholders like charter companies, shipping companies, and courier services. Now, I think probably the clue about what the enforcement unit does is in the name, but how does the relationship with for example, with the other government agencies operate?
Commissioner, the relationship is a pretty good working relationship with other agencies.
And is the enforcement unit charged? It's obviously, is it an investigatory unit?
Yes, Commissioner, it is an investigatory unit, and also deals with internal and external investigations.
So in terms of external investigations, will it take a case all the way to the point where you will hand a file to the DPP, or is there a point where you start to involve the police force?
Commissioner, it depends on the offense that we're investigating. If it's a commercial fraud investigation, then that's something that can be dealt with within customs all the way to the DPP. But if there's an element that may require police assistance, then the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force is called in to assist as well.
And you've given another agencies like the Airports Authority, the BVI Ports Authority, the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry. How do you work with them? Are they information providers, or can they be involved in investigations as well? Or
Commissioner, they both. They can provide information during the investigation, and sometimes rely on the expertise from those agencies. In addition, they're part of a group that's chaired by the Financial Service Commission. I think it's JALFAC, where intergovernmental council, I think it's called, and that involves Ports Authority, Airports Authority, Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, Immigration, Customs, and we look at matters that arise from in terms of money laundering, movement of large sums of cash. It's a group that works closely together to share information.
how does where do the private stakeholders come in relation to the enforcement unit?
Well, a number of those companies that I've mentioned in terms of the private industry, we work closely with the private entities as well. They share information that helps in investigations, as well as we have to ensure that they comply with the various laws of the Customs Department.
If I could take you to Overleaf, you've described your K9 unit as one of the most successful K9 units in the region, providing assistance in the search for contraband. Now, leaving aside the work that it actually does as a unit, but in terms of its organization as a unit, what is it that has made it successful? And is that learning that you've been able to apply to other units within the Customs Department?
Commissioner, the K9 unit was the first K9 unit established in the Virgin Islands. And on day one of that, and day one when the unit was implemented, there was a success in terms of contraband detection. That in itself defines a unit, the success of a unit. Because some units, some K9s will go through their entire career without having any hits or being successful in any type of interdiction. In addition, the K9 unit repeatedly been successful in terms of detecting contrabands at the airport, the ferry terminals. And because of the level of success of this unit, we also provided assistance to an overseas territory. Customs Department assisted them in the largest drug bust in any of their ports. That was approximately 2007, 2008. We sent our unit down there to provide assistance. In addition to that, Commissioner, that unit also provided training to independent countries, as well as another overseas territory received training from the K9 unit here in the BVI, and were able to help them or assist them in developing their own K9 unit. So that speaks to the level of success and commitment of the HM Customs K9 unit here in the BVI.
Yes.
In addition, Commissioner, if I may, that unit also, and the officers that we have within that unit also trained and assisted the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force here in the BVI in establishing their K9 unit as well.
If we go to 6, you refer to the IT databases that you use, and you've named the systems there. Those are your systems. Is there a way for those IT systems to connect to IT systems used by other law enforcement agencies in the Virgin Islands?
Commissioner, all those systems are not the systems of customs. I speak to the Overseas Territory Regional Central Intelligence System, which is OTRIS. That's a system that is shared with the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, Immigration, and Customs. And we're in the process of extending privileges to the Financial Investigation Agency. The Regional Clearance System, RCS, which is now known as SailClear or eSailClear. That system is a customs system developed by the Caribbean Customs Law Enforcement Council. So that system is utilized only by customs administrations. So however, we've been speaking about the development of a joint intelligence unit. And these ideas are not new. These ideas have been developed 10, 15 years ago. But we're now coming to the point where we've identified a location and we're going to have Immigration, Customs, and Royal Virgin Islands Police intelligence officers working from within the same room. Even though other agencies may not have access to a system such as the Regional Clearance System, the officer who is going to be dealing with that specific system will be sitting side by side with the officers of another agency. Just like some of our officers may not have access to Interpol, but the intelligence person for the Virgin Islands Police Force will be sitting right next to Immigration and Customs officers so they can share information.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Go to your page 4 and your point 9, please. You've referred just at 9A to the Internal Audit Unit. You say there is no relation to the Office of the Auditor General. This unit is responsible for the implementation of recommendations made by the Auditor General, the Office of Audit. So, firstly, what did you mean by there's no relation to the Office of the Auditor General?
Commissioner, the Internal Audit Unit are customs officers. The Office of the Auditor General and the Director of Internal Audit, those are separate departments.
So,
sorry.
So what you meant was that the staff in that unit come from customs. They don't come from either the Auditor General or the Internal Auditor.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Now, what you said is that they're responsible for recommending or responding or implementing recommendations made by the Auditor General. Could you give the Commissioner an overview of the key recommendations that the Internal Audit Unit has implemented in the past 2 years?
Commissioner, there's been a system or systems within government or opportunities within the Customs Department, I must say. Number one, partial payment, which gives importers that opportunity to pay over a period where the payment of duty may be amortized once approval is given by the Ministry of Finance, the Financial Secretary. That system has been some recommendations have been put forward with in terms of internal audit, the application process. Those are some of the things that have been implemented. Currently, the system is on hold right now, but those things were recommended and designed and ready to go. In terms of collections, in the past, officers would use what is called a pouch, where they collected duty from the traveling public. Recommendation was that doesn't look good, not transparent. So we implemented a cash-sharing system where the Treasury Department now responsible for the collection of customs duties and other fees. Those are some of the recommendations.
Thank you. If you go over to the next page, you should come to your B.
Is that page 5, Commissioner?
Page 5 it is, Customs Automated Processing Systems. you've explained there what the unit does, but I just wondered whether you could give a sort of layman's translation of what the CAPS unit has to do, so that it just give it a bit more clarity about what the work of the CAPS unit involves, please.
Commissioner, the CAPS unit is designed to simplify the customs clearance process. And the CAPS system is designed to remove officers from doing clerical type work to do more customs officer type work, inspections of goods, etc. The system allows importers to submit their customs declarations online using any smart device, the iPad, the phone, the computer, to make a submission to the customs department for the clearance of their goods. Once that submission is received, it is vetted by the Trader Declaration Unit. It's vetted, it's passed on for approval before the payment summary is generated and sent to the importer. Importer receives their payment summary and proceeds to the customs office, the nearest customs office, and make their payment before collection of goods. Once their payment is made, they receive their goods, and officers are there to inspect to ensure that the payment is accurate with the shipment.
In terms of the Trader Declaration Unit, is that just a processing step, or is that there to pick up on instances of any abuse or any fraud or corrupt activity?
The Trader Declaration Unit also, if it detects any fraud, any commercial fraud, any abuse, then it makes a report to the internal audit, our internal audit unit, which is Customs Internal Audit Unit. They will then do further investigation and then make recommendations to Commission of Customs. And if we need further investigation, then we'll hand it over to the enforcement unit within Customs to enforce. And if there's any further action that needs to be taken, the matter is referred to RVIPF and then advanced to the Ministry of Finance and ultimately onto the Director of Human Resources.
In the architecture of government, where does the Human Resources Department sit? Is it in the Deputy Governor's office, or is it somewhere else?
Commissioner,
it sits on itself.
They're part of the Deputy Governor's office.
Now, if you go now to page 6, please, Mr. Smith. Do you have it? It's your 1.2.
Yes.
You're asked what processes and systems are in place to monitor effectiveness of the customs systems, and you speak of the role of the internal audit / assurance unit, and then that a post-audit team can be used to investigate a complaint, and complaints can include allegations of corruption, fraud, and irregularities. So is the first sort of where you have such complaints, does it first start off with the internal audit assurance unit looking into it?
Commissioner, you mean if a complaint is made, if it starts off at that unit? I'm not.
Well, it's your words, because if you look at your 2.1, you say the internal audit assurance unit monitors the effectiveness of the customs department. Once information is referred to the internal audit assurance unit through the Commission of Customs, it will review the complaints allegations against the requirements of the customs department. So I assume that if a complaint is made internally or externally, it comes to you first, and then you decide whether it should go to the internal audit assurance unit. Is that right?
Yes, Commissioner. If it comes to me first, Commissioner, but it can come from anyone within the organization or outside of the organization, and they can make that complaint also to a customs officer who may be part of the internal audit unit. But once it's brought to my attention, if it's a matter relating with customs processes, customs automated processing system, or any other law under that Customs is responsible for, normally we'll have the assurance unit investigate, and that information then will be presented to enforcement. Enforcement will conduct further investigation.
And ultimately, as you say at the end of that paragraph, what you say is where the Internal Audit Assurance Unit discovers evidence of corruption, fraud, irregularities, etc., being investigated, this is reported to the Financial Secretary, the Attorney General's chambers, and or the Director of Public Prosecutions, depending on the nature of the evidence discovered. So, the Financial Secretary, without diminishing his role, he's your sort of line manager, isn't he?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Now, in recent years, have there been any referrals to either the Financial Secretary, the Attorney General, or the DPP in relation to corruption or fraud irregularities?
Commissioner, any irregularities regarding officers are referred to, the Financial Secretary is made aware. Once the file is prepared, the Financial Secretary would advance it to Department of Human Resources. Before it goes to the Department of Human Resources, depending on what the matter is, we'll seek advice from the Attorney General chambers, and then we'll advance the matter to the process, the Ministry of Finance, and then on to HR, Human Resources.
But have there actually been any, to your knowledge, as Commissioner of Customs, have there been any referrals, actual referrals to the Financial Secretary or to the Attorney General or to the DPP?
Yes, Commissioner, there's been referrals to the Financial Secretary onto the Human Resources Department, and in turn, I believe the HR department would have sought advice from the Attorney General chambers in dealing with matters.
Well, can you give the Commissioner a sense of how many in the last, let's say, 3 years, how many of such referrals have they been?
In the last 3 years, Commissioner, there are a couple of matters that are under investigation now. They haven't been concluded, but the matter has been discussed with the Financial Secretary, but we're waiting on conclusion of the case by the enforcement unit. It's about three officers that we're going to advance.
So that's your internal investigation.
That's the internal investigation.
So those are examples that they're still within Customs.
Correct, Commissioner.
Have there been some in recent years where you've actually have left Customs, gone to the Financial Secretary?
Commissioner, how many years are we speaking of?
Mr. Rowett suggested
three. No,
3 years.
not in the past 3 years, Commissioner.
Well, let's say the past 5 years.
Not in the past 5 years, Commissioner.
So, say for the investigations you're currently undertaking, there have been no other investigations that effectively have left Customs, have had to go beyond Customs to the Financial Secretary or to anybody else? Commissioner,
to the Financial Secretary and to Human Resources, Commissioner.
One of the points you make is that your officers are guided by the Customs Act. What training is given to them when they first join the Customs Department? What training is given to them in terms of their obligations under the Customs Act?
Commissioner, once new employees of the Customs Department go through what is called junior officer basic training. That junior officer basic training over the years have been conducted by specialist trainers from the Caribbean Customs Law Enforcement Council. And it's been a training over the years that has been in collaboration with other territories that had a number of new officers as well. Whichever country had the most officers is where the training would be conducted. Now, I'm proud to say that BVI we have our own in-house trainers certified by CARTAC, which is a Caribbean Technical Assistance Agency that provide that training to ensure that our officers receive proper train-the-trainer course. So now they can deliver that training. In addition to that, Commissioner, we, under my chairmanship of the Caribbean Customs Law Enforcement Council, which comprises of over 40 customs administration worldwide, including the United Kingdom and the United States. We've established through the World Customs Organization a training facility in the Dominican Republic that is there for all customs administration throughout the region. That's there. They provide online training as well to officers, in addition to face-to-face training as well. In addition to that, Commissioner, we're in the process of developing or working closely in collaboration with the HLSCC Community College to develop what is called a Law Enforcement Training Academy. And going through that Law Enforcement Training Academy, there will be core classes or basic classes for all law enforcement officers to receive the same entry-level training. And depending on the discipline, whether it's customs, immigration, or police, then as you advance in your second year, third year, you'll be more specialized to the area of expertise you wish to participate in. It is our intention, and in collaboration with the HLSCC developers, that we can develop an associate program, at the very minimum, an associate program in law enforcement. It is our intention with the development of this training facility, BVI Law Enforcement Training Academy will attract regional and international law enforcement people are interested in law enforcement as a career to come and utilize our training academy.
And how far advanced are those plans?
Commissioner, those plans are in the embryonic stages. We've met with the director. We've met with the director at HLSCC. We're putting the classes together, the curriculum together as we speak, and hopefully we can have something by the spring of next year beginning. We started approximately maybe 9-10 months ago. So that's in the development stages.
Have you secured funding for it?
Funding has not been secured for it, but that information was presented at Standing Finance Committee, our intention, and we've met the support of the members of the Standing Finance Committee that said that that's something that they will support. That was last year's Standing Finance Committee. I hope the offer still stands, Commissioner.
Could I, Mr. Smith, just take you to, it starts on 4.1, but let's pick it up at 8. Just in terms of your page 8, please. If we take, just to bottom out the process. So if there is suspicious activity, which is either reported directly to you as Commissioner or an officer picks up, is the first step always to go to the internal audit assurance unit within customs?
No, Commissioner. Sometimes, Commissioner, these matters, if there's any suspicious activity or anything that concerns me, then we'll communicate also with RVIPF. We've utilized the services of RVIPF to assist in a number of investigations. We have a close working relationship with the Commissioner of Police, and they provide assistance for us.
But the reason I asked the question is because if you look at your 3.2, which is 8, there are, you say, depending on the nature of the suspicious activity, the enforcement unit will be asked to assist by investigating the activity, which will then be passed to the Commissioner of Customs for review. And I just, picking up on your earlier evidence, it was that the process would be internal audit stroke assurance unit gets involved first, then the enforcement unit if necessary. But are there ever occasions when you might say, this is something the enforcement unit has to deal with first of all?
Yes, Commissioner, immediately. And the enforcement unit, Commissioner, does the enforcement unit of customs, but as I mentioned earlier, the enforcement unit works closely or liaises with AG, DPP, RVIPF, and a number of other FIA, a number of other agencies. So even on the embryonic or the beginning stages of an investigation, depending on the nature of the investigation, if it's a matter that they can get involved with the Financial Investigation Agency, they will contact them.
But what types of, it's your phrase there at 3.2, what types of suspicious activity would lead to something being referred straight away to the enforcement unit?
If there's allegations of misappropriations, you'll get the enforcement unit involved right away.
Anything else?
Misappropriations, any misconduct or abuse of office. So we'll get them involved right away.
So the more serious end of the spectrum.
That's correct, Commissioner.
What you've set out at 5.1 on the same page, Mr. Smith, is a number of processes and systems that you say are in place to detect matters relating to corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty. And that you've then listed. So, for example, you give the CAP system, the regional clearance system, the Octrix system. You say whistleblowing procedures for other officers or the public. What are those whistleblowing procedures?
Commissioner, if members of the public or other officers want to raise concern, they have enough confidence in the administration of the Customs Department, they come and they speak confidentially. They come and the information is kept within Customs, and that's it.
One of the points that the Commissioner Mark Collins made this morning was that the police force have struggled to get people to come to give them information because of a concern that that information will not be held confidentially. And he also points to that difficulty, concern that confidential information will be leaked, also limits information sharing between agencies. Speaking first about your experience of Customs, have you found that to be a problem, that people are nervous about giving you information in case it's leaked and they're identified?
No, Commissioner. Actually, it's quite the opposite. The public will share information with Customs on a regular basis. In terms of, Commissioner, you mentioned difficulties in sharing information across agencies because of fear of leakage. Customs doesn't have any concerns. We share information to other members of the Joint Task Force. Sometimes, in my opinion, I don't believe those efforts are reciprocated. There's no reciprocity as it relates to that. But we share information, and I can only speak for Customs. We share information with our counterparts all the time. And in the JTF meetings, we're very open and we share information at all times.
What you also put amongst the mechanisms you have in place are rotation of Customs officers, revenue audits and compliance audits, and then reporting and disclosure of interests. So I leave that one for a moment, but for the first three, I mean, how do you actually monitor how effective these mechanisms are?
You're talking about Commissioner number 5, 6, and 7 is what we're looking at?
Yeah, well, you can take all of them if you want. I mean, you have these systems in place, but how do you know they work in practice?
How do we know they work in practice? Number one, the rotation of various officers. It's mission critical in Customs administration to have rotations, to avoid what is called port shopping, to avoid importers building relationships with Customs officers. So you have to ensure that they're constantly rotated. They're working with unfamiliar faces, and this will lend to alleviate any thought of wrongdoing. So rotation is critical. I've seen cases where once we've seen rotations, we've seen tremendous surge in revenue as a result of rotations.
And in relation to the audits, for example, how do you know that the audits work?
Well, like the Commissioner just mentioned, after the rotations, you've seen tremendous increase in revenues. We have the revenue audits at all stations, which is another important function of our internal audit unit to ensure that stations are compliant with the policies, the guidelines, and most importantly, the legislation, and ensure officers are doing what they're supposed to do. So the revenue audits at all stations create the environment or the atmosphere to ensure that officers are following the guidelines, the department guidelines.
If you go to your page 9, please. You say at 5.2, the Customs Department has a zero tolerance approach and operates transparently. Once corruption, abuse of office, or other serious dishonesty is detected using the monitoring systems mentioned above, the matter is referred to internal audit stroke assurance and enforcement units for further investigation. Any type of business conducted outside regular operational procedures will be identified, flagged, investigated, and forwarded to relevant agencies. Again, taking the last 3 years as a measure, what has been the outcome of that zero tolerance approach? Have you had any officers that have been subject to disciplinary proceedings or referred to other agencies or fired?
Yes, Commissioner. We've had officers that have been in the last 3 years. Not much has happened in the last 3 years, but over the years, we've had officers that's been removed from the department, been disciplined. We've even had officers that has been incarcerated. So we've definitely take action, advance it to the Ministry of Finance, which is the parent ministry, and then to the Human Resources Department. Investigation takes place, if need be, with the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, and the DPP's office is involved as well.
The point you make above is in relation to reporting and disclosure of interests, and could you just explain the process by which, by reference to those to A to D, just the process by which officers are expected and required to disclose interests?
Officers are required to disclose interests through the Department of Human Resources. There's I think it's called a private interest form, and it clearly spells out what is required, and if there's anything that will cause a conflict, then the form is then sent back to the head of the department. And if the head of the department has any concerns with regards to conflict of that particular business, then it will be noted and the form will be sent back to Human Resources Department. In addition, through the national risk assessment that we're going through, it has been recommended that we develop, and it is in draft stages now, a code of conduct for the officers. In addition to that, I think it's Section 8 of the Customs Management and Duties Act, where officers are required to file or make note that they engaged in part owner of any vessel or anything involved in the trade. Trade meaning doing business with customs. We have a form that is also developed and will be circulated for all officers, in addition to the code of conduct, which they'll be expected to adhere to. And that code of conduct has been vetted, is going to the AG's office for final vetting before it's circulated.
When these private interest forms are completed, who checks them? Who vets your officers?
Commissioner, who vets the officers or who vets the forms?
Who vets the forms? I mean, the officer submits the form, so
Right.
vetting the form is vetting the officer.
Okay, Commissioner, if that's the case, then it goes to the Commissioner of Customs. The management team will review the forms.
So the form is completed, sent to Human Resources. Do they do any checking there?
Commissioner, we're speaking about two different forms. Commissioner, there's a form that's currently utilized by Human Resources. I think it's called a private interest form. And when an officer wants to engage in business or obtain a trade license, that form comes to not just an officer, but any government employee. That form goes to the head of the department. The head of the department will then make the comments with regards to conflict or any challenges they may have regarding the working hours, et cetera. That form is then sent back to Human Resources for approval. The other form that I'm speaking of, Commissioner, is a form that we've developed based on recommendations through the National Risk Assessment, which will include our code of conduct, will also be circulated with that form. And every employee of the Customs Department must complete that form and submit it to the Commissioner of Customs. That form will be kept on file. It speaks about your interests as it relates to any vessels that you may own that's a part of the trade that does business utilizing customs services, brokerage, any of those things.
So that's something for the future. That's in draft at the moment.
That's in draft at the moment, Commissioner.
I will have explored this with you when you first gave evidence, but just remind the Commissioner just what vetting of employees is undertaken by Customs.
The vetting of employees that's undertaken by Customs prior to entry into Customs, Commissioner, or while they're in Customs, Commissioner, or a combination of both?
Both.
Prior to entry into Customs, a police record must be produced by the applicant. Once they're in Customs, there has been no extensive vetting, only follow-up discussions with the officers on the job, but there's been no extensive vetting of that kind.
If you go to 6.1, which is on your page 9, you say there the challenges include limited investigative resources and limited human resources. Is that a reference to internal challenges?
Commissioner, that's correct.
Right. If you go over to the next page and look at your point 6, where you're setting out, and it's at your 7.1, you set out the strengths, and then at 7.2, the weaknesses.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what page are we on?
Page 10, Mr. Smith.
Page 10. Okay.
What you've put at the bottom is budgetary restrictions which limit and delay the functions of the Customs Department. I'm just trying to reconcile those concerns that you have limited investigative resources, limited human resources, and budgetary restrictions with your earlier evidence that you've been pretty good at securing the amounts of money that you want from the Standing Finance Committee. Could you just set out what these concerns are about? As you seem to be the one person, Mr. Smith, who's been able to get all that he needs from Standing Finance so far.
Yes, Commissioner, you recall that we said the budget is a paper budget, and you may receive what you ask for on that paper budget.
So you're happy with the paper budget?
I'm happy with the paper budget.
But the money you get
But
is restricted.
accessing the money, there are a number of restrictions which the delays, it can affect your operation.
Yes, and that's in line with the evidence of others.
Yes.
What you also say is that you make a criticism, or you say as a weakness, and it's also in your recommendation section, but you say that there are blanket policies by Ministry of Finance and Human Resources Department which restrict law enforcement. And when you deal with recommendations, you say there are some blanket policies which shouldn't apply to law enforcement agencies. Which policies did you have in mind in particular, Mr. Smith?
Well, Commissioner, we just spoke about the restrictions in terms of accessing funds. That's a blanket policy that all ministries and departments have to go through. Human resource blanket policies, you speak about leave policies, for example. And I don't think those things should apply to law enforcement, because in law enforcement, funding emergencies arise. You may need a piece of equipment that is critical for surveillance or an operation to keep us safe. But the funding, the process that you have to go through may take weeks, sometimes months, to get the funding for that critical piece of equipment. The blanket policies say for leave, for example, it's mandatory that all government employees must take annual leave at a certain time. But there are peak seasons for customs in terms of revenue collection and enforcement. You look at the Easter time, Easter holidays, increase large amounts of vessels that come to the BVI. You cannot take leave. Then you go down to the summer months where we are now, and we're looking at the festival celebrations that are on the horizon. Massive amounts of people come to the BVI. And then you look at December months, the holidays, leading up to the holidays, massive amounts of visitors, imports, charter boats, massive amount of activity that takes place. And you would need your full complement during those times. So to force these policies on law enforcement, number one, is no problem. We can adhere, but you'll lose enforcement capability, and you'll lose the ability to secure and collect and maximize the collection of revenue at those critical points as well. Also, in terms of hiring, it takes a long period of time to get applicants, to get applications moved through the Department of Human Resources to, say, the Public Service Commission to get someone hired. It takes extremely, extremely long. Those things are affecting law enforcement capabilities and operation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Commissioner, I've reached the end of my questions. Could I conclude by thanking Mr. Smith for coming today, and also for the assistance he's given and the evidence he's given today?
Yes, and can I echo that, Mr. Smith? Thank you very much for your time and the clear way in which you've answered the questions. Thank you very much,
Commissioner. Thank you.
Could I ask you to rise briefly whilst we reset for the next witness?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes,
Thank you,
Mr. Raj.
Commissioner, our next witness is the Honourable Marlon Penn, the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Penn was affirmed, I think, on the last occasion, and there's no need for him to affirm or take the oath again.
Yes, thank you.
Honourable Penn, thank you very much for coming to give evidence this afternoon. I'm sorry that we've kept you waiting for longer than we intended. The purpose of this afternoon is to ask you some additional questions in relation to the position statements you've provided to the Commissioner. That position statement has been published on the Commission's website. I don't propose to go through it at length or to ask you to read out parts of it. It will form part of the record of the Commission. I just want to ask you some additional questions about particular aspects of the position statement. Now, if I take you to your second page, you have listed those characteristics, and this was in response to a question of what do you understand by the term good governance, and you've listed a number of what you've described as major characteristics that make for good governance. The first of which is participatory. And my first question is this: what did you mean by participatory?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to give evidence here this afternoon. Participatory in terms of the entire participatory process, meaning that where the citizens could participate in the process through public meetings, through town hall meetings, through all the different areas I listed into the position statements, in terms of even from where persons could even recall a member if they feel a member is not delivering what they require of him. So there are different aspects of it in terms of full participation from the citizenry, participation from the legislative point of view, and participation from the civil service, the entire government system.
Now, one of the points that has emerged from the evidence of honourable members over the last few days is that the pool of electors is small in the BVI. Yeah. You have a larger number of people living on these islands than are compared to the numbers that have the vote. Yeah. If you are seeing good governance or a major characteristic of good governance to be the ability to participate, yeah. Do you, as Leader of the Opposition, envisage any problem arising from the fact that you have such a small pool of electors?
No, I don't foresee an immediate problem from that. I think persons who even are residents in the territory participate in the process. Recently, when we have had any particular issue that requires the public to engage, you see the entire populace engaging. Most recently, after the 2017 hurricanes, when there was the issue of public registers, and there was a public demonstration, you had participation from across the gamut of the territory. Residents, belongers, non-belongers, visitors, they all participated. So the system of participation continues despite the limitations or the perceived limitations as relates to the belongers and who could vote and who could participate from that point of view.
At the bottom of the same page, what you say is good governance centers on how government conducts public affairs, manages public resources, and the responsibilities of governments to meet the needs of the masses, as opposed to a select group in society.
Where is this? Where you reading?
Just at the bottom of your page 2. Okay. Do you have it? I won't read it again, but it's the last paragraph of your page 2. Do you have it?
I have it.
Now here, you say that government has a responsibility to meet the needs of the masses. In this case, who are the masses?
The government represents all the people in the territory. The laws are not just made for persons who are belongers or residents. They're made for everyone in the territory. So the government has a responsibility to represent the needs of all the people in the territory.
And you say, as opposed to a select group in society, did you have any particular select group in mind?
No, just in general, I don't have no select group in mind.
On the next page, what you say is, and I haven't read out the characteristics that you have, but you've listed 8. you say when all the above characteristics of good governance are in place, decisions made and implemented are always for the common good. There is proper and effective utilization of resources. Corruption is minimized. The views of minorities are taken into account, and the voices of the most vulnerable in society are heard.
Yeah.
Again, within the context of the Virgin Islands, do you have, were there any particular minorities that you thought are important to take into account and whose views aren't being taken into account?
I think the system as it is, I think we need to have more open dialogue in terms of the issues of the territory. One of the things that I propose in this position statement is to have more engagement on the local level, to have what we call district councils within some of the extended communities like the Sister Islands and Jos Van Dyke, Anegada and Bojangora, so that the views come from the bottom up to the electorate, to the representatives, as well as having more town hall meeting from the government's point of view in all the constituencies, regular, whether it's every quarter, whether it's every 6 months, have meetings so you can have engagement with persons across the gamut of the territory.
See, and in terms of the makeup of district councils, if you like, or local councils, who would form that local council?
The perspective that I'm looking at in terms of the district councils is persons from that particular constituency or that community that understands the needs of those communities, understand the issues that those communities face. For instance, there are communities where they're predominantly dependent on tourism. Virgin Gorda in particular, Jos Van Dyke and Anegada. There needs to have someone that brings to bear the concerns that they have in terms of economic viability and survival, bring to bear the social economic issues that they face as a community in a small community, and ensure that their needs are heard in the House of Assembly, heard by the executives, and they represent, and their needs are represented by their representatives.
Now, you've put a section in your position statement, which is headed Constitutional Advancement.
But just before we move on from the two paragraphs that we've been discussing, Mr. Penn, what you say is you list the characteristics of good governance because, like everyone else, and certainly like me, although it's quite easy to define governance, it's not easy to define good governance, except in characteristics, which you've done. And that's the classic way of doing it. But you say that where these characteristics are in place, so where there is good governance, corruption is minimized, so the risk of corruption is minimized. And poor governance is the opposite. So where there is poor governance, the risk of corruption increases. Is that fair?
These are just my thoughts. And are not exhaustive in any way. These are some of the things that I think that are important for us to have the tenets of good governance in place. We have to ensure that whatever we aspire to, we make sure we have the necessary checks and balances to ensure that these particular characteristics and more are executed.
That's right. But if of corruption, the risk increases.
The risk is there even if they are executed. So we have to.
But the risk increases if they're there. Sorry, the risk decreases if these characteristics are there. It increases if they're not there.
That's my submission. That if we put some of these things in place, it helps to put the checks and balances in the system.
Exactly, and I think that has two effects. Firstly, the risk of corruption in fact decreases, but it also, and again, this is something which you refer to in those two paragraphs, the confidence in the government, which is a linked but a separate strand, increases.
Exactly.
So good governance, less risk of corruption, and more confidence in the government.
I agree, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
If I, staying on page 3, Mr. Penn, but you say that you believe that a constitutional review is necessary as an enabler and prerequisite to a deepening of the democratic institutions of government. And you go on to suggest a number of changes to the Constitution that should be explored.
Yeah.
Now, one of those is you say the introduction of term limits for certain elected representatives, and particularly the role of Premier. I just wanted to ask you to develop that a little. Firstly, what do you see as the benefit of introducing term limits in principle?
For me, this is always something that I thought is necessary and something that I support, particularly with the Premier. Not that the person who sits in the Premier, I'm looking at sort of the Cayman model, the Cayman Islands model, where you have a Premier can only sit for 2 consecutive terms. After that second consecutive term, that person could still run as a member, but they'll have to sit in either as a cabinet minister or a backbencher if they win, they're in opposition. And we see that currently with the current situation in Cayman Islands. The former Premier was Premier for 2 terms. His coalition lost the majority, and he's now a member of the opposition. Now, he's not even a leader of the opposition because he relinquished his leadership role in the organization because he was there for 2 consecutive terms. It allows for more different perspectives to emerge, specifically if you're dealing with party politics within the process, and persons get the opportunity to get a diverse view in terms of persons and leadership styles as well.
One of the Commissioner heard from the Honourable Julian Fraser yesterday, and the theme, or one theme that he set out in his position paper and in his oral evidence was the importance of promoting diversity within the House of Assembly.
Yeah.
And he has a particular proposal in relation to that, which you may be aware.
Yes.
But picking up on your proposal here, wouldn't you achieve the same effect, a diversity of views or a refreshing of the House of Assembly, if you had term limits for all members of the House of Assembly?
I wouldn't go that far. I think that you need to have the ability to have a level of continuity in terms of knowledge. You don't want to every 4 years have fresh elected members that don't have this institutional knowledge of where the system works, who have the capacity in some cases to do some of the things or to teach the other members the way to move things forward in the right way. Some may argue, and I might argue this as well, and that's where we're talking about building an institution. The institution needs to have the agility that it doesn't matter who comes, but the reality is that you still need that continuity in terms of leadership. And the BVI at the end of the day is a small society, and you have to, the options. Now, I shouldn't say the options, but you would want to have a proper transition of leadership than just persons just leaving the scene just like that.
What you have what you also argued for is perhaps more prominence to the role of leader of the opposition, and perhaps even instituting an office of the leader of the opposition. Now, under the Constitution, the leader of the opposition does have, firstly, is a constitutional figure, but also has a role, for example, in terms of nominating people to various commissions identified in the Constitution. What benefit do you say there would be in going further than that and creating an office of the leader of the opposition?
For me, I want to make this clear, it's about the position, not the person, about the institution.
Yes.
We are a small society, these things tend to go a certain way.
Well, I'm sure that you don't plan to be leader of the opposition.
Forever, exactly. When I speak about the institution. For me, I believe that we need to have the office of the opposition we call leader of the opposition, because it's not just about the leader of opposition, but it's the opposition in general. There are certain provisions that, as you're right, the opposition could nominate persons for certain commissions, for certain statutory boards, etc. But there's more work than that. The office of opposition has a responsibility to ensure that we hold the government to account. And to do that, you need the necessary support, you need the necessary assistance, technical, legal, and otherwise, to be able to do that. For instance, there's a provision in the standing orders where members could bring what you call a private member's bill. In order to bring a private member's bill, you need the technical and policy writing support. You'll also need a legal support to be able to bring a converse bill, if you want to, for argument's sake, to say if the government is bringing a particular piece of legislation, and opposition might have a different view. It would be good to put that view in writing in form of a legislation. We could bring a private member's bill to the House and have it debated for the public. But you need the technical support, you need the legal support to be able to do that.
You've also suggested, firstly, that the Speaker should come from the elected members of the House, yes. And that there is a need for more ministers. Yes. Now, at the moment, the Constitution provides for a cabinet of 5, and this is the Honourable Julian Fraser's point, that the Constitution, the Premier picks 4 ministers who form the cabinet with him or her. There are then 2 junior ministers, and then the Speaker and perhaps 1 or 2 backbenchers. Yeah. The Honourable Fraser's point is that because of the current Constitution's makeup, you end up with a situation where one person, however benign they are, dictates, and the House of Assembly cannot hold to account. And if you give this House of Assembly as an example, there are 9 on the government side, 4 on the non-government side. How would you meet your proposal of expanding the number of ministers and having a Speaker that comes from the elected membership when, to take the current example, the majority of the government are ministers already?
Well, there's 2 ways you can do it. Let's take the issue of the ministers, expanding the ministerial portfolio first. I think it was part of the last constitutional review where it was being looked at to have a 6th ministry to start to divvy up the responsibilities of ministers. Right now, the ministerial portfolios are overloaded. You have a minister that has 2 PSs because of the workload that he has within his particular portfolio: fishing, farming, education, sports, youth affairs, very overloaded. The Premier himself has an overloaded portfolio. We need to be able to effectively and efficiently, as I outlined, execute the duties of the territory and the people of the territory. So you need to have, and I think one of the recommendations or coming out of that review was you need to increase the size of the legislature to be able to accommodate, so that you have a formula that speaks to some type of parity in the House. Additionally, I believe that we need to define the junior minister role should not be so infinitely defined. There needs to be some flexibility in terms of junior ministers being applied to areas where they're needed most. Right now, it's just for economic affairs. So only the Premier, really, junior ministers have to be applied directly to the Premier and economic activity, economic affairs. I believe there's a specific, I'll have to look at the amendment that was made to the Constitution to provide for junior ministers, but I think it speaks to economic activity, economic development. In addition to that, I believe that we need to have those junior ministers sit in cabinet. While they might not be a voting member of cabinet, they have the benefit of the discussions, they have the benefit of the overall policy direction that a particular administration is going, and it gives them, because they're the ones essentially wherever they fit, are going to be the ones executing the mandate, whether it's for the Premier, the Deputy Premier, or whichever minister, and assist them to execute their mandate for the people of the territory. And lastly, the issue concerning the Speaker. There's different schools of thought in terms of how we're going to be able to do that, but the Speaker needs to be accountable, not just to the ruling party. He needs to be accountable to the people of the territory. So he needs to get there via a vote by the people of the territory. There are some schools of thought that believes that the Speaker should be run independently. That you run to be a Speaker versus you run to be a member and then you're selected to be a Speaker. There's that school of thought. But I think it's something that but my position is that person, however we construct that particular, however we do it, it has to be an elected member. is my position, versus a nominated member.
Would you be in favor of expanding the membership of the House of Assembly?
I am in favor of expanding membership. I've also recommended a bicameral.
Can I come back to that,
yeah,
if I may?
okay.
How big would you allow House of Assembly to become?
I think just to add the 6th minister and I think the numbers that it was either 15 or 16 or 15 elected members, I believe it was necessary to add a 6th minister based on the calculation that was used. That was back in 2007. I think we might need to assess what is the optimal size of our current House of Assembly to be able to get the resources in place to really execute the duties that we need as a territory.
To appoint a 6th cabinet minister with the 2 junior ministers would mean there were 8 ministers of 15 members. So you would still have the issue that Honourable Julian Fraser raised of having the government, the ministers, the elected ministers, inevitably being a majority in the House of Assembly.
Well, the issue of the expanding the ministries was based on, at the time we didn't have junior ministers. So that calculation was based on that. So I think we'll have to go back and do whatever calculations to see what's the optimal size to either have a big enough opposition or opposition in government to be able to hold the electorate to account. Because we've had situations where we've had 7 to 6. And when this House actually started, we had it was 8 to 5 before one member crossed the floor. So there are areas where you could have a level of parity in the system, but we just have to get the right numbers. And there's no perfect system, and we all know that. But we just have to tweak the one that we have to make it work for us and our people.
Well, the Honourable Julian Fraser's point is that the Constitution doesn't allow the House of Assembly to hold the government to account. And what he favours is what he says that the reason for that is that because the concept of having 4 at-large seats has never worked, because that was introduced to bring about diversity, to introduce different people into the House, but it's never worked because the parties have been allowed to run for it. And he has, I won't set it out, but he's put to the Commissioner a particular system that he sees will get around it. His point is that what a small jurisdiction like this needs, the most stable form is coalition government. Now, you take this current House of Assembly as an example, it's 9-4. However diligent the opposition is, there is still a government majority. It was the same in the 3rd House. There was an inbuilt and substantial government majority. Do you think, other than a bicameral system, but do you see any force in the concerns that the Honourable Fraser has raised, that the system simply doesn't allow any House of Assembly to hold any government to account?
I mean, my specific position paper was specific to the current construct and how are we going to work to make this construct work and whatever recommendations to enhance it or move it forward. I haven't went through the members' position. I don't want to comment on something that haven't really discussed with a member or whatever. I don't know what he's proposing, specifically what he's proposing. So I wouldn't even hazard to get into that. But what I would say is that democracy is what it is. Democracy is not perfect. There are times when you have 7 to 6. There are times when you have 10 to 2, like we had. You have these things happen. Our responsibility as an opposition, and I believe this very strongly, is to hold the government account. We know that we don't have the numbers, but we need to bring awareness to the people of what's happening in the territory. And the key thing is ensuring that we have participation in outreach, in terms of reaching out to the people so they can understand what's happening in the democracy. So tomorrow, next House of Assembly could be 7 to 6.
But I think your point. I think you agree with Honourable Julian Fraser on this. That the government needs to be held to account in some way.
Yeah.
The ways in which they might be held to account may
It's up for debate, yeah.
it may be different. But I think you both have concerns that at the moment, for one reason or another, any government in power here in the BVI is not necessarily held to account as it should be. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say that that's the case. I think we have a role to play as opposition. We play a role. We bring awareness to the issues that we think are issues that the people have concern with. We do our work in terms of our press releases, our press briefing with the public to keep them account. Ultimately, people elect a government to lead. They make their decisions, but if we have concerns with those decisions, we will highlight those concerns, and that's the role of the opposition, to highlight those concerns. You can't have two governments at the same time. You only could have one government at a time.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, the bicameral system that you've proposed in your position paper, how would that work?
What I'm proposing, and I looked at the Bermuda model in terms of how Bermuda system works. They have a upper house and a lower house. The lower house is made up of the elected members who actually usher the laws through the lower house. And then the senators who make up, I think it's 5 from the premier nominates 5 members. 3 are nominated by the leader of the opposition, and 3 are nominated by the governor. So it's an 11-member Senate. We're not necessarily saying that we're going to go and that size or whatever the construct would be, but it creates a level of accountability in the legislative process. So if a piece of legislation is passed in the lower house, it has to be ratified in the upper house. So at least it gives the process an opportunity and the public an opportunity to get a perspective of where the legislation is going, what the legislation means for them as a citizen, what it means for the public, how it is going to impact their lives, whether it's economic or socially, how is it going to infringe on any of my human rights or anything of the sort. But at least the legislative process gets its due course. Right now, as it stands, the government could decide tomorrow that they're going to put a piece of legislation on the other paper. They're going to bring it and move it in 1, 2, 3 sittings without the level of consultation. I believe this happened. This is something that I've always had a concern with, not just with this particular administration in general, that the legislative process is our main responsibility. We are elected as legislators. So we have a responsibility to ensure that we go through a thorough and rigorous process when we're deciding to put legislation in place. One of the things that I suggested and we used to do is have what we call informal meetings to discuss clause by clause with the technocrats, with the policymakers, with the drafters, the legislation. So we could understand from a legislator's point of view, what is the true intent of this bill? Is what is on paper going to affect the intent of this bill if it's passed in the House or Assembly? So by the time it gets to the House or Assembly, we have a better appreciation of what is being intended by the bill. And then we could give it a proper debate in terms of the merits and the issues surrounding the bill and what is intended for the bill.
But you haven't thought about what size a Senate might be
No.
for these islands?
No, those are things that we have to have a proper analysis. I mean, writing a position paper within a week and then come up with that level of detail is impossible. It'll be irresponsible of me to make suggestions without doing the proper analysis, looking at what the country could bear financially, looking at based on our trajectory, what are the things that we need to move forward, what kind of construct do we need as a territory, and we need to have consultation with the people. It is important for us that we're going to make these kind of major decisions, that it's done through consultation, not just amongst us as legislators and policymakers, but the people need to be squarely involved in this process.
Another recommendation you make which is allowing, and you put this under the heading, it's your page 5 if you need it, to allow greater self-government by the local elected government. One of the recommendations is it's your J Roman numeral 2, that the portfolio of the civil service be moved to an elected member who's been appointed minister responsible for that subject area. Now, as I understand the Constitution at the moment, the governor, and on a day-to-day basis, the deputy governor leads the civil service. What is, in your view, the benefit of essentially having ministerial control of the civil service?
For me, let me go back a step first. When I started to join the civil service in '95, when I gave my evidence earlier this week, I started out as a data entry clerk. One of the first things that was done when I started the service was there was what we call the training division. There was a team of persons identified to train persons on the service and the system of government and how government works. I learned that in my very first week on becoming a civil servant, or a public servant within the system. Since I've been elected, I've seen that function disappear. We have a lot of trained persons, educated persons in the service, very good persons that work within the service, but we need to have a service that is fit for purpose. We need to have a service that has persons on an ongoing basis being personally developed in the skill sets that we need. We need to have persons who are fine-tuned and focus particular areas of weaknesses within the service. We need to have persons that could rotate anywhere within the service because of the level of training and understanding that they have in terms of the service. And that needs to be under somebody who has a level of responsibility, not just when you're a long-standing civil servant, you don't have to worry about whether you meet your mandate or not. When you're an elected member, you have a mandate to the people. And if you are responsible for ensuring that the civil service work the way it should be, that the necessary training is done for them to have the skills that they need to perform their duties, and you don't perform those duties, you'll hear about it at the polls in the next election. So it needs to be in the hand of someone who has a vested responsibility to ensure that it works. Not to say that the deputy governor and those persons don't have that. I would never say that. And I know that the deputy governor is someone who's been a long-term servant that's done his work. But what I'm saying that you need to have someone who is accountable to the people. And that when at the end of 4 years, I need to assess your performance in terms of what you've done in rebuilding the service and ensuring that civil service are trained, to ensure that the necessary systems are put in place. For instance, we started the process of e-government. When I was elected in 2011, because of my background, I was appointed the chairman of the government committee. And one of the first things, and that was me just giving back because of my skill sets to help reform the service that is made in terms of technology. One of the things that we did is that we had scattered across the service, several hundreds, over 100 websites, different websites. And the objective was to consolidate those websites and create efficiency in the service and how it operates. And one of the things that we did is that we developed what we call SOPs, standard operating procedures, for all the departments within government, and did that consolidation. That is something that should be an ongoing process. So there needs to be somebody who's accountable to ensure, for instance, when we pass a piece of legislation in the House, there has to be someone that says, look, the government has just passed a piece of legislation, it's been assented to. How does it impact the way the service operates? Do I need to change the forms? Do I need to change the information that a citizen, when they're doing business with the government, has to change? Do I need to update something else within the service? Do I need to create some kind of synergy between some government departments? That continuous process does not happen. And there needs to be somebody who's held account to ensure that happens within the service. And I believe that there has to be someone who's elected and it's being held accountable to the people, by the people.
Doesn't it already happen? Because under the Constitution, under Section 56, ministers have responsibility for each of their departments. So to take your example, if a piece of legislation comes through the House and is assented and could impact civil service wide, a form needs to be changed, a procedure needs to be changed, a process needs to be brought into fruition. Doesn't that responsibility already fall on the shoulders of the minister running that particular department?
I wouldn't say that. There's always been this issue of who's really in charge. So there's always this back and forth between the ministers and the governor and the deputy governor and all this, that we need to have it clearly defined who's really in charge. And we need to put the tenants in place to ensure that whatever needs to be executed is executed. I don't blame anyway the civil servants. They need direction. There needs to be clear direction in terms of what should happen. And the tough war that happens back and forth between the governor's office, the deputy governor's office, and the ministries. We need to clearly define who is in charge. So there's no ambiguity on who's in charge. We had this back and forth recently with the appointment of PSs. You don't know what really happened, but we need to know who's in charge. We need to clearly delineate the lines of the roles of responsibility, and then hold whoever that individual is accountable to the people of the territory, because at the end of the day, it is taxpayers' resources that is being used to do these things. And when you put a piece of legislation in place, and years after, the service has not been updated to reflect the legislative changes, the forms have not been updated to reflect the legislative changes, and you don't get the level of efficiency that you need out of the service, then we blame the civil servants. You can't blame the civil servant. You have to blame the person that's responsible for the civil service, that why those efficiencies aren't being had. So we need to make sure that whoever's accountable should be held accountable. And we can't continue to have these waffling back and forth and not being clear on who is actually responsible for ensuring that these things happen. And it's certainly not the civil servants.
And from a good governance perspective, are you of the view that what is critical is preserving the independence and impartiality of the civil service?
Impartiality is important, and you could do both. I think the institution, and we see it even in other mature democracies. It's like the system is so enshrined, clear policies, clear delineation of responsibilities. Everything is clear in terms of what is the role when a minister comes into office, what is his responsibilities, what he can or cannot do. The standard operating procedures are in place to govern the way a minister should operate, or the governor, whomever should operate, and the lines of responsibilities are clear. So that if tomorrow the people of the territory decides they want a whole new government, those persons come into a system clearly understanding with a trained civil service, with a requisite that we have an educated civil service. We need them to be trained and fit for purpose to make sure that we strengthen the policies and the positions in government and the institutions within the government system, that when I come, if I'm a new member, I couldn't it's just like riding a bike. You never forget how you ride a bike, and the system continues to move.
But how do you square having an independent and impartial civil service, which you support, being under the control of a government minister, solely under the control of a government minister? I mean,
is it truly independent now? I don't know if I could say that it's truly independent the way it is right now.
But that's a different question.
Yeah.
My understanding is tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
But I mean, the conventional view is that the civil service, here the public service, should be independent and impartial. Is that something you agree with? You may not.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, finish it. You finished?
No, I'm sorry. Yes.
I apologize, yes. Commissioner. It should be, and I don't see why it can't be under a minister. If the systems are robust, the systems are clear in terms of what should happen, what are the operating procedures, and how things should work, I don't see why it can't happen. Just like as if it could happen under the deputy governor or the governor, I don't see why it can't happen under a minister. And at least with a minister, the minister has a level of accountability built into the system. He has to go back to the people every 4 years and reapply for his job.
Yes, thank you.
But what needs would you accept? What the benefit or what the step that would only create a benefit is if the independent nature of the civil service was just set out, it was enshrined as a principle, but to which everyone signed up. That would be a good starting point, wouldn't it?
It could be, and I think those things have to be defined. I think that is that is where you go in a maturing democracy. We've only been 70 years at it in terms of ministerial leadership. So we're going through the process, but I think we've made some good strides, and I'm going to stick to my position that I think there needs to be that level of accountability, not just once we build a strong and robust system that would stand whoever comes in and out, that there needs to still be that additional layer of accountability to the people of this territory.
Can I move on to just your page 6, please? And it's just the proposals that you've made to for legislative reform and in strengthening institutional practices. And you look back to steps that the National Democratic Party government took, including the protocols for effective financial management, which further, you say, the objective of achieving good governance. So focusing on, just develop a little bit, how did adopting those protocols further the objective, in your view?
It put in writing in terms of clearly outlined. Before that we had the borrowing guidelines, which was a similar document to the framework of fiscal management. One of the additional features of this is that we've defined the way that relationship works. Additionally, where we now have more forecasting in terms of our economic outlook, in terms of our budgeting, we now have to do 3-year budgets versus doing a budget every year. So at least then you could adjust when you're seeing where the economic picture is going based on your forecasting. Specifically now where we are with COVID-19 and where we were previously with hurricanes of 2017. Our countries were devastated. 2017, we lost our entire tourism infrastructure. Luckily, we had the level of redundancy that we needed for in our financial services industry, in terms of disaster preparedness and our redundancies in our systems, that we could get that economy back up and running within a week. And those are things that those kind of shifts affect your budgeting, and we're able to know with the 3-year budgeting, be able to do that. We also be able to know in terms of our borrowing guidelines and our ratios that we have, and when we're out of those ratios, it helps us manage better in terms of maintaining our liquidity as a territory, so to speak. And those ratios help us to give us a guide. And in any business, if you're going to a bank to borrow and you're outside your ratios, the bank wouldn't borrow you any money. It's no different for a country. As a country, we have to be responsible stewards of our finances, because it's the people's finances that we're dealing with. So you don't want to have a government that comes in and just borrows money. There needs to be some checks and balances. And I'm open and okay with checks and balances for any system. It's not about we need to put those checks and balances in as well for our systems.
So what you're saying is that the protocols increase international confidence in the country, which has benefits such as an ability to borrow.
Yeah, and also it's not perfect, and I'm never saying that the protocol is perfect. And there's some issues that we've identified. And I know there's ongoing discussions with the protocols, but at least it gives us a guide. It gave us a guide in which and how we could manage our fiscal affairs.
Yes, a sort of framework.
Yes.
Yeah. Final question, please. It's at your page 7, please. You say that you believe it's imperative to enhance the functions and resources of a number of governmental bodies, in particular the Director of Public Prosecutions, the AG's chambers, the Internal Audit Unit, the Auditor General and Complaints Commission. I'll leave the Office of the Leader of the Opposition out, if I may. But just
the institution, not Marlon Penn.
Well, as I understood your position statement, I
want to make that very clear.
Yeah, it's an institution that has not yet come into being, okay. So that's why I leave it out. But I accept it's about the office and not the man. Mm-hmm. But the point is that the others that you list do exist. Mm-hmm. You say it's imperative to enhance the functions and resources, but how would you enhance those functions and resources?
I'll take this. I'll take a step back first. When I was in at the Financial Services Commission, one of the things that we embarked on is from 2006 to 2012, just to change the way that we did business as an entity in terms of employing technology to create efficiencies in the way that we did business and the way that we work and interact with our customers and internally as well. And one of this discussion that came out of that is that persons were saying that you're going to send persons home and you're going to lose jobs. And the opposite happened. What we did is that once we put the Virgin system in place, the regulatory systems in place, and a level of automation and efficiency was derived, we were able to train persons to use them and facilitate their skills in other areas. So there were persons who were filing clerks that were trained to be IT technician and have advanced to even business development. There were persons who were just maintenance guys and now are in the registry of corporate affairs doing registry related work. So what I'm proposing and what I proposed with our e-government strategy and all the things that we proposed in 2011, 2015 was to create the level of efficiency that you need within the service. Create that efficiency, free up a lot of the resources that we're using to do busy work, filing paperwork, that kind of thing, and administrative work that bogs down persons' time, and retool those persons to be able to support a lot of these institutions that need that support. While some of these are legal institutions and they will need specific training, but throughout the other areas of service, it creates an impetus of say, look, we need these particular skill sets. Person might have ambitions to be trained to be something else. And it creates an opportunity to get those persons filled within those positions. But these particular institutions are important to the function of good governance. We need to give them the necessary financial support. And I know that when the police has come before the Standing Finance Committee, I've never heard any premier who has I've sat through 3 premiers. I've never heard any of the premiers deny the police force any kind of financial support that they ask for. Similarly, when persons ask for human resource, I've not heard them say no since I have been there. So there's something that's happening beyond that process. Why this is not happening? Something that creates the bottleneck. Why the DPP doesn't get her staff that she needs, the AG doesn't get her staff that she needs, the Complaints Commission doesn't get the tools that she needs to be effective in performing her duties as a Complaints Commissioner. All of these particular, the internal auditor and the audit function, very important functions for good governance. One of the things that I know when in the last administration, we had to bring in someone to assist with the audited accounts to help bring them up to date. We need to find a way to get that resource trained within the service, so that we have the capacity and the additional support for the auditor, the internal auditor, and the auditor general to be able to effect these changes within the service. And we need the support, and then where is practical, we get the assistance in terms of training our people, because we have a lot of educated people that have the capacity to do these jobs. It's just a matter of giving them the fine-tuned training and getting them fit for purpose to fit in these roles. I know it's a difficult task. When you see the standing finance process, you have every department competing for financial resources. My contention has always been the efficiencies that could be had within the service that wouldn't make the need for so much sometimes, and if we have a liberal redeployment. Not sending anyone home. I'll never advocate that. Redeployment of resources to the areas where they're truly needed. I know some of these are very technical areas, but there are other areas that we can redeploy the skills. Once we have the level of consolidation within departments that needs to happen, create the level of redundancies that need to happen, that you don't need to have, instead of having 5 persons doing that task, you could have 1, and those 4 persons could be freed up to do something else because you've used technology to create those efficiencies within the operations of the public service. So I support giving these entities, I know they've come before you, and I'm sure that they've said to you that they need the resources, and I in no way doubt that they do need the resources. And I know that the premiers, the one prior and this one, has always committed to supporting them, but there's somewhere in the system where there's a breakdown from the HR. What is HR? I don't want to point fingers because I myself don't know specifically where the breakdown lies, but there's a breakdown somewhere why that doesn't materialize as quickly as it should.
Commissioner, I've come to the end of my questions. Can I conclude by thanking the Honourable Penn for coming this afternoon and for the patience he's shown. We took longer to get him on than we said we would, but also for the additional assistance he's given, the way he's given his evidence.
No problem. I have an uncle named Job, the most patient man I know. So I'm used to patience.
Can I echo that, Mr. Penn? Thank you very much for both your time and the helpful way in which you've given the evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Who's
It's the Deputy Governor next. If you could rise briefly and we'll just get the place reset.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good. First, Deputy Governor, I'm sure Mr. Rowett will do this anyway, but could I apologise for keeping you waiting? You've been very patient and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Understandable.
Yes, Mr. Rowett.
Thank you, Commissioner, and Deputy Governor. I do join with the Commissioner in making our apologies for the time that we've kept you waiting. But what I can also do and do want to do is to thank you for coming to give evidence this afternoon. The first thing we need to do is to have you sworn. You can either affirm or take the oath, whichever you prefer.
Mr. Bible.
There is a card, I think, on the table in front of you. One side is for the affirmation and one side is for the oath. If you could take it.
Yes.
If you could read the card out.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare.
No, I'm sorry, it is the other side, Deputy Governor. That's it. Thank you.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. To deal with two formalities, please, can you give the Commissioner your full name?
Yes. My name is David DaCosta Archer, Jr.
And your professional address?
Yes. Please repeat.
Your professional address. Where the location of the DG's office?
Thank you. The Deputy Governor's office is located in Road Town. Thank you.
Deputy Governor, the primary reason to ask you to come along this afternoon is to ask additional questions arising from your position statement. I don't propose to ask you to read it out or to hopefully not to read it out myself. There is a bundle on the desk where you will find the position statement, but it looks like you've also brought your own copy in any event. So if you're more comfortable using that, please do so.
Yes, thank you.
There may be other documents that I take you to as we go along, but no need to look at them now. I'll take you to them as we do go through. I try to keep the questions short and simple. Doesn't work always. If at any time I ask you a question that you find difficult, please do ask me to repeat or rephrase it, and I shall do so. And the final request to be made of you is, can I ask you just to keep your voice up and speak slowly? The microphone in front of you does not amplify, just records. And so what's important is that we can hear you so that your answers are clearly and accurately recorded. Thank you very much. I start with a question I have put to every witness, and that is to ask you, please, just to give an outline of your professional background before assuming the position of Deputy Governor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I was fortunate to start in the BVI government as an admin cadet. That was in July 14th, 1997. I then advanced to be a personnel officer. These are both within the Department of Human Resources for the government. I then advanced to be a senior personnel officer. That's January 1999. Then advanced to being a senior assistant human resources manager, and that's September 1st, 2002. I then advanced to be the Deputy Director of Human Resources. That's the 1st of January, 2003. Then the Director of Human Resources, the 5th October, 2014. Permanent Secretary, Deputy Governor's Office, 16th August, 2010. Senior Liaison Officer, Governor's Office, 15th January, 2018. And took up the role as Deputy Governor, 1st March, 2018.
Thank you very much. Now, the Deputy Governor's post is a constitutional position. And I think it's under section 36 of the 2007 Constitution. The Constitution provides that you stand in place of the governor when required. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, Commissioner.
And you have certain functions under the Constitution, which are set out at sections 38 and 39. And you've also set those out in your page 13 of your position statement, where you set out your role. So you can be authorized to take on any of the functions of the office of governor. But aside from the Constitution, is your role as deputy governor defined anywhere else?
No, it's not, Commissioner.
And so has the post evolved over time, would you say? Are there now particular responsibilities that you have as deputy governor which aren't really set out in the Constitution or anywhere else?
Well, Commissioner, I can only give reference to my observation, having only been the deputy governor for 3 years. And from my observation, I can conclude that the duties I have currently are some of the same duties that would have been transferred from other deputy governors, albeit special assignments, such as when I took on the lead to transform the public service.
But what, it must be a few weeks ago now, we had a number of permanent secretaries and also the cabinet secretary give evidence, and this was in private session, but the transcripts are public. And when asked who the head of the civil service was, all fingers pointed at you as deputy governor. And so I think whilst it might be that the governor is the recorded head of the civil service, you have day-to-day headship of the civil service, is that right?
Commissioner, yes, my answer was only referencing the duties that are documented.
Yes, of course, but that is a duty that isn't documented, but is in fact, I would suggest perhaps takes up a great deal of your time as DG.
Majority of my time, Commissioner.
Now, as with others, and your position statement has been published, and it's available on the website for others to read. Now, you've addressed the questions that the Commissioner put to you in detail, and so I just want to take you through some aspects of it. If you look at your page 4, you refer to section 60 of the Constitution and say that your role is to support the governor through the promotion and development and enforcement of robust good governance measures. Now, did you consider, from the perspective of being deputy governor, that it's the governor that has primary responsibility for ensuring good governance?
Commissioner, my belief is based on section 60 of the Constitution. Those are detailed areas which you will find when you dissect them, spread across main subjects dealing with good governance. And insofar, I view the governor as being responsible for within those duties for leading in those specific areas of good governance.
One of the points you make is about the importance of the public interest. And you, to quote your position statement, you speak of acting positively in the public interest at all times. Now, many of my questions, Deputy Governor, are going to seek your assistance about the operation of the public service. And your position statement speaks to an overarching need to always act in the public interest. When you speak of public officers, who do you define or mean by the term public officers?
Within my position statement, Commissioner, I will reference public officers who are part of central government, and I'll also make reference to the wider persons in public interest. But specifically, when I speak about public officers, those are the ones who work for central government, Commissioner.
And what some of us might describe as the civil service.
Yes.
And you've, I think, called it the public service in your position paper.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, how is that need to act positively in the public interest at all times embedded in the work of the public service currently?
Please repeat the question.
You speak of the need to act positively in the public interest at all times. So that I take from your position paper, and we're looking at page 4, is an obligation that falls on the public service. But how is it embedded in the work of the public service?
If I can, Commissioner, as I answer this question, possibly take you to another page where I will draw on the bodies of legislations and policies that guide the public service. That will be on page 17. Well, fundamentally, good governance plus society involvement equals public trust. And on page 15, I made reference to different pieces of legislations and policies that guide good governance. And those are the fundamentals which will embed good governance within the public service. We serve the public and we serve the public's interests. And in doing so, those pieces of legislations and policies which are listed on page 15 are the ones which serve as the root cause for good governance.
And you put at the top of that list, before we leave the page, the general orders, which as I understand it were last revised in 1982.
Yes, Commissioner.
But as part of the public service transformation program, those will be overhauled, is that right?
Yes, I do smile, and that is not part, Commissioner, one of the most happiest things I speak about when it comes to general orders, except to say within the public service policy since 1982, we have developed not just the framework for the new public service management bill or the public service management code, but over 30-something policies which guides how we do business within the public service. And those are then the foundation for what will serve as a new public service management code.
Can I come back to that? Because I do have some questions for you on those. One of the pieces of evidence that emerged, and this was of questions put to senior public officers, permanent secretaries, a cabinet secretary, and the question I put was, were they aware of any additional guidance issued to civil servants beyond what was in the general orders? And back came the answer, no. Is that an answer that surprises you somewhat?
Yes, Commissioner, it does.
And why does it surprise you?
Well, it surprises me because each public officer, whether junior or senior, when they first take up office or they first take up new posts, they are reminded through formal letters of the documents or the policies which will guide their administration or guide their rule. Now, I do say, because it might not be, Commissioner, part of their everyday duties, they might not be able to pinpoint all of them, but I can say the framework exists where each public officer, especially the senior officers, are aware of what policies will guide them. General orders, public service management bill, public service management code, but also more specifically as it relates to the financial regulations, procurement legislations, and so forth.
But we need to separate future changes to come from the present situation. My understanding from the evidence of a permanent secretary was, well, actually, it's the general orders, nothing more. Is there more already in existence governing how you operate as a public officer in the Virgin Islands?
Yes. So general orders will be the general framework of how we operate. It will consider, Commissioner, as a rule and guide, but I can submit to you, if necessary, all of the supporting policies which supports the general orders, whether it's speaking about sexual harassment, conflict within the public service. I have them within my bundles, but I can provide them to you. So along with the wider Commissioner general orders, there are supporting policies which guides the operations of persons within the public service.
And it does surprise you that a senior civil servant that's reached a permanent secretary position is unable to mention that or unaware of it.
Commissioner, I'm not aware of the context on which those questions was asked. However, I'm very, very sure if the PSs were to reflect, they will be able to also mention some of these things. I'll mention it also.
You are a long-serving and now senior member of the civil service, of the public service. Do you agree that preserving the independence of the public service is a critical aspect of good governance?
Yes, Commissioner.
And how is that preserved currently?
Well, it's preserved by understanding that there's a partnership with how the public service will operate. That partnership is between the elected officials. Section 56 of the Constitution will lay out what roles and responsibilities will guide elected officials, but also relates to the governor being responsible for terms and conditions and how the public service overall operates.
And so it depends on a partnership that involves the governor, the elected officials, and the public service.
Yes, that partnership is embedded within our constitution, is embedded within how the spirit of how we move forward within the public service.
This was a question I also raised with permanent secretaries and the cabinet secretary. But if a public officer of whatever level has a concern over a minister and over how the minister is requiring policy to be implemented, so all elected officers or officials will have a policy program in mind. They will have objectives that they want to achieve. And the job of the civil service would be of the public service will be to assist them to achieve those objectives, but within a defined framework.
Yes.
In circumstances where, and this is bringing it back to the Virgin Islands, that a public officer has a concern over how a minister is going about his or her business, or what a minister is requiring of a public officer, how can they raise that concern?
If a individual public officer has a challenge with that, then they will deal and speak directly with their department head. If it's a department head, then they will speak with the permanent secretary. If it's a permanent secretary or someone at that level, then they deal directly with the deputy governor. If there is not redress at all of those levels, commissioners, as I just mentioned, then ultimately it will rest with me to provide some level of balance and communication to make sure we can get a point of redress if necessary.
And have you, in your time as deputy governor, had to provide some balance and redress?
Yes, I have, Commissioner.
And without naming names, I'm not asking you to, but can you give the commissioner some sense of the circumstances in which you've had to intervene?
Well, I will caution to say intervention, except use the word probably guide. Obviously, permanent secretaries want to deliver for the governments of the day. So it might be a simple question, Commissioner, as relates to how does this policy get implemented? Is it part of established regulations? How might it be done within the time frame that the minister requests? But that's all done within conversation and communication. So it could be a decision which is made between the minister and the official, and that individual, the PS, will have dialogue with me in terms of whether or not it's going on the right path.
Let's take you to your page 5. You have referred there, and it's something you develop later in your position statement, to the Public Service Transformation Program. You've, I think, also called it the Transformation Plan, but that's borne by you in terms of pushing that through and progressing it. But you say it adopted the principles of the good governance framework for the overseas territories. So starting off with that, can you just explain what is the good governance framework for the overseas territories?
Commissioner, this is the framework from the FCDO as it relates to what public services should be working towards. Public services, by extension, also public bodies, to ensure that they have a good governance framework, a good governance standard. And by utilizing this checklist, we're able to ascertain, Commissioner, whether or not we're doing well in those given areas.
And when was the framework first promulgated?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of when it was first developed. However, I can assure you that when I first took on the role of transformation, that's one of the documents that I met as relates to what standard we should work towards to have a public service that will be considered doing well in good governance.
And was it one of the documents you met immediately on taking office as deputy governor?
Yes, Commissioner.
Forgive me, but it may just be because the time we've reached in the day, but just to remind us when you first took office.
As March 2018.
So March 2018, and you then say the Public Service Transformation Program started in 2018. So do we take it that March 2018 you arrive to take up the new role, and you pretty much quickly after that you're asked to begin developing this program?
Yes, Commissioner, after the hurricanes, as the BVI made a decision to to develop and to redevelop. One of the critical components which we're saying was that the public service also have to move along with its development. And at the time, the deputy governor and director of HR and other professionals saw it fit to have a transformation of the public service while we were also transforming the territory or recovering and development from the territory. The timing was probably coincidental, or as I came on, that would then be the first mandate given to me to lead outside of my normal duties.
But was did the impetus for the transformation program come from the deputy governor's office, or were you given it by a decision of cabinet or by a decision of the governor?
Commissioner, the transformation of the public service was through a cabinet decision.
So and that's obviously in the previous administration had decided that this should be taken forward.
Yes, Commissioner.
And that, does it sort of, its starting point is that it adopts the principles of the good governance frameworks and then develops it onwards?
Yes, Commissioner, along with other points, but yes.
And you use the framework essentially as a checklist?
Commissioner, it was a good checklist. It was not just from that standpoint, but it was also a good checklist from best practices throughout the region and globally.
I see. And the point is, you want, or would you accept that the aim is to develop a program that suits the Virgin Islands? It's not a rigid framework. It's not a tick list. It's a guide.
Yes, Commissioner, it's a guide.
And so you start in 2018. Does it just continue through? Obviously, there's a change of government in 2019. Did that pause your work or change your work in any way? Or does it just continue on?
Commissioner, the transformation program, as the new government came in, obviously we had to pause because there was a need for us to introduce the program and the concept to them and get their buy-in and their support, and that was done.
I see. You should have, Deputy Governor, on the desk in front of you, a large grey lever arch file. I hope you'll find it. If I tell you what this is a, please open it. You're gonna, yes, thank you very much. It's an affidavit from Sandra Ward, who is obviously the Cabinet Secretary, and she assisted the Commissioner by producing those minutes where Cabinet Ministers had declared an interest in an agenda item. I just wanted to take you to page 402, please. If we start at 396, please, Deputy Governor, orientate yourself.
Commissioner, once, allow me please to get there.
Yes, absolutely. A cabinet meeting of the 7th of November 2019. Obviously, you would not have been present, but I just wanted to ask your help with this. If you go to 402, please.
Yes, Commissioner.
Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Oh, right. Okay. It's a memorandum at the bottom of the page, refers to a memorandum by the governor, integrity in public life policy. And if you give me a moment. If you go through, there's then the deliberations, and if you go through to 406 and paragraph 32, in the course of deliberation, the governor said that the integrity in public life policy was a component of a wider suite of proposed legislation, including the Public Service Management Act, the Whistleblowers Bill. And if you then go through to page 408, at 38, Cabinet reviewed the draft in public life policy, decided that a bill which was Integrity in Public Life 2003 should be reviewed in line with the policy, incorporate a review of the Register of Interest in the Complaints Commission Act, and then decided that the Deputy Governor's Office should instruct the Attorney General's chambers to draft the new bill. Now, this is in November 2019. So, and correct me if I've misunderstood this, but is that illustrative of the process that had to be taken when a new government comes in, that the transformation program is paused, but then aspects of it are brought back to Cabinet for approval as to whether it should continue?
Commissioner, this appears to be the first introduction of the Integrity in Public Life Bill. This is not the introduction of the transformation of the Public Service Plan.
I see. So what you understand, what I've showed you at, is that in November 2019, the governor was introducing the Integrity in Public Life policy.
As stated,
Cabinet.
As stated here, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you. We can pick it up now, but can you explain what the Integrity in Public Life policy is or was?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Please do.
Yes. The Integrity in Public Life policy is an overarching policy which attempts for the first time in the history of the Virgin Islands to describe the actions, expectations of all persons in public life. It defines behaviors that are expected. It also ensures accountability mechanisms for persons who do not adhere to those particular policies and procedures. And it also sets out a commission for monitoring and enforcing those standards for all persons in public life.
There's reference in there to a 2003 bill, which suggests that this had been under consideration. The idea of integrity in public life becoming part of the legislation of the Virgin Islands has been something that has been talked about for many years. Is that your understanding of the position?
Commissioner, can you point me to where that's referenced? That
Yes,
might draw
course.
my...
If you go back to page 402, please. In fact, let's go to 408. And I'm taking you to the decisions that Cabinet actually made. So Cabinet approved a draft Integrity in Public Life policy at A. At B, decided that the bill entitled Integrity in Public Life 2003 be reviewed in line with the policy and then incorporate reviews of other statutes that impact on, I suppose, conduct in public life. And my question was directed to the reference of a bill which is Integrity in Public Life 2003, and whether that prompted in your mind, Deputy, a recollection that the concept of integrity in public life is something that has been talked about in the Virgin Islands for some considerable time.
Yes, Commissioner, it has been.
If we go through to back to your page 5, please. Now, what you've done at page 5 is to set out a table which shows an update on the framework. So if I summarize, what you do is you set out a number of statutes that are being a considerable number. I think in total you've got 19 statutes or codes set out. And these are the steps that are being taken as part of the transformation program to essentially to meet the good governance framework. Would that be a way of describing it?
Commissioner, not exactly. What you have here is an amalgamation of various steps, policies that make up the overall good governance framework. For example, some of them are already in place. So the attempt here was to demonstrate, making reference to the good governance framework, where the BVI currently is, or where the public service currently is with certain aspects. So for example, a good governance framework should have a register of interests. And what's here, for example, is a demonstration of where the BVI currently is. So what's listed here are not the transformation initiatives only, but also a representation of various forms of good governance measures, which can lead towards the overall framework, which is mentioned on page 5.
I see. And if we look at some of these, one of the elements of this is I suppose I could describe it as a code of conduct for public officers. That's your 3 on page 6. And that's, you've identified that as a good governance component. And you explained that there were public service standards of excellence launched in 2016 to align with the Nolan principles. And that there is now a public service management bill, which has now been revised to become a public service management code. Is that right?
Commissioner, it might be, I think, important if I make the distinction between the public service management code and the public service management bill.
Yes,
it might
please.
help.
Yes.
The code represents all of the good principles which we believe can make up the public service management bill. It was decided to test, for example, how those policies might impact overall public service, to first introduce the public service management code, which will replace our general orders. After a year, hopefully not that long, of reviewing the policies, ascertaining its impact, and having a chance to also look at other best practices, we will then transition that code into the public service management bill.
I see. So in terms of status or what status does the code have as a public officer? Can you ignore the code when in circumstances where you could not ignore the act, or is it as binding? Is a code as binding on a public officer as an act would be?
The code will be considered internal government policy. The act, of course, will be linked to legislation, of course, allowing then the right teeth for enforcement.
Does the code, when it eventually comes out of the machine, will that explicitly recognize the independence of the civil service?
Commissioner, can you please elaborate on the question?
I'm going to suggest that an independent and impartial public service, and I apologize, I default automatically to civil service, but it's important I use your terminology, Deputy. But I'm going to suggest that an independent and impartial public service is an important component of good governance. And your point 3 says that a code of conduct for public officers is an element of good governance. And my question is whether that code of conduct will recognize the independence of the public service.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, is it the code of conduct or the public service management?
I'm taking it from your 3, the code of conduct for public officers. Yes, which let's call it the public service management code.
Yes, thank you.
Will the public service management code explicitly recognize the independence and impartiality of public officers?
Commissioner, yes.
And it will explicitly state that.
Commissioner, as I have read, and I will willingly share the draft with you, I think it is clear in terms of that overall approach.
It has been shared with the Commission, so that's helpful. And in terms of preserving that and monitoring its preservation, that independence, how in reality will that be monitored?
Commissioner, carefully. However, in doing so, we must ensure that the adherence to the code, and overall within the code, you will see where the Deputy Governor is listed as the individual who will be responsible for the overall execution and the management of the code and its adherence.
And as Deputy Governor, how will you perform that task?
In doing so, Commissioner, you have to ensure first that the wider public service is aware of the roles, responsibility as it relates to working in public life, working in the public service. Equally, it has to do with how you monitor actions which might go against what's within the Public Service Management Code and ensure the right institutions which are responsible for holding persons accountable are engaged where necessary.
Another aspect of the transformation program, and another component you've listed is of course the code of conduct for ministers.
Yes.
If you give me a moment, please, DG. Sorry, just give me one moment. If you should have, I think there's the smaller grey file. There's just not that big one, but if you put the big one away now, we won't need to look at it. If I explain, Deputy Governor, this was I suppose a note prepared at the Commissioner's request by the Attorney General, I believe with your input, if my recollection is right, but it was in respect of the legislative programme on governance. And so this folder contains, I think, at least as of the 3rd of June, the various sort of iterations of acts and codes.
Commissioner, can you please, I just need some clarity in terms of you mentioned my involvement in.
It may just be my misunderstanding, but as I understand it, a letter was sent both to yourself and to the Attorney General asking to set out the current state of the proposed legislative programme on governance. And my understanding, which may be entirely wrong, was that you had assisted the Attorney General in putting it together.
Commissioner, you're correct.
I'm correct. So my mind is not playing tricks on me. And so the folder that we have in front of us is not just the note, but what was the Attorney General kindly provided was also that I think it's as of the 3rd of June, but the iterations of the various codes or bills that are going through. And I just wanted to ask you about one, and that's at tab 9. And so we're now looking at the sort of obverse to the code of conduct for public officers. This is a code of conduct for ministers. And what you have is at 14, page 14. You can use the internal page numbering or the bundle numbering, which is 181 at the top. What that says at 6.1 is that ministers must uphold the political impartiality of the public service, not ask public officers to act in any way which would conflict with their responsibility and obligations. Now that's the principle. You've explained that in the public officers, the Public Service Management Code, one would find a similar iteration of the principle. But again, it's asking for your assistance of how that will actually work in reality. Does it just come back to you as the head of the civil service to monitor that? And if it does, how would a deputy governor go about monitoring it?
So, Commissioner, if I look at 6.1, ministers must uphold the political impartiality of public service and not ask public officers to act in any way which would conflict with their responsibility and obligations. If a public officer therefore feels that a minister has asked them to act outside of this, they have an overall obligation to, as mentioned before, make known to their supervisor, and their supervisor could be a department head, also to the permanent secretary. And once that information is brought, for example, to my central attention, I have responsibility, if it's necessary, to investigate. If it's a matter which requires other intervention based on observation, based on codes, to place it in that particular direction. So I will serve as the deputy governor will serve, Commissioner, as the medium to, or the litmus to monitor how this particular aspect is being executed in relation to ministers and public officers.
Is there any scope for a public officer raising a concern anonymously?
Commissioner, in when you say announcing, do you mean reference to possibly making a note without a name to the deputy governor?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
So, or I mean, it becomes harder if you're going up the chain of
Yes.
command, but if you want to skip the chain of command and come straight to the man or the woman at the top, there is scope within this system that you're progressing for civil servants to raise concerns without being named.
Yes, indeed. You will find that within the Public Service Management Code.
Thank you. I just want to take you back to stick to this, and it's just, I mean, I'm perhaps these questions are a little cheeky because they're drawing on your experience as a person responsible for the transformation program. But if we look at the code itself, and this is at 15. Section 8 deals with ministers' private interests and sets out a general principle that ministers must ensure no conflict arises or could reasonably be perceived to arise between their public duties and their private interests, financial or otherwise. It then goes on to say that it's the responsibility of each minister to decide whether and what action is needed to avoid a conflict or the perception of a conflict. Now, just what does the what is or when are ministers supposed to avoid the interest? In what circumstances should they be acting to ensure no conflict arises?
Please repeat the question.
I'll put it in a different way because this is the principle. We've seen the Cabinet Handbook, which dates from 2009, which gives guidance. But what, in addition to this, and perhaps the Cabinet Handbook, if that's not retired, what guidance is given to ministers in terms of assessing how to ensure that no conflict arises?
The Register of Interests Act.
Because?
Makes reference here, conflict arises which can arise between their public duties and their private interests. And that act is geared to speak directly to ministers who are also members of the House of Assembly.
And so, but it falls to the minister to A, accurately disclose their interests in the Register of Interests, B, to keep it up to date, and then C, to decide whether those declared interests and a policy or an agenda item on a cabinet meeting or whatever, that then there's a clash. So aside from that, it ultimately always comes back to the minister making the decision.
Yes. Commissioner, in the current state, yes. However, I'm assuming that within this particular bundle, which I have not seen, so forgive me, there is a possible first draft of the Integrity in Public Life Bill.
There is.
And Commissioner, if there is, you will see a different iteration as relates to how ministers can be more responsible in this regard, and where the possibility of the commission serving as a different body to monitor not just public officers, but also all persons in public interest, including public officials and ministers.
And does the Integrity in Public Life Bill give, this is the Integrity Commission that's established under that bill, but does it give them the right to act proactively? So, for example, to come in and monitor compliance with the Register of Interests, or can they only act as an Integrity Commission when something is brought to their attention?
Yes. Well, I'll answer that carefully, Commissioner, because as you know, the Register of Interests rests within the Constitution. So in knowing that, there is only so much an Integrity Commission can do without the registrar, for example, prompting. A a look at the new draft of not just the Integrity in Public Life, but also the new draft associated with the Register of Interest Act, you will see where there is an attempt marriage between both institutions so that the Integrity Commission, for example, can serve not just as a resource to the Register of Interest, but also serve as a body to assist in the implementation, in the monitoring of how well all persons are doing in public life, including public officials, ministers, and members of the House of Assembly, for clarity.
If we go to page 19 in this code, and if you go to 12.1, which is section 12 is ministers and compliance, and 12.1 is the general principle that ministers have a personal responsibility to conduct themselves in accordance with the code. The Premier has discretion in respect of the initial handling of possible breaches of the code. How does that connect with the work of the Integrity Commission?
Thank you. So, Commissioner, this current code, as you see it here, the Ministerial Code, speaks specifically to ministers. Obviously, the Integrity in Public Life Bill and Integrity in Public Life Commission will speak to all members of the House of Assembly, regardless of whether they're ministers or they're part of the backbench. So that this particular code, which is just a code, will have to be contrasted with what will be the legislation to govern the actions of all persons in public life, in particular ministers and members of the House of Assembly. So because this code, Commissioner, is not necessarily legislation, there will have to be a deferment to the larger Integrity in Public Life Code, which will guide. And my assumption, Commissioner, will be before the Integrity in Public Life Bill is brought into force, or before this code, ministerial code, is brought into particular action as a policy, there will have to be some contrast and review of both to make sure the right synergy in the area you're making mention.
Before we leave Register of Interests, I don't know whether Deputy Governor, you followed any of the evidence over the last few days that's been taken by the Commissioner. But more than one or two members of the House of Assembly have raised concerns about the Register of Interest form. I mean, and firstly, one of the first questions, or question we have put to more than one witness, and this is both current and former members of the House of Assembly, was that the form refers to a guidance pamphlet. Say if you can't help us, but now our understanding is that that guidance pamphlet was never issued. Is that your understanding?
Commissioner, as I have my final record, that guidance pamphlet has not been issued.
And the reference to the guidance pamphlet comes from the form, which is part of the Act. And so since 2006, there has been this reference to a guidance pamphlet. But as far as you've been able to establish, Deputy Governor, and I appreciate that you would have been doing something completely different in 2006, but as far as you've been able to establish, no guidance pamphlet was ever issued.
Commissioner, as far as I've established within the last 24 hours, because that's the space of which I was asked to ascertain.
Right.
So as of now, no. I will, however, continue to my search. I can, of course, we've had a transition between registrars. So I will, of course, ask my office to speak with the former registrar to see if something was actually produced. But within the last 24 hours.
I mean, thank you, Deputy. Nobody else has found it. So, but your efforts much appreciated. Thank you.
But at present, and I can take you to it, this bundle in front of you, the small grey bundle, includes a Register of Interest Act 2021. And that has annexed to it exactly the same form. So,
Commissioner, do you mind helping
yes,
me
of course.
in terms of
if you go to tab 6, please, in that bundle.
Thank you.
you should find the Register of Interest Act 2021, and I think what we need to say is that what you've put in your position statement about that is that the draft of amended legislation to strengthen its enforcement through the Integrity Commission has been completed and feedback provided to the AG's chambers. My question comes directly from the evidence that the Commission has received in the last few days, because if you look at this is now the new Register of Interest Act, which of course puts in this reference to a relationship with the Integrity Commission. Clause 10 refers to that the registrar may refer any matter related to integrity to the Commission for advice. But if you look at Schedule 2 of the bill, I should call it, it's page 112 in the top right-hand corner. That form is exactly the same as the form that is scheduled to the existing Act. And including, as we see at page 115, a reference to a guidance pamphlet. So hopefully an easy question for you to answer. In light of the concerns that have been raised by different members of the House of Assembly, that at times they found the form uncertain or ambiguous, would you accept that this is something that would need to be revisited before this bill could come close to being an Act?
Yes. Commissioner, can you just confirm for me the date, if possible, or whereabout when you received this particular draft?
We can certainly say this, I think. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. The evidence is that this bill has not yet been to Cabinet. It's been drafted, not been to Cabinet, and therefore obviously not been to the House either. So that's the evidence. That may help.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the reason why I asked is, as you know, to get to a point of a bill going to Cabinet is a fluid process. And based on what I see here, it is my conclusion that this is a draft bill that you've seen, a new draft bill without the last set of feedback which came from our office to the AG's chambers. So I'm happy that we have an opportunity not just to finalize our original comments, but we've benefited from the dialogue through this process, and we can make, where necessary, the improvement. So the bill has not made its way as yet to Cabinet, so we have a window by which to correct all necessary parts of it.
We may come back to that small file in a moment, but can I just ask you one, going back to your position statement, is at your page 6. Your item 4 on your table refers to service commissions, and there is a Service Commission Act. There are various commissions created under the Constitution, and how they operate, as I understand it, is under the Service Commission Act 2010. But you refer there to a Service Commission's tracker. Can you just clarify for the Commissioner what that is?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. We recognize in a modern and reformed public service, a transformed public service, the institutions which are in place to ensure accountability, transparency, such as the commissions. They also have to be looked at for expediency, effectiveness, and the ability to deliver a product on time based on what might be some of the client's requirements. So the Service Commission tracker that you see here is an electronic system that we have introduced in draft. The demonstrations will be happening within the next week to the members of the Commission to ascertain whether or not an electronic mechanism will assist them in being more efficient in their current work. Commissioner, not that they're not efficient. We're moving towards further efficiency, and this is part of how we're transforming the public service.
Thank you. The next item on there is you've identified as it's headed Ombudsman Complaints Commissioner, and you say status is the Office of the Complaints Commissioner institutionalized and legislated with standards to redress and report complaints. But then you say next steps, there's a need for more Enforcement Powers Act to be revised. The mandate of the Complaints Commission needs to be reviewed. So briefly explain just to the Commissioner, what changes do you anticipate need to be made in relation to the Complaints Commissioner?
Commissioner, I will have to draw on limited knowledge at this particular point, except we know that the various good governance mechanisms, I identify them in here in my model, we have to always look at improving them. The example we mentioned, the register of interest, we have to take another look at that. So one of the items which came out from the Complaints Commissioner with previous feedback from the commissioners, whether or not there is sufficient teeth to ensure that their reports, when they're not adhered to, if that happens, move towards a different system of accountability. So overall, it's taking a look at this legislation to make sure that the commissioner and the efforts of the commissioner is able to be effective. So right now, they can write reports, they can make references, but whether or not departments adhere to them or comply to them, there's a possibility of a need for further revision in that area.
One of the other, and this is Deputy Governor, it's at your number 11 on page 7, is of course the Integrity in Public Life Bill, which is something I showed you about, and you and other witnesses have discussed. Now, you've put there that it's to be approved in the House of Assembly and then assented to by His Excellency the Governor. Can you update the Commissioner as to which stage it has reached?
Commissioner, I need to get confirmation exactly where it is. I need to report on that. I know it did go back to the House for read-in, but I'll need to seek clarity in order for me to give you a thorough and accurate answer.
I mean, I think just two things, because the reason I ask is the bundle that I've been taking you to was accompanied by a note which gave the latest update as to the progress of the various pieces of legislation. So in relation to the Integrity in Public Life Bill, and this note is dated the 3rd of June 2021, so it came from the AG, the Attorney General. It said the bill received its first reading on 22nd of April 2021, but as of that date had not yet had its second or third reading. And so we've got to take it on board that it's going to be further amended, potentially as it passes through the House of Assembly. The reason I wanted to raise it with you was that if you go back to the grey bundle, the small grey bundle.
Sorry, Commissioner, grey small or grey?
Leave the grey large.
Okay.
You can ignore the grey
Thank
large
you.
and just stick to the small grey for the time being, please. Tab 1 has the Integrity in Public Life Bill. And you'll see at page 1, top right-hand corner, the first page of that bill, headed the Integrity in Public Life Act 2021. On Monday afternoon, Sir Geoffrey Cox QC made the point in submission to the Commissioner, and Sir Geoffrey mentioned this in the context of submissions on the Register of Interest Act, and Geoffrey, as you may be aware, acts on behalf of the Attorney General, but also on behalf of a number of elected ministers in this Commission of Inquiry. And he made the criticism, and you'll see this if you turn to page 22. That the Integrity in Public Life Bill, at least in its present form, and that present form was as of Monday, had a fundamental flaw in it. And the fundamental flaw Sir Geoffrey identified to the Commissioner was that if you look at paragraph 3 of that schedule, it says a person in public life should act in a politically neutral manner. and should not attempt to frustrate the lawful policies, decisions, or citations of a public authority. And the thrust of Sir Geoffrey's submission was that, given that the phrase persons in public life includes members of the House of Assembly who are elected, it's difficult to envisage a situation in which a politician could act in a politically neutral manner. Would you accept that that is a valid criticism of the integrity in public life?
Commissioner, you will please allow me, I will need to seek for further counsel on this. I don't have an opinion. I'm on it at this time. It's important that I do converse with a legal mind to be able to give you what will be a comprehensive answer. So I'm not able at this point to agree with what was first purported, just based on my current knowledge of the statement. I don't know, for example, whether or not it's possible or not, but I do need to consult legally. I hope you'll appreciate and allow me to do so.
That's fair enough, and no issue with that. The reason for putting it to you was it's a recent submission made on behalf of the Attorney General and elected ministers, and you are this is part of the transformation program. So you're a person very well placed to give the Commissioner an insight into how this bill is intended to act and how it connects with other aspects of the program.
Thank you.
But if we leave that as a piece of homework for you to do, Deputy Governor, if you don't mind, that would be very helpful.
And Commissioner, if it's beneficial for our current sit-in to ascertain where the bill is currently, then I think we can do so. I mean, we have counsel who is here, but if that's critical, and rest assured that whatever is mentioned from that point, and Attorney General, I'm sure we've heard that she's the government's chief legal advisor.
Yes.
And that would, of course, ring a different bell in her ears, being a legal professional, than it would me, not being a lawyer.
Yes, that's perfectly fair, Deputy Governor, and also the submission was made on her behalf.
Yes.
Like Jeffrey said, I'm sure she'll have that on board. And in fact, in relation to all of these measures, they will of course move forward over the next few months, and so at some point we may return to the Attorney General and or you, as it were, for an update as to where they stand. But the point you make that these are still ongoing measures is a perfectly understandable one.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I'm not a lawyer. My mom is a lawyer, and she's told me before that there is no such thing as a perfect piece of legislation.
Well, I think I think she's on fairly safe ground there, Deputy Governor.
If I could take you, Deputy Governor, just to item 15 on your table, which is at your page 7 in your position statement. You refer there to the report from the Ad Hoc Elections Legislation Committee, and the Commissioner has received some evidence in relation to that. It's just to ask you, you say that the next step is to develop a work plan to support the implementation of the recommendations. Could you just give the Commissioner an update of where you are with that?
Thank you for the question. By Cabinet's directive, a committee was formed to look at the recommendations. I chaired that committee. That committee went through the recommendations, made their professional assessment in terms of which recommendations were feasible or logical. We then made a presentation, and to informal presentation to members of the House of Assembly as relates to the suggestions and the errors, and where we are currently right now. Commissioner, we're waiting on the House of Assembly to give us formal feedback on what we present to them. And that feedback will naturally, it could serve in the form of new changes to the legislation, new policy changes, but we're waiting their feedback at this time.
Just turn over the last question, just on the table. If your page 8 and item 18 refers to Disaster Management Act, and you say to be considered in line with constitutional review. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Just again, develop that observation a little further for the Commissioner. How is it going to work with the constitutional review, or with constitutional review?
It's really a question I pause on in terms of answering. This statement is a factual statement and communicated from the governor's office, from the governor in terms of the premier, in terms of the next steps. And my preference would be for the governor to elaborate on this point going forward, given the responsibility in his note to the premier on the matter.
I see. Okay.
In terms of the constitutional review, where does that stand?
Commissioner, that's a question directly for the premier in terms of where it is currently, because he's responsible for advancing the BVI contingency. I'm just not in a position to give a formal update on that,
Yes.
but he will be able to do so.
Yes, thank you.
Go back to your position statement. Let's go back to page 10, please. It's your second paragraph, Deputy Governor, in which you begin that trust is the foundation upon which the legitimacy of public institutions is built and is crucial for maintaining social cohesion. I think little doubt that you'd find anybody that disagrees with that statement. But would you accept that trust, once lost or diminished, can be very difficult to regain?
Commissioner, 100%. Good governance plus society involvement. The overall goal is to have public trust. That's the business that we're in as public officers. When you lose that trust, just like any relationship, it takes time, patience, and commitment to rebuild that trust.
And there is a distinction, isn't there, between perception and reality. If the public come to perceive either public officers and or elected officials as untrustworthy, or public institutions as untrustworthy, then even if those officers, those elected officials, or those institutions are not in fact untrustworthy, it's very difficult to defeat the perception, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
And it then takes a lot of work to shift that perception. Would you agree?
Yes, Commissioner.
So from your perspective, as I'm going to label you as the architect of the Public Service Transformation Program, how do you measure the extent of public trust in institutions?
I appreciate the question. Obviously, perception is what's thought about, however, not evidence. Only reality can be evidence. And I've mentioned in my position statement why I am aggressively purporting to have a measure that not just the BVI, but the globe, but the citizens of the territory can measure how well we're doing in good governance, how well we're doing in transformation. Because interpretation and perception can lead to false ideas. And I think the only way to do that is to have an agreed standard that we're working towards, and that standard be communicated, and we are graded and monitor and measured based on that standard.
Is that the good governance scorecard that you mentioned at page 21 of your position statement?
Yes, it is.
And so I think it's important to put this into the transcript. But you say in order for the public sector to fully implement the model, and you've set out a model of good governance above there, it's important the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office assists the BVI in developing a good governance scorecard by which the territory can use to monitor the success of its good governance program on an annual basis. Now, you've obviously given a great deal of thought to this, Deputy Governor. What stage, if any, are you at in terms of getting assistance to develop a good governance scorecard?
Commissioner, this process allowed me to think deeply and to present ideas. And this is part of the continuous dialogue about good governance. You've heard that good governance dialogue, not just from myself as a deputy governor, you've heard it also from the premier. And when you speak with the governor, possibly you'll also hear that. And because my role is to look after overall good governance in the public service. I recognize, despite all of our great efforts, despite all of the achievements that we've done in good governance, despite what will come later on, unless we have a scorecard to monitor and measure success, we could be having this conversation 10 years from now. And in speaking with the Premier, he understands that, he appreciates that. In speaking with the Governor, he also agrees to the same. And I just feel it's just a matter as we advance the public service transformation program, this becomes part of what we bring forward and part of what will be accepted through the cabinet.
And have you had any discussions at all or initiated any discussions about how you could go about developing this good governance scorecard, or is it very much a proposal at the moment as a way forward?
The concept is there, Commissioner. The research is there, and I hate to bring everything back within the context of transformation, but part of what we have to do, along with bringing forward the different initiatives, the different policies with good governance, is to place that within a particular framework, and this is the framework. So when we go back and present to cabinet on our good governance strategy or good governance plan, this will be part of what has to be accompanied. And that scorecard, obviously, because I mentioned the FCDO, that's a relationship now between the FCDO and the Premier, and hopefully I will assist to create that scorecard so that at the end of the day, we have the same definition of good governance. B, we understand what it takes to measure good governance, and equally, we have a system of accountability if we're not doing well, and equally, a system of commendation of praise when we are doing well.
Take you back, please, to page 11. Very bottom of the page, please, Deputy Governor. And this is taking you back to that part of your position paper where you're speaking of the importance of maintaining and enhancing public trust. And you conclude at the bottom there, this means we must ingrain a culture of timely public reporting of financial and operational data, which highlights the quality work being done while identifying and addressing any potential conflicts that may arise. I just want you to sort of elaborate on that and develop that a little. How is a culture of timely public reporting of financial and operational data to be achieved?
We have a more complex community now, a more sophisticated community, as you might be able to see from the interest in these inquiries. And in doing so, I believe that our constituents, or our society is asking more of government, is asking more of the public service. So in doing so, we have to be equally aware of how much information we put out. And I've mentioned something in my particular report. That's why there's a need to have an overall scorecard so that we can communicate what financial prudence look like. We can also communicate what financial communication to the society look like. And then society can develop an expectation from government and from government institutions. So to encapsulate, what I'm proposing here is not a off and on approach to reporting financial matters, a defined system where persons can expect, whether it's every month, every 3 months, every 6 months, through whatever medium, through whatever reports, to ensure that there's consistent information being communicated. And I say this and I expand further in my report, is I think more so than now, especially as we've been through the world economic crisis, the hurricanes, COVID, persons are looking more or demanding more of persons in public life. And especially when it comes to the area of financial prudence. And I think it's upon us, persons in public life, to create a consistent avenue by which we communicate that information.
Final, and I hope short topic, please, Deputy Governor. One of the points you've made is that the autonomous bodies, and by that I take to be something like the Complaints Commissioner, the Auditor General, the Internal Auditor, need more enforcement powers. What from the work you've done, do you perceive as the problem with the current powers that they do have?
Is it possible for you to reference, where you are? And forgive me, we have a lot of things.
No,
around this.
let me just try and find it. And this will be the one time I won't be able to find it, but
I will try also.
I think it's on page 21. Under the figure, the new paragraph.
yes.
Autonomous bodies also need to serve as watchdogs to identify which areas need to be strengthened. This means steps need to be taken to amend legislation to give autonomous bodies like the Auditor General, the Registrar of Interest and the Office of Complaints Commission more enforcement powers.
Thank you. As it happens, Commissioner, that's what we're doing currently. And recognizing, for example, the weaknesses or any weaknesses in the Register of Interest Act, for example, recognizing, as you mentioned, engaged me previously as relates to the Office of the Complaints Commissioner, and of course, developing further strengthening of the audit departments in other areas. Those bodies they have to move with time, Commissioner. They have to move with the further demands of a modern public service. They have to move with the further demands of good governance. And that's why there's a commitment as we transform the public service, not just to re-engineer the systems and the programs, but also to redevelop, redesign, and improve the core institutions that are geared to monitor good governance.
But in terms of the Auditor General, here it says more enforcement powers, but I mean the Auditor General, whose reports we've seen, they're, might say so, very, very good reports, very good audit reports, but they are audit reports. They do the audit, they set out recommendations. So what do you mean by more enforcement powers? I mean, when an auditor gives recommendations, those recommendations are for the person to whomever the report is made, in this case, really the elected ministers. What do you mean by enforcement powers?
Thank you, Commissioner, and allow me to only reiterate from my own opinion, and the Auditor General will have to, of course, confirm what I'm going to say, yes, or whether or not she has the same ideas. From my observations, there are times where the Auditor General might, for example, have difficulties receiving information in a timely fashion, and possibly sometimes in a complete fashion.
Well, that's certainly what the reports say.
Therefore, if the Auditor General had more, for a broadest brush, more enforcement or more auditing powers, then she's able, or they're able to then almost demand and command information in a timely fashion. So in that particular case, Commissioner, that's what I reference.
Thank you.
And in terms of the Register of Interest, what additional powers would you be wanting a Registrar of Interest to have?
Commissioner, it's my belief, and we can draw on the dialogue that's taken place in the past week, that the Register of Interest, the former one, worked extremely hard to ensure that her job was being done well. And she would have presented different ideas and thoughts in terms of how she can be more effective. Now, whatever is necessary to ensure that what's in the Constitution can be implemented and followed and monitored and managed, those are the powers that we want to give to the Register of Interest. And that we hope that we'll see in the new revised bill, and also ensuring also that there's a relationship between the rest of interest and the Integrity Commission.
Okay. I just one more point, if I could ask you that, please. If you go to 26 in your position statement, please, Deputy Governor. The second paragraph down, which begins, "It's therefore important." And what you set out there is that there's a need to clearly define the roles and responsibilities of the various actors under the Constitution. And you put it more widely. You include Governor, Premier, Deputy Governor, Ministers of Government, and policy advisors in the form of permanent secretaries, and to define their role as it relates to good governance. And you argue for a clearer structure of government being necessary. And you give the example of having written an explicit clarity on Section 56 of the Constitution, which speaks to the role of ministers in relation to their ministries. You say clarity on this section would afford ministers the best platform by which to set and monitor policies while ensure that public service responds with pace and accuracy in the execution of related functions. Now, first question is, how would you bring that about? And second question is, where would it sit underneath the Constitution?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, where would what sit?
Well, you say that there's a need for written clarity on the role of ministers in relation to their ministries. That's the example you give about defining the roles of various actors under the Constitution. That could be achieved in different ways. It could be achieved in a code. It could be achieved in legislation. It could be achieved by amending the Constitution. And they're not all mutually exclusive. So from your position paper and your perspective, how would you advocate that written clarity be delivered? And if it's outside the Constitution, where would it sit in relation to the Constitution?
Commissioner, I think it starts with the Constitution. And from the Constitution, all of our relevant laws, policies, procedures will be guided. That's where it starts.
But do you think, and this may well be right, that the question Mr. Rawat poses can only really be answered by the response, an amendment to the Constitution, because nothing short of that would resolve these issues, would give the clarity?
Commissioner, you're accurate, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I've reached the end of my questions. And can I conclude again for thanking the Deputy Governor for coming and giving his evidence, thanking him for his patience, but also importantly, thanking him for the way in which he has given his evidence and the assistance he's provided this evening.
Yes, and again, can I echo that, Deputy Governor? Thank you for your time. For quite a long time today. Thank you very much for it, and thank you for your evidence and the way, the clear and interesting way that you've given it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rawat.
That is actually the conclusion of our hearing programme for this week. We're not sitting tomorrow or Friday, but we will resume on Monday with evidence.
At 10 o'clock, I think. Yes. Good. Thank you all very much.